Welcome guys, my name is MasaudSec. I will be your instructor throughout of this entire course, and this is going to be our first lecture in which I will teach you what does cybersecurity means, how it works, what does offensive and defensive security means, like branches of cybersecurity, what kind of domains there are inside in cybersecurity which you can master and provide services in them later on. So this is going to be a theory class as an introductory class, the first class. I hope you already gone through the outlines. If not, let me know. I'll make sure to provide you the URL or link of the outline section too. So this is the first tutorial. Let's start it. So basically, cybersecurity is the practice of protecting computer systems, network, and data from unauthorized access, attacks, and damage, ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the digital information. It involves the implementation of measures such as firewalls, encryptions, and security protocols to safeguard against cyber threats and vulnerabilities, thereby safeguarding the digital landscape from the potential harms or disruption. So basically we have learned here about CIA triads. Now what does CIA triads mean? CIA triad means confidentiality, integrity, and availability. In confidentiality, ensuring that the sensitive information is only accessible to the authorized individual or a system. Means if you are an admin user, if you are a system user, if you are an authorized person, the sensitive information should be only accessed to you. If someone else is able to access those information, that means that the confidentiality is halted. So in integrity, where it is the second part of CIA triads, integrity. In integrity means integrity in cybersecurity means making sure that the data is accurate and trustworthy by preventing unauthorized changes or tamper. So the data should be totally accurate. No one should be able to modify that data or make some changes in the data. That will be something called integrity of the data. If the data is if the attacker is not able to tamper the data, do some modification in that data, then it means that the data is totally secure, the data integrity is fine. If someone is able to tamper the data, making unauthorized changes in that particular data, then the integrity is halted. There will be no more integrity considered. After that we have the third step, which is availability. So availability means ensuring that the information and the system are accessible and operational when needed. So whenever you will need the data or when you will need that particular system, it should be available for you on time. Availability means that the data should be available when you need it. Okay. Preventing disruption or downtime. For example, you have launched your own website where you are offering some sort of products, and people just came and started adding to the cart of that. For example, there is an iPhone 15 launched by Apple company. So what hacker did on the launch day? They just did a DDoS attack where they shut down the server of the particular website where Apple is providing the iPhones, to buy, to make a purchase. But in the meantime, their servers are down, so no one will be able to buy those product, which means that the iPhones or that particular data is no more available. That's why availability is one of the important factor. The data should be available whenever it needed. So after that we have two parts, or we have two main branches in cyber security. The one is offensive security and the second one is defensive security. So in offensive security, let's go through offensive security. Offensive security, in short, offensive security is the process of breaking into computer systems, exploiting software bugs, and finding loopholes in the applications, our websites, our web applications, our servers, to gain unauthorized access to them. Here we learn different concepts like breaking into the computer systems and exploiting software bugs. Um, Means to exploit the loophole that are in any particular software or web application. You have to it is not that easy as people think, like breaking into computer system directly. It is not possible directly. You have to find loopholes, you have to find vulnerabilities. You have to find vulnerabilities, and once you successfully discover any vulnerability, then you will be able to break into the system to get unauthorized access to the particular system. So offensive security is like a team of digital superheroes who use their hacking skills for good. They are expert in finding weaknesses and vulnerabilities in computer systems, network, and software. So what an offensive security researcher do? Basically, they try to find weaknesses, vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks, and softwares or web applications. Instead of using their knowledge to cause harm, they use it to help people and companies to stay safe from cyber threats. Okay, so basically their main job is to find weaknesses, and once they successfully found any kind of vulnerability or weakness through which they will be able to break into the system, then they will report that vulnerability to the particular person or organization. So the organization or the particular person will fix that vulnerability, so no one will be able in future to exploit that bug to do some modification or to cause harm. So yeah, this is how it works. They perform ethical hacking and penetration testing. Now this is the really important part, because we will cover this penetration testing throughout the course. Yes, ethical hacking too. So they perform ethical hacking and penetration testing to expose the security flaws before bad guys can exploit them. Offensive security professionals are like cyber defenders. Okay. Yeah, cyber defenders always who always use their always working to protect against cyber threats or cyber attacks and keep the digital world secure. Their mission is to make the internet a safer place by using their hacking skills, you can say, for the positive purposes. This is what offensive security researchers do. After that, we have the second branch of cyber security, which is basically a defensive security. So basically, in defensive cyber role, you would be investigating an infected computer or device to understand how it was hacked, tracking down cyber criminals, monitoring infrastructure for malicious activities. Okay, it worked like antivirus. For example, there is a concept of IDs, intrusion detective systems and intrusion prevention systems. So whenever your system find any kind of a malicious file, at first it will give you the intrusion detective like pop-up. There will be a pop-up appear that, hey, we have discovered this malware or thread in your system, and then the thread will be prevented. So the cyber defenders are similarly work like this. They just try to track down the hackers, cyber criminals. They try to monitor the infrastructure for illegal activities, for malicious activities, and they just look into the computers by investigating those computers or devices, that who hacked them, how they was hacked, and so far so on. We have the one of the most important role in defense of security, which is security operations center, SOC. So a security operations center is a team of cyber security professionals that monitor the network and its to detect malicious cyber security events. Some of the main areas of interest are for SOC are, remember what basically they do. So they deal with vulnerabilities, they deal with policy violation, they deal with unauthorized activities, they deal with network infrastructure. Let's explore them one by one. So basically, whenever a system vulnerability or weakness, loophole or vulnerability is discovered, it is essential to fix it by installing a proper update or patch. This is the responsibility of a security operations center. Whenever they will find any vulnerability, they will need to patch it or fix it. When a fix is not available, it is necessary measure should be it is the necessary measure should be taken to prevent an attacker from exploiting it. So the important factor is, if there is no patch available, then they should take some necessary measures in order to prevent an attackers from exploiting that particular vulnerability. Although redeeming vulnerabilities is vital interest of SOC, it is essential to fix those vulnerabilities. But somehow, if they are not able to fix them, if the patch is not available, if the update is not available, they have to create some security measures in order to stop attackers for exploiting the particular vulnerability. It is not necessary assigned to them. So basically, we have a policy violation when we think of a security policy as a set of rules required for the um, protection of the network and the system. For example, it is might be a policy violation if the user start uploading confidential company data to online storage service. In a company, there will be some certain sort of policy violations rules. You have to accept those rules. I- you just cannot avoid them. They will be essential for you. For example, you just cannot upload the company confidential information or personal information, on any online storage service, like Google Drive, etc. And similarly, we have unauthorized activities. They have to deal with all this stuff as a security operations center team. The people who work in security operations center, they have to deal with all this stuff. After that, we have unauthorized activities. Consider the case where a user's login and passwords are stolen. For example, you are working in a company and your username and password has been stolen by an attacker, and the attacker use them to log in into the network. A SOC need to detect such an event and block it as soon as possible before further damage is done. So what is the role of a security operations center? Is to block that kind of particular login attempt. So the network will be safer from any kind of damage. Then we have a network infrastructure. No matter how good your security is, there is always a chance of intrusion, and intrusion can occur when a user click on malicious link, or when an attacker exploit a public server, either when someone tries to gain access. um, you know f- I just mess with it. Let's do it again. No matter how good your security is, there is always a chance of intrusion, and intrusion can occur when a user click on a malicious link, or when an attacker exploit a public server. Either Either way, when an intrusion occur, we must detect it as soon as possible to prevent further damage. Now, what does intrusion means? Basically, intrusions when someone tries to gain access to any part of your computer system. This is something called intrusion. So basically, these are the parts where the security operation center team have to deal with it. They have to work on all these components in order to make sure that the security of computers, devices, or networks are safe. Yeah. After that, we have digital. This also, remember, this also include in defense of security. We have digital forensic and incident response. Okay. In digital forensic, we have digital forensic inside digital forensic and incident response. We have digital forensic in incident response and malware analysis. So let's go through them one by one. Okay, so imagine being let's explore the digital forensic. So basically imagine being a detective of computers and gadgets. It is all about finding and studying digital clues to solve crimes and catch cyber criminals who use the technologies for their own benefits. Yes, we collect information from devices like computers, smartphones, and memory cards. The goal is to carefully analyze the digital evidence to figure out what happened and who is responsible for the crime. Means to catch the cyber criminal, that who is actually responsible behind this attack, and what was happened to this particular device, how it was hacked. So after what the digital forensic guys deal with this, basically they deal with file system, they deal with system logs, they deal with network logs, system memory, in order to find uh, clues to catch cyber criminals. So in system file, basically they analyzing a digital forensic image. A low level copy of system storage reveals much information such as installed programs. They have to look into the what kind of programs are being installed, what kind of files are being created, what kind of files are overwritten by an attacker. It is might be possible that the attacker override the pre install files or softwares or applications in your mobile phone in order to inject their own malware into it. So yeah, and as a system, as a digital forensic analyst, you have to look into this stuff, and what kind of files are being deleted. So they have also will need to look into it, because it is might be possible when an attacker perform is its attack, he or she can delete the injected malware, okay, in order to clear their foot tracks. After that, system logs, each client and server computer maintain different logs files about what is happening. Log files provide plenty of information about what happens on the system. Some tracks will be left even if the attacker tries to clean their tracks. Okay, we have then a network logs. We have network logs. So after that, net logs of the network packets that have traversed a network would help answer more questions about whether an attack is occurring and what is entails. After that, we have a system memory. So if the attacker is running their malicious program in the memory without saving it to the disk, yeah, system memory means your RAMs. Okay, so taking a forensic image, a low level copy of the system memory, is the best way to analyze its content and learn about the attack. So these are the areas that a digital forensic guy have to deal with it. After that, we have incident response. Think of it as a fire alarm of a computer system and a network. When something bad happens, like a cyber attack or a security breach, an incident response comes into action. Its job is to quickly detect, analyze, and stop the problem, just like firefighters rush to push on fires. The main aim is to respond swiftly and effectively to minimize the damage and get things back to the normal as soon as possible. Incident response team work to handle and fix digital emergencies to keep environment safe and secure. This is what incident response team or a particular guy do in defensive security. After that, we have a malware analysis. So basically, picture yourself as a detective of computer viruses and bad softwares. When we suspect that a computer might have harmful program, malware analysis come into action or come into play. It involves carefully examining the suspicious software to understand how it works, what it does and how to stop it. Malware stand for malicious software. Software refer to a program, document, and a file that you can save on a disk or send over the network. Malware includes many types such as viruses, such as yeah virus. So basically it contain malware can be a virus, a trojan horse, a ransomware. Let's explore them. So basically virus is a piece of code, part of program basically, that attach itself to a program. It is designed to spread from one computer to another computer. Moreover, it works by altering, overwriting, and deleting the files on its infected computer, on a infected computer. So basically it can, delete the files or override the files on a particular machine that was being compromised by an attacker. So after that, it's the result range from the computer being slow to unusable. Basically the virus can slow down your computer. You will not be able to use it, like it will act very slowly because of virus. And then we have trojan horse. So basically trojan horse is a program that shows on a desirable function but hides a malicious functionality, hide malicious function underneath. Yeah. For example, a victim might have downloaded a video player from a shady website. For example, there is a website on the internet, and what you just did, you just download a pet software from free, totally free from that particular website. So yeah, and basically that software will must contain a trojan horse inside that particular software. So what an attacker do, an attacker can inject the particular piece of malware, or trojan horse into that particular software. So whenever you will execute the software, or the paid tool, whatever you have downloaded from the internet, the trojan horse will also being executed on the back end of your system, with that particular you can say software. So yeah, the trojan horse will also being executed and it will be active in your computer. What will be the side effect? That gives the attacker complete control over their system. So your complete control of your system will be given to the attacker because of that particular trojan horse, because you have executed it. That was basically injected inside that particular, you can call it software or any tool or that you have downloaded. After that we have ransomware. So basically ransomware is a malicious program that encrypt the user files. Yeah, encryption makes the file unreadable. Without knowing the encryption password, the attacker offer the user to basically the attacker will offer you via the email address or any pop-up that, hey, if you are willing to pay the ransom, you can pay the ransom on this particular bitcoin address and we will give you the encryption password. And it might be possible they didn't provide after the payment too. So this is how the malware analysis work. So basically, malware analysis aims to learn about such a malicious program using various means. Okay, so we have static malware analysis and we have dynamic malware analysis. So basically, static malware analysis works by inspecting the malicious program without running it. Usually, it required solid knowledge of assembly language. Yes, it is true that you must have a knowledge about assembly language and programming in order to master the art of malware analysis. You just cannot read the assembly language, assembly code without having the knowledge about assembly language. So yeah, lots of tutorials are available, but this is just basic knowledge, so you do not need to currently go through all this stuff. I'm just telling you what kind of fields there are inside in defensive security. Basically we will mainly focus on offensive security, not defensive security. So this stuff are all included inside in a defensive security, but still you must have a knowledge about what kind of fields there are inside. Okay, after that we have a dynamic malware analysis. So dynamic malware analysis works by running the malware in control environment and monitoring its activities. So yeah, you have to run the malware in a very controlled environment, like in a virtual machine, where you have to monitor the activities, and then you have to observe how the malware behave after running, what kind of changes the malware is doing in your system, and basically what is happening with your system after running it. So this is how the malware analysis work. After that we have some other fields of in you know in uh, cyber security, like you can be a penetration tester who tests the security of networks, who tests the security of servers, who tests the security of web applications, and then they can just basically you can find loopholes and exploit those loopholes vulnerabilities, and then you can create a report to make sure to forward that report to the organization or to the team who is basically working on it to fix the vulnerabilities. Your main job here will be to find the vulnerabilities, confirming that vulnerabilities, and exploiting that vulnerabilities. After doing this, you can just create a penetration testing report and make sure to make it forward to the other team. That can be HR for that particular company, or developers who is working on the project to fix the vulnerabilities. So yeah, your main role will be to find vulnerabilities. Okay, not fixing them. This will not be your job. We have reverse engineering field also in cyber security, where you can like on the internet you have see a lot of websites who is providing paid softwares on free, who is providing paid applications, mobile applications on free, paid tools on free. So basically they use reverse engineering techniques in order to crack those particular softwares, even though you can use the reverse engineering in the malware analysis. So yeah, it is a pretty big field. After that you can be a bug bounty hunter. We will look into it. Like we have basically a we have freelancing platforms for hackers online, like HackerOne, buckroute.com, hackerone.com, where you can find vulnerabilities into their particular program list, and you can report them. They will offer you a pretty good bug bounty if you are able to find any valid bug in their applications. We have web security that we will cover. It contains so many different vulnerabilities, like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XML injection, OS command injection, file upload vulnerabilities, path traversal vulnerabilities, content discovery, and so many other vulnerabilities are involved in web security. We gonna cover it. We have already and after that you can also become a malware development, where you can create ransomware, keyloggers, trojan horses, viruses, remote administrator tools, and so many other things. Then we have a SOC, security operations center, that we already discussed, and we have incident response team 2 that we have already discussed about it. So these are the basically tools, these are the domains inside in cyber security, that can be an offensive security as well as a defensive security too. After that we have something important I really want to tell you about. So basically in penetration testing that we will cover, there are basically three kind of penetration testing. So penetration testing is like a security checkup for the computer stuff. It pretends to be a hacker trying to break into the system to find weak spots. This help to fix those weaknesses and keep bad guys out. So basically we have white box penetration testing, white box testing, black box testing, and gray box testing. in white box. So in this type of test, the checker knows everything about the computer system or web application or a software, or you can call it a website. It is likely, it is like that they have access to all the secret codes, and can see how everything is built inside. So basically, if you are if you will work for any organization, and they just provide you a wide box testing for any particular website, they will make sure to give you all kind of credentials, like the credentials of control panel, the credentials of login panel. You will be able to look inside, in the particular application. So yeah, you will have the complete access, then you can just do test inside and outside. To this help to find a lot of problems to make the system safer. Being a white box tester, you will have access to all the components of that particular computer system or website that you are going to test. After that, we have a black box testing. Black box testing is similar as a bug bounty hunting. So they will not provide you any kind of logins or details regarding the target that you are going to test on. So basically, here the checker knows nothing about the computer system. It is likely they are a total outsider try to figure out how to get in. So yeah, you will be totally an outsider, and you will try to find vulnerabilities through which you will be able to break into the system. This helps to find vulnerabilities that outsider might use to sneak in. So I hope you got the point. After that, we have a gray box testing. So basically, this test is a mix of both white box and black box. They will give you some least privileges to access the system, or they might provide you some information on the basis of which you can test further. So the checker has some inside knowledge about yeah, the checker has some inside knowledge, but not all of this, but not all of this. So basically, the checker will have some knowledge about that, how the application is built, what kind of languages they are using, what kind of backend it have, and some more information. It is like being a half insider and half gives a good balance between thoroughness and real world attacks. So this is how gray box work. This was the total introduction section. So it might be boring for you, but believe me, this was something important. You must have some basic knowledge about what a cybersecurity mean, how it works, what kind of domain it contains, and after that we will start our journey in a practical way by exploring the Linux commands, Linux installation, configuration, and all the other stuff. So be ready for the practical, which that we are going to start from our next lecture. Take care of yourself. Have a good day. Bye.
Hello guys, I am MasaudSec and welcome back to the second video of our ethical hacking and penetration testing free bootcamp. It is going to be one of the free and useful lecture for you, and we will be doing so much things in upcoming videos, so stay with me, keep learning, keep exploring. So today we are going to talk about ethical hacking phases. Okay, so let's explain them in a real simple English language with real life examples. So basically we have 5 steps in ethical hacking. Okay, the first one is recon, we call it reconnaissance, and the second one is scanning, the third one is gaining access, the fourth one is maintaining access, and the fifth one is clearing or covering the access or tracks. So let's explore them one by one. It will be then easy for us. Ethical hacking is done in steps. Okay, it will be done in steps. So each step helps a hacker with legal permission to find weaknesses in the system. So basically, what ethical hacker do in these steps, in a legal way, he or she tries to find weaknesses in the systems. Weaknesses means vulnerabilities. Uh, these steps are also called phases. So as I earlier told you, these steps are also called phases. Let's understood them one by one with simple words and examples. So phase one, which is recon or reconnaissance, we are in which we gather information. What we do in recon, let's explore it up. So this is the first step. The hacker collect information about the target system without attacking it. Remember, we do not perform any active attack on the target, but we try to gain as much as information about the target. It's like doing background research. For example, I will give you some example, then it will be easy for you. The one will be a hacking related example, a cybersecurity related example, and the second one will be real life example. So real life example, think of a thief planning to rob a bank. Before doing anything, he checks how many guards are there, when they change the shift, where the cameras are installed, etc, etc. Okay, so in the same way, a hacker does the same. He checks the website to find subdomains, like how many subdomains the website have it. He looks for the IP address of the server. He looks for the open ports available, employees email addresses, details, and much more. So the most common tools that we use to perform recon or reconnaissance for information gathering is uh, Google. We use Google darking methods in order to find details. We try to fetch the details from Google, and then we use who is look up to check domains details. And don't worry, we will be exploring all these phases practically one by one in our call next machine. Right now, I am mentally preparing you that what is the role of an ethical hacker or a penetration tester, what actually he do in real life or in industry. Okay, so yeah, then we perform Nmap to find live host, and similarly we look for the services and so much more. We use Shodan, which is a search engine for hackers to see open devices online, and similarly we use some other tools to perform some social engineering, to pull out some social engineering data. Okay, this is what we do in order to pull out as much as information we can. Then in second phase, the second phase is basically a scanning phase. Okay, so the hacker starts scanning the system to find weaknesses or vulnerabilities that helps to know which part of the system can be attacked. So in this phase, an attacker tries to find vulnerabilities or multiple vulnerabilities in order to somehow to get into the system, to hack into the system. Imagine a car mechanic using a scanner tool to find problems in the engine. The same way, a hacker does something similar to find weak areas in the target system. So if he discovered that there is an outdated WordPress plugin installed that can be attacked, and through which we can get the reverse shell of the WordPress machine. In that way, he can do, he can try to exploit that outdated version that could be related with plugins, or that could be related with WordPress version. This is just an example, and he tries to get into the system using that vulnerability. The common tools that we used for that is Nmap for port scan, and Nessus for vulnerability scanner. We use Nikto for web server scanner. Similarly, we use Burp Suite to perform web application scanning, to automate the process of web application penetration scanning. And literally, Burp Suite play one of the most important role, because nowadays each business have their own website online hosted, and it could be vulnerable. In phase 3, we have to take the access, which is gaining access. In this step, where the hacker tries to enter the system using those weaknesses or vulnerabilities that he discovered earlier in the scanning phase, in phase 2, the goal is to break into the system. Simple is that the goal is to break into the system. The real life example is, no, the thief who studied the bank layout and God's timing finally tries to break in, maybe through a windows or a back door. The hacker tries to find the hacker tries to exploit the system using things like SQL injection, weak passwords, file upload feature, and other known vulnerabilities through which he can gain the access to the system, like OS command injection and so much other things that we will be exploring in this course. Then the most common tools that we used: Metasploit for exploitation, SQL map to perform SQL injection for the database attacks, Hydra for brute forcing. We can use other tools as well as, and you can also create custom scripts or payloads like reverse shell in order to you can perform LFI, local file inclusion, or remote file inclusion to somehow to perform remote code execution. Okay, and in step number 4, which is actually about maintaining access. So what it means, well, after breaking in, the hacker wants to stay inside for a long time, so he set up us a way to come back later without needing to hack again. So what he will be doing, for example, if you are a hacker and you successfully hack into a web application and you gain the reverse shell of the web server, now what you will be doing, definitely you will plant a backdoor, you will install a backdoor that will give you reverse connection time to time, so there will be no need to rehack that system again and again, exploit that system again and again. No, we can simply install a remote access Trojan, or we can create a new user for ourselves. We can set up cron jobs. We can literally upload or install a backdoor. So real life example, the thief copies the house key so he can return anytime without making noise again. Similarly, the hacker install backdoor to create secret admin accounts. Well, common use tools are Netcat for reverse shell, cron jobs. We can schedule tasks, and you can upload your shell. You can set up your shell and as a cron job, and it will be literally executed after time to time, and you will get the reverse shell time to time. So you can set up cron job for that thing. Similarly, you can create a new user for yourself that have full privileges. You can install a rate remote access Trojan on the system that you hacked, so then you can 24 hours monitor that system. After that, we have the last phase, which is covering tracks. Okay, so what does it means? After finishing the job, the hacker tries to delete all signs of the attack. Okay, this is done to avoid getting caught. Now definitely, if they come to know that our system is infected, they will hire some security professional, or they will ask for the help. They will go legally, and they will try to find who was the person who get into their system. And yeah, so in order to avoid getting caught, what we can do, we can clear our tracks. A real life example is just like a thief wipes off fingerprints and destroys CCTV footage. A hacker clear logs and hides tools, so no one knows he was there. And what we can do, the common things and methods that we can do, we can delete the logs. If the target machine is Kali Linux, if the target machine is Linux, you can directly delete the log directory, which falls under /var/log. All the logs will be there, so simply you can delete it. You can hide the backdoors, and similarly you can clearing browser or terminal history, you can use some rootkits. This is how the ethical hacking phases work. I hope you got the theory, and if it was boring a bit, sorry for that. But the thing is, it is so important. Our totally course is based on this thing. Look, we will be diving into reconnaissance. We will be diving into reconnaissance practically. We will be doing scanning. We will be gaining access. We will be maintaining access, and then we will be covering tracks throughout of the course. So yeah, what you need to do, just stay with me and keep watching. Make sure to subscribe the channel and make sure to press the bell icon, and in the playlist I am going to upload this entire course with the name of let's say ethical hacking. I will give it a name, ethical hacking complete playlist or boot camp. So yeah, that's enough. After that we are going to start our practicals, and our practical will be started from reconnaissance. Okay, and then we will be doing our scanning thing, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. By the way, that was enough. Moreover, if you are interested in cyber security, so I also offer cyber security services. I have ethical hacking, cyber security penetration testing courses with a hands-on experience, and labs scenarios are included. We have 28 plus modules. So if you want live mentorship, it is also possible. And if you want to enroll for our premium courses, you can just visit my website, MasaudSec.com. I will make sure to pin it as a first comment on a first comment, so you can visit it. You will get the complete details about each and everything. Okay, so yeah, you will get the outline course modules at XYZ. You can just contact me on WhatsApp, and yeah, that's enough. Have a good day. Bye, take care.
Hello guys, welcome back. This is our second session, and in this session we are going to cover the entire Kali Linux, how you can install and configure Kali Linux in your machine, and what kind of softwares you need for the installation of Kali Linux. Like we have to use VMware or VirtualBox, from where you will be able to download Kali Linux, and after downloading the Kali Linux, how actually you can configure the Kali Linux. Once you done with the configuration, then actually you can go for the second phase, like going into Kali Linux, that how you can just play with it. So at first, the first thing we need to do is we need a virtual machine or VMware. So I will drop the links of VMware as well as virtual machine too, but let me show you how actually you can download it. So you just need to go to Google and type download VMware. Okay, so once you type download VMware on Google, you will be redirected on the official website. Just click on this first one link. After this, they're gonna tell you that you want to download it for Windows platform, or you wanna try it for Linux platform. So I will tell that, hey, I'm a Windows user, that's why I need it for my Windows machine. And once I click on it, you can see that the download will be start. Okay, so this is going to be this will be download, and it is approximately 540 MB. Yeah, it is going to be the 540 MB size. So I have already downloaded and installed it, that's why I do not need to re-download or reinstall it. After that, if you are not comfortable with VMware, even though you can go with virtual machine, so you just need to go to Google and type virtual machine. So here is the second website, www.virtualbox.org. So basically this is VirtualBox, so you can call it VirtualBox. So just click on it, and after clicking on it, here you can clearly see on the left side we have a download button. Yeah, here. So if you click on it, it will redirect you on the download section, and here they will tell you that you want to download for Windows platform or Mac OS or Linux distribution. So you can just go with Windows if you have a Windows. If you have a Linux, you can go with Linux. So in my case, I have a window, that's why you just need to click on window, and it will start downloading. So these both are basically virtual machines that you can use it. Okay, it is totally up to you. If you want to go with VMware, you can just download it, and if you want to go with VirtualBox, you can just go with it. I have just teach you both of the ways. After that, once the installation is done, you just need to type next, 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 all the simple stuff, so it will be automatically installed in your system. I assume that you have installed VMware in your machine, so let me type. Once you type VMware, so it will be it has already installed, so something will shown to you like this. Yeah, this is the interface of VMware. This is how it looks like. Yeah, most of the people already know, but it is just for beginners, so they should understand how it looks like after opening the VMware. So this is how it looks like. Remember, they will ask you, you want to go for the premium or for non-premium. We are non-commercial user, we are basically using it for non-commercial purpose. That's why I do not need to activate it, or I do not need to pay to them. So don't worry, it have free version, you can just go with the free one. After that, the next thing that we need to do is to download Kali Linux from its official repository. So you can just go to the Google and type download Kali Linux. Just click on it. After this, you can clearly see it is www.kali.org, their official repository. You can just click on get Kali. Okay, after clicking on it, now here you have to be very careful. Like I do not want to use it as a main operating system, so I will not go with the installer image. If you want to directly boot into your system, you can just go with this one. But in our case, I'm going to use it for my virtual machine, that is VMware. So I will go with the second one option, which is basically virtual machine. So just click on the recommend, and after clicking on it, it will tell you that, hey, you want to download for VMware or VirtualBox, Hyper-V. So basically, you can just go for the first two. Like in my case, I will need to click on the VMware. Here is the download button, you can clearly see. But if you have VirtualBox, you can just go with the second one option. Okay, after that, you have to check for your system, either it is 64-bit or 32-bit. So you can just come to this PC, which will be your PC. Definitely right click on it and click on properties. So in the properties, let me show you that where I have. So basically, yeah, you can clearly see my system type. It is 64-bit operating system, as well as the processor is also x64 based processor. So yeah, I have 64 based processor and 64 based based operating system, 64 bits operating system. So that's why I can just go with the 64. If you are able to see here, x86, which refers to 32-bit, then you will need to download for 32 bits. Okay, then you can just go with the 32 bits. But if you have 64-bit, make sure to go with the 64. Like after that, just click on the download button, and the download will be started. You can clearly see it will be downloaded within 25 to 30 minutes, depend on your internet connection. So basically it is almost 3 GB. But what I did here, I literally have already downloaded it. So if I go to my video section and cybersecurity course, here you can clearly see that. Let me check, give me just 1 second. Okay, I have done with this, so I can just close it. Okay, just remove this, so to avoid any mess. Okay, so this is going to be my Kali Linux. So I have already downloaded it. Yeah, this is going to be our Kali Linux. So the next thing we need to do is to extract it. Remember, if you have any extractor in your Windows or Linux, it is good. If you don't have, you can just go to the Google and type download WinRAR. WinRAR is totally free. You can use it. Just click on it. Okay, after that it will tell you that you wanna go with 64-bit, 32-bit. So you can just click on 64-bit. Once you're done, you just type next, 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 and all done. Okay. After that, all the files that are zip based or rar based, you will be able to extract them using WinRAR. Okay, so you can just right click on it, and you can just after that open with WinRAR extractor, or if archiver, sorry. After if you are not comfortable with this, you can just directly go with this option, WinRAR. Okay, inside the WinRAR you can just click on extract to this particular folder. Okay, so just click on it, and within few seconds, depending on your processor, it will be extracted. Once the extraction is done, then it means that most of the part has been done. So just give it a wait. It will be extracted soon. Let me, okay, seems like we have done with it. Everything is working fine. So yeah, this is the folder which contain this kind of files. After this, we actually do not need to install Kali Linux. It comes pre-installed, so you just need to do configuration. There is no installation stuff required for it. After that, you will just open your VMware for the first time. Okay, then here you can see few options like create a new virtual machine or open a virtual machine. So basically what I will do here, I will click on the second option, which is basically open a new open a virtual machine. Basically just click on it. After clicking on it, I will go to video section, where there is a folder called Kali Linux. So just I will open this folder, and here you can clearly see that we have the folder that I extracted right now. If you remember, just click on it, re-click on it, and there will be only one file shown to you. But in case if you open it, there is a lot of files. So the relevant one is this one. Once you just click on open, everything will be done. You can clearly see that everything has been done. Now to avoid confusions, what I will do, I will rename it, and I will call this Kali Linux. Seems like everything is done. So yeah, after that we just need to do some configuration. So you can just click on it and just go to the settings. Okay, now here you can set up your memory, which is basically your RAM, your processor, your hard disk, and so much. So right currently I have 32 GB RAM, which is pretty enough. So that's why I will give it almost 8 GB RAM. Okay, so it seems like, yeah, seems like it is fine. So I have just provided 8 GB RAM. After that I have 6 processors. So what I'm gonna do, I will assign it 3. Yeah, that's totally enough. In hard disk, to be honest, I have 500 GB SSD and 1 TB hard disk. In your case it is totally up to you, but make sure to assign it minimum 8 GB, because to avoid any problem in future. That's why it is recommended to use minimum 8 GB, sorry, 80 GB. But if you don't have, you can go with a list, no problem, and in future you can just literally expand it. So for the sake of the tutorial, I will make as it is, so no need to do some further modification. Just click OK. After clicking OK for the first time, you will just click on play the virtual machine. So you will need to wait, and your Linux will be loaded. You just need to enter the Kali Linux. Remember, you do not need to do any kind of installation or anything. It is pre-installed, so you just need to do some sort of configuration. That's all. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna give it some seconds, so it will be loaded. Yeah, that seems perfect. No, it is asking me for the username and password, so it's a default username and password is Kali. Seems like Kali, and the password is also Kali. Let's go with it. When I type Kali as a username and Kali as a password, you can clearly see that it has been done, which is a good sign for us. So you can just maximize it. It will look pretty. Yeah, it is perfect. So this is how Kali Linux look like. This is going to be your operating system that you will utilize throughout the entire course, specially designed and developed for penetration tester and ethical hacker, because it has so many software, so many tools that you can utilize for your day-to-day vulnerability assessment, vulnerability exploitation, finding different vulnerabilities. We will go through the menu, don't worry. So just right click on this, and you can just click on desktop setting. You can just in this way you can just change the interface if you want it. So this is how it looks like. After that, even though you can just mess with the menu, which is fine for me right now, although you can also do some modification with the icons, so you can modify your desktop from here. And yeah, it seems like it is fine. After that, there is another option, which is basically, let me see, that will be a setting option. So yeah, just leave it right now. Okay, that taskbar is something that looks like in this way. Here we have a logout option where you can just shut down your machine, or you can restart it, or log out, or you can just suspend it and do a lot of stuff with it. And by clicking this button, you can just log the session. And here is a timer, the time basically. And here you can just click some options, and here we have a sound button. So okay, so different sound buttons, you can just increase or decrease it. And here you will be able to see your internet connection. If it is Wi-Fi, you will be able to see VLAN. And if you have wired connection, in my case I am connected with my router with basically with my Ethernet cable. That's why it show me Ethernet connection. So yeah, this is how it looks like. After that, here is something important. You can just open your terminal normally from here, or you can just type it. So I will open my terminal from here, and I will just do some, I will make sure to use control plus, hold the control and just type plus. And the font will be bigger and bigger. The first thing you need to do is to switch your user towards a root user. So you just need to type sudo su. It will ask you for the password, and the default password is Kali. The default username is also Kali. So you just need to type Kali and hit enter. And you can clearly see when I type who am I, no, I'm a root user. So now I will be able to execute the commands in a very flexible way without facing any kind of issues. So the first thing that you will need to do is to type sudo apt update. You need to update your system. This is really something really important for you. Once the updation is done, then your second command will be sudo apt upgrade. Yeah, it will be done. Seems like it is going to be done within few seconds. Yeah, it will not gonna take a lot of time. So let's give it a few seconds. Now, why we are updating and upgrading our machine, our operating system? It is because there is a lot of packages might be missing, or a lot of packages that we required to be updated. That's why for the first time it is compulsory that you must update and upgrade your machine. So after that, you just need to type sudo apt upgrade and hit enter, and it will ask you for the first time, do you really want to update it? It is almost 580 MB update. So you can just type Y and press enter. No, It's gonna take some time, to be honest. It will take some time. You just have to wait. It's totally depend on your internet connection speed. So once you're done with it, it means that your machine is now updated and upgraded, and you are good to go. You are really good to go. Let's have our overview of our machine. So basically here you can see your file manager. You can just literally click on it and open the folder. After opening the folder, you can maximize it, and you can clearly see here you have a desktop, and here you have document section, download section, music, and all those important stuff that you will need. Okay, so yeah, desktop, downloads, all the download files will be here. Yes, it will be here. And after that, if I go to the computer, here you will be able to see the file system and VMware. Basically, if we go through inside the file system, you can clearly see it contain all those, basically, you know we call it a root directory. Yeah, the which contain all the directories of our system. Basically, boot files, boot directory, dev, etc, home directory. Inside home there will be a Kali user, and inside Kali there will be all your files. So all the users, you will be able to see the users here in this particular location. Why? Because this is a home directory, and home directory contain all the users that are set in your current machine. And similarly, you have opt, run, and system temp directory, user directory, where directory, and these are the file system directories. So you can just later on mess with it. There is nothing extra. After that, you can just open your browser in this way by clicking on it. By default, it have Mozilla Firefox, but don't worry, in the next session when I will start teaching you about Kali Linux, the different commands, then I will teach how you can install other browsers too inside Kali Linux. Yeah, we're gonna set up our Chrome browser, and we will do so many commands from basic to advanced phase. So you can just use it like google.com, and it will be work fine without any kind of errors. Okay, after that, we have this basically menu, in which you will be able to see all your install applications. So in all application, you will be able to see all the applications. Here we have penetration testing tool for information gathering, and we have for vulnerability analysis. Similarly, we have web application analyzing tool, database assessment, password attacks for password cracking, online offline passwords like on Wi-Fi, so many other things, Hydra, etc. We have wireless attacks tools. Here we have tools for reverse engineering. We have exploitation tools like MSF console, Metasploit. We have sniffing and spoofing tools. We have post exploitation tools. We have tools for forensic. We have tools for reporting. Yeah, you can basically use these tools for reporting. Like if you want to document something, you can use it. And we have social engineering tools too, and we have some Kali and offensive security links, if you want to you know look for Kali official documentation, Kali Linux official website, net hunter, all those stuff there, training section, Wallen web. Even though if you go with Kali doc, you will be able to see all the documentation of Kali Linux. So yeah, from most basic to advanced, you will be able to see each and everything here, which is I think that this is going to be a very awesome documentation for you if you want to go through it. Okay, after that, you can change the interface. Like if you want to use it as a window, you can just type hide. So after typing hide, you can just type Kali HDPI mode. Let's click on it. No, this is not something that I expected. So let me type undercover mode. Sorry, UNDR. And if you just type under, and you can clearly see here we have Kali undercover mode. No, it might affect on my you know, upgradation. So just wait until your process gets upgrade, as it is a demo machine, so I do not really care. So I will just type coriander, and after that you can clearly see it has no shifted to. If you are a Windows lover, you want to, to use Windows interface, so you will be able to use the Linux, yeah, it will something looks like similar to the Windows. So this will be also easy step for you. You can just go with it. That seems like everything is working fine, and I will come back after this when the process is get completed. Okay, so yeah, I will come back once it's get completed. So just okay guys, so we have done with the installation method. Like, it is almost done. The only thing is what we have upgrade is being, just wait for it a bit. Everything will be started unpacking, everything will be unpacked, it is preparing, and it is unpacking itself. So once the process is completed from 1 to 100, after that everything will be done. Your system will be up to dated. Your basically operating system, definitely your operating system will be up to date, and your operating system will be definitely upgraded to its latest version. Every package that has been installed in your Kali Linux will be upgraded from its previous version to the newer version. As you can clearly see on the screen, there is a lot of packages like Vim and all those necessary packages that are already installed in the menu. You can clearly see here in the main menu there is so many applications tools that are already installed, like Burp Suite community version, and the rest of the some other versions. So you just need to wait for it until the process get completed, and after that everything is done, our system will be upgraded successfully. Now here I want to add one thing more. Like, if you have a very good system, for example, you have a system that have 4 cores and 8 threads or 6 threads. Moreover, if you have 16 GB RAM or 12 GB RAM, and if you want to make your Linux a bit fancy, like you want to install another desktop environment into it. For example, lots of people love GNOME environment, so you can literally install the GNOME interface too. Yeah, interface, everything will look like, everything will be totally different. So just ignore the above errors. Once it's get completed, I will faster the video, and once it's completed to the 100, then I will show you how actually you can install the GNOME environment. So just wait. So guys, I'm just back, and you can clearly see we almost done with everything. So it might take few seconds more, so just give it few seconds and we are good to go. After that, if you remember, I told you if you want to install a GNOME desktop environment, you can also do it. So you just click on file, and then just click on next, like new tab. Just maximize it and type sudo su and type the password, which is Kali. Okay, after that you just need to type apt install gnome core. and it will tell you that hey, it is almost 674 MB. If you really want to install it, you can just go with Y, and if you do not want to install it, you can just press N. So I will tell that yes, I really want to install it, so I will go with Y option. After doing this, the the genome desktop based environment will start downloading, and you can clearly see the upgradation has been completed. So here is we just done with update, and we just done with upgrade. We are good to go. Now we will be able to execute all kind of commands on our Linux machine, and there will be no error. We will not face any kind of error. So I will pause the video because it might take few minutes depending on your internet connection. Once I got few options, or yeah, I will let you know once I get something interesting from here. So currently it seems like, even though it will just done, so let's wait a bit. It's not gonna take a lot of time as it is expected, so it will be almost done in 10 to 20 seconds. Let's give it some seconds more. Yeah, we just did it. So yes, here it will tell you, this is something important, it will tell you that which default display manager you want to use it. You want to go with light DM, or you want to go with the first one, which is basically genome desktop environment 3. So I will just go with the GDM3 and press OK. After doing this, everything will be set within few seconds, so we just need to wait until the process gets completed. Let me see my video is in running mode or not. Yeah, recording is running, so everything is fine. We just need to wait few seconds. So I will show you how actually you can shift from this environment towards a new environment, a genome based environment. It's all depend on uh, if you like this one, you can just go with the default one, and if you have some good fancy laptop or desktop, you can go with the genome. Remember, I will not recommend these steps if you are if you have a normal laptop. I earlier told you. So let me maximize it a bit. I will shut it down, and after this I will just click on logout. After clicking logout, just give it few seconds. Here it seems like I just need to click on, let me see, I have any option. Yeah, here you can clearly see in the menu. Let me maximize it. So here in the menu with language, you can see here some lines, so it will tell you that hey, you have these different desktops. So I will just go with the genome. So just click on it, and after that just type the Kali as a username and Kali as a password and press enter. In few seconds you will be able that no, we have everything changed. We are now using genome desktop manager display, and here you can just literally open the menu for you. You will be able to see all the applications. So this is something fancy. Here you will be able to search for the stuff, like if you want to go for the terminal, you can just type TR, enter the password, and in this way it gonna work for you. Yeah, this is how it works. In the files, you can just go to the preference, and you can just change the font color and font size, playing with the desktop, playing with the terminal font, and do so many things with it. Like this is something which is easy. I will leave it on you, so you can just do some modification on it. Moreover, let me see we have anything. So if I type display, so yeah, it shows me display what we have. No, here I have few options, like if I type settings, so we have onboard settings. Here you can just change the layout and do a lot of things if you want it. Similarly, if I again type setting, here you can see I have this one setting option, so I can just go with this one. And here I can just look about the network, Bluetooth, notifications. If you want to change the appearance, like changing the font color, sorry, background image, so doing so many things with it, you can just literally go with it. If you want to do some multitasking, you can enable or disable it. Similarly, all those install apps, you can just look into it, privacy, sounds, each and everything. And if I retype setting, here I have onboard setting. Let me see what we have. Yeah, this is the old one option. Here we have qt6 setting. So yeah, you can just literally change the appearance, font of your machine, icon setting, interface, styling sheet. You can do some troubleshooting stuff too. So this is how the genome desktop look like. If you log out it, like, you can just literally do it by clicking on this option. Here you can just click on log out, confirm it, and once you click on it, now you can see this is how it looks like. Kali Kali. Give it few seconds. Okay, so I hope it will logged in. If it didn't, what just happened to it? So let me power off this machine. It seems like everything is done, so you do not need to worry about anything. We have just done with everything that is required. You can just now open your Kali Linux, so by clicking on it, and it will be booted within few seconds. So this is the new interface, which is something look like this. So just make sure to, yeah, everything is fine, everything is perfect, everything is running. This is the new interface, so you can just literally go with this. Seems like it is enough for this session. So we have just literally done with the Kali Linux, its installation, downloads, configurations, using different interfaces, installing different package managers, updating, upgrading, changing the desktop environment from simple X face to genome, and doing so many things. So yeah, this is enough for this session. I will see you in the next lecture, where I will teach you how actually you can use Kali Linux, basically, which will be a complete command line, in which I will tell you, I will teach you how we can master the Kali Linux or any Linux operating system. So take care. And one most important thing, like, you can ask me that, have can you give me the command. You can just register to the chat gpt, which is basically OpenAI, and you can just ask chat gpt to please give me the command to install genome desktop environment, and they're gonna tell you that, hey, just run the sudo apt update, and after that you just need to type sudo apt install genome core, and you can just select this one or this one. I will recommend you to go with this one. If you have heavy system, if you have light system, just go with this one. If you, even though if you skip the step, no worries at all. So I think everything is fine, just we have just done with it. So take care, I'll see you in our third lecture. So have a good day. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to our third session. In this session, I will teach you all the necessary commands for Kali Linux. As you remember, we have done so far two lectures, two sessions. In the first session, I explained cybersecurity, its components, branches, like offensive, defensive security. Also, then we have learned about penetration testing, how it works, what kind of white box, black box, and gray box testing is. And then we learn about Kali Linux, an introduction to Kali Linux, how you can install and configure the Kali Linux, each and everything that should be compulsory or necessary for a beginner. That was very user friendly. And in this section, I will actually teach you how um, how you can master the art of Kali Linux. Means we will learn all the basics and advanced commands of Kali Linux. So in this section I will purely focus on the command line of Linux. So let me open the notes where I just wrote all the necessary commands for Linux. Yeah, here it is. All right, so don't worry, I'm gonna provide you all these notes which contain all the necessary commands that you should have. So without wasting any time, let's jump into the machine that we have configured last time. So we're gonna open it. Okay, it's gonna take few seconds and we will be boot into our machine. uh, yeah, I will put some necessary commands here. Also I will keep looking here that what kind of commands there should be necessary that we should go with. Alright, so we are back. The Linux has been booted, so it's the time to start commands. Yeah, we're gonna play with command line. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is to open any terminal. So far let's open this one, seems okay to me, and let me maximize it a bit so you will be able to see it in a good way. uh let's zoom it a bit. Okay, no, I hope you can see it very clearly. Okay, so the first thing is to learn about which user is currently on this machine. Like if you want to know about the current user that that are using this terminal, definitely that are logged in, so you can find the current user with the help of who am I. Who am I will tell you that hey, you are a Kali user. So currently I'm a Kali user, a simple Kali user, that's all. Okay, there is only one user on this machine which is Kali, and it is showing me that you are a Kali user. As well as we have another user too which is a root user, I'll tell you later. After this, if you want to learn that where I am currently, in which directory I am, so you can just press ls command. Ls will tell you that hey, currently you are in this directory, in a home directory, in Kali directory, like which contain desktop, downloads, documents, music, pictures, etc. These are the directories that contain current that are inside in the current directory that we are. Now you will be confused that what is the current directory, how I can know about the current directory, where I am exactly. So you can just type pwd. Pwd will let you know that you are in a current directory which is basically home Kali. So in currently you are in a Kali directory which is the part of home directory, which is the subdirectory of home directory. This is how it works. Okay, after this, if you want to switch your user from a normal user towards the root user, you can literally do it with the help of sudo su, and it will ask you for the password. You just need to type the password and press enter. It will not show the password on the screen. Why? Because of some masking techniques, security purposes. Okay, you can just type enter, and now you can literally see that I am no a root user. So a Kali user is just a simple user who have some specific permissions, but a root user is a one who have all the privileges, read, write, and executable permissions to all kind of files. There is no restriction for a root user, but there is some certain restriction or a lot of restriction for a normal user. So if I type again who am I, you can clearly see it is telling me that hey, you are a root user. This is how it works. No, the next thing is to clear the screen. You can literally do it by just typing clear. This is how you can clear the screen. And if you want to show some output on the terminal, how you can do it, you can just type echo. Okay, echo, and just use these two colons and type something inside it like hello world. After this, just press enter. It seems like I just put this exclamatory mark, that's why it is giving me some sort of error, so we just cannot use it inside the command. What I'm gonna do, I will clear the screen and I will retype hello, hello world, and that's all. And you can clearly see that the hello world has been printed on my terminal. This is how it works when you want to print something on the terminal. Okay, after this, if I ls it, you can see I'm here. No, I will redirected myself to the desktop. Remember, Kali Linux have a very good feature. You do not need to type the entire name of any directory or any file while execution. You can just type the first few words and then you can press tab. This tab will automatically completed all the things automatically complete your query. Now if I type D and then press tabbing, you can clearly see I can navigate to all those directories or files. Definitely currently I have only directories, so it is navigating me to all the directories that is starting from D. So this is how you can do it. And if you want to go for two keywords, you can literally go it and you can clearly see that it working fine, and you can just press enter. So with the help of cd desktop, you are now inside in a desktop directory. Yeah, desktop, you are now on the desktop, and the proof is this. You can clearly see currently I am in my desktop. If I type pwd, you can clearly see that I'm now inside in my desktop directory. This is how it works. Now let's start things. Things are going cool. The next thing that I'm gonna teach you is how you can create a folder or a directory. So you can literally create a directory by typing a command mkdir. Hey, make a directory. I'm telling to my Linux, I'm giving the command to make a directory and give it a name of commands. I will create a directory with commands name. Okay, and then when I ls it to list me, you can clearly see that it literally created a directory for me. Now I want to go inside it, so I just need to type cd commands, and you can clearly see that if I type pwd, I am now inside in my commands directory. I will try to execute all the stuff inside this directory as I have created it specially. So the next thing, if I go to my application to confirm that everything is working fine, go to the files, go to the desktop, you can clearly see that it is the command directory, and this log shows that it is created by a root user. That's why it will have only readable permission, not executable permission, or you just cannot copy it or move it to anywhere. As a normal user, remember, as a root user you can do whatever you want. Okay, so we're gonna see it. After this, I have teach you how you can create a directory. Now it is the time to teach you about the files, how you can create files. You can literally create files with the help of touch command. Touch file .txt. Like I want to create a txt file, you can do it. Or even though you want to create it an html file, you can do it. Or even though you can create a backup file with any extension, it doesn't matter at all. Whatever you are interested in, it gonna create a file for you. But currently I wanna go with the txt, a simple file. And if I ls it, you can clearly see that it has been shown me that hey, I have created a file for you. Now if you want to see the content of that particular file, how you can do it, you can just cat it with the help of cat command, fi and tab. With the help of cat command, it will show you the content of a file. Now currently there is nothing inside it, that's why it is showing me that hey, all well, means everything is empty. So that's why it is giving me empty response. Now the thing is, you can also create a file with the help of nano command. So you can just type, nano is a utility that is pre-installed in Kali Linux, so you can utilize it. Nano file 2.txt. And now you can clearly see you are now in a nano text editor, and you can type something, for example hello world, and after that if you want to save it, you can do it with the help of control s. and you can see wrote one line has been written successfully. Now you can execute yourself by typing Control X. Remember, with the help of Control X you can save the file, you can save the data inside that particular file, and with the help of Control X you can you can just terminate the nano. Now if I clear the screen, type ls, and now if I type to see the result inside second file, you can clearly see it contains some data which is basically hello world. You can directly put some data inside it, but I want to show you the third technique too. It might be very useful for you. You can use leafpad. Leafpad have a graphical user interface. This is a text editor in Linux. You have to install it. In case if it is not, you just need to type leafpad on the terminal, and it will tell you, hey, it is your first time, you do not have a leafpad, do you want to install it? I will say yes, I really want to install it, and within few seconds leafpad gonna install. Okay, that's cool. Now we are clearly able to use leafpad. So now you can use leafpad, and this time I will use the first file, which is an empty file. If you remember, if you type here something like file 4.txt or 3.txt which is not exist already in the current directory, it doesn't matter at all. If there is no file, leafpad will automatically create a file for you. If you have a file, that's cool, you can also modify that file. So currently I have a file files.txt, and I'm gonna do some operations on it. So leafpad, and you can clearly see that the text editor has been opened. Now here I can do what I want. Hello brother, how are you? Hey Masoud, I am fine, thank you. So this is how it works. Now to save it, you can just click file and save. It has been saved. Otherwise you can type control s and all done. No, close it. Okay, we have just done with it. Now if you type ls, let's explore it. Let's see the result. Files.txt, you can clearly see it contain two lines, which is a query and the response to the query. This is how nanowork, leafpad works, and simple touch command works. No, the most important thing is you can use echo command in order to create files and redirect some data into it. Now how you can do it? You can just type echo these two colons and hey. For example, hey is our query, or hey is a command that I want to inject, or a data that I want to inject in any particular file. Now remember, I do not have any file, so I can use this redirect sample, the forward redirect sample, and I will tell to the echo that hey, please redirect the data in a file 3.txt. Now what this echo will do, if there is no file 3.txt, it will automatically create it. As you know, in our case we do not have any file 3.txt, so you just need to type enter and type ls. You can clearly see that I have file 3.txt, so you can get it and just see the result which contain hello. Now I want to add another line like hello, hey is already been added there. Okay, and remember to navigate to the previous and next commands, to navigate to the previous and next commands, you can use the up arrow and down arrow on the right side of your keyboard. Okay, yeah, you can use the up arrow and down arrow, left arrow, right arrow for moving to the left side, to the right side, and up and down arrow for navigating the commands, previous commands and next commands. So you can always use your previous commands, you do not need to retype it. No, you know that I have already file 3.txt which contain hey. I want to add another line, and this time I'm gonna tell to the echo that please add how are you. Now what this will do, if I clean the screen, you can clearly see I have get file 3.txt which contain how are you. But where is the first line? The first line has been removed. Means this single redirector is basically what this single redirector is doing. It is basically we can say that removing the old data and overwriting the new data, which I really don't want to do it, because the file can contain thousands of lines and I really interested into put my new data into a new line, not into the not by removing the entire line. So what I can do in this case is I can use double redirect sample, like there is already how are you, remember I want to add another line, I am fine thank you. So how I can do it, I will just type echo this two colons and hey, I am fine thank you, and I want to redirect this data. I will remember I will use double redirect sign. Okay, double forward redirect sign, not a single. Double will not you can say overload the data, so it will just use the next lines by keeping the old data onto the existing line. So I will type up file3.txt, and if I know ls it get file 3.txt, you can clearly see that the data has been added. This is how these things work. This is pretty cool. I hope you learn the art of creating files, different files, and manipulating the data inside it. Remember, these are something, to be honest, which is very 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 important. Okay, so I have all this stuff. Now let's navigate ourselves to the notes, that which kind of commands we have, so we can just go. Okay, yeah, I want to show you some copy move files. That's cool. Okay, so let's open another terminal. So what I will do here, if I type ls, you can clearly see where am I. Like, let's go to the desktop. Okay, and go to the commands. Now let's give a root permission to our terminal. So this is my second terminal. Okay, I want to move this file. At first I want to copy this file to my desktop. So how I can do it, I will literally type cp for copy the file. Remember, you can copy the one file, you can copy one file, you can copy multiple file, you can copy the entire folder or directory. So I will type file1.txt. okay, file.txt. Then this is the file, and after that you need to provide the destination, like where you wanna copy this file. I want to paste this file in desktop, which is in home, Kali, and desktop. By just tapping tab, it will be automatically completed, and press enter. You can clearly see that I have used this command, so it seems like this file has been copied to the home, Kali, and desktop directory. If I ls it, the file is already exist. Why? Because you know that I have copied it, not paste, not move it. So if I ls, if I go one directory back again, remember I didn't teach you that one directory back, so just don't worry about it. So if I type cd desktop, you can clearly see that the desktop contain file .txt that I have copied. That's cool. Now if I want to move any file, how I can do it, I can use the same technique, but this time I will not use cp. This time I'm gonna use a move command. Okay, so you can just type move and file3.txt, the file that you want to move, and you can provide the destination to the directory where you want to move this file. So I will just type home, Kali, desktop. So I want to copy it to the desktop, and if I ls it, you can clearly see this file is no more here. But if I ls here to my desktop, you can clearly see it contain file3.txt. You can literally do the same thing, like if you want to move it from here again to the previous location, so you can just use it by typing home, Kali, desktop commands, and permission denied. You know why? Because that directory is a root directory. That's why you cannot do it. You have to switch your user from a normal user towards a root user. I have switched. Now you can copy the same command, because it is hard always to type commands. Remember, you have to type all the commands, so everything will uh, on your everything will be on your fingertips. Now you can see that the file has been moved. Okay, now be careful. I am currently in my home directory. Okay, I want to go one directory back to desktop. How I can do it? I can do it by typing cd dot dot. This cd dot dot will tell to the terminal that I want to go one directory back. Just type enter, and now you can clearly see that if I type pwd, I am now in my desktop, not in my command directory. This is how you can do one directory back. And if you want to go one directory forward, like in your commands, you can do it with the help of cd and the name of the directory. Now here is a twist. The twist is, I am currently in my commands directory. Okay, I am in my command directory. I want to go to directory back, so not in a desktop but in my Kali directory. I wanna go here. Okay, how I can do it? I can just type cd dot dot forward slash dot dot forward slash. This dot dot forward slash, at first the first dot dot forward slash will tell to the terminal that please lend me one directory back, and the second dot dot forward slash will tell to the terminal that please lend me second directory back. So two commands will be executed simultaneously, and you will be landed into Kali directory directly. Yeah, so if you type enter, you can clearly see that I have just moved myself from home to Kali. And if I type pwd, you can clearly see that I am now in my Kali directory. And to be honest, you can just go there again and use the same command. If you want to go 3 directory go back, 4 directory back, whatever you are there, you can just literally go, and you can clearly see that currently I am in my home directory. This is a very smooth command. So this is how it works. You can again go inside the Kali ls cd desktop, ls cd commands, ls. Yeah, this is the current directory that we are working on. No, the thing is, I want to teach you something more. Okay, so one important thing I forgot to tell you, that how you can actually remove any file. Okay, like you wanna remove it, how you can actually do it. There is a file 1.txt. At first I will teach you how you can make a same copy of any file, then I will teach you how you can remove it. So this is the file file.txt, and I want to make a copy. So you can just type cp file.txt, and then the you can say that you can give it another name like copy.txt. I hope it work. And if you ls it, you can clearly see that I have copied the same file in a current directory. That's why I didn't specify any directories. So I wanna paste it, I wanna make a copy in the same directory. You in same directory, you just you do not need to provide any kind of full path. Okay, you can just type the file name by giving a space. So you can see that I have a copy. If I get a copy, you can clearly see it contains some lines. Now I will create another directory. No, I'm not gonna create another directory. I will teach you how you can remove this file. You can just remove this file by typing rm and name of the file that you want to perform some sort of operations, and by typing rm means remove. You can clearly see I have no copy left. I wanna recreate it. Let's do it. Recreate. Why? Because I need it for some purposes. No, I have teach you how you can remove the file, how you can actually remove the file. But remember, this command is not going to work on the entire directory that contain files. How? Let's create a directory mkdir, and after that I wanna create a directory and I will name it test. Okay, so you can clearly see that my current directory contain test. Let's clear the screen. Let's copy this, move this file, move this copy file. I wanna move the copy.txt file inside test directory. Okay, and if you ls it, let's see that is it working. Yeah, it contain the test directory now contain copy.txt. Let's go one directory back, and I want to remove the test directory. How I can do it? You can just type rm test.txt, and remember they are telling me how you cannot use rm because test is a directory. So you can do it with the help of rm minus sign, like negative sign or hyphen, and rf, and then you can just specify the name of the directory. It will remove all the it will remove that particular directory, and also it will remove the file inside that particular directory. So if you type ls, if you type enter and then ls, you can clearly see the entire directory has been removed, literally including all the you can say all the necessary files inside it. So this is how you can remove directories. Let's go to the notes. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. We have some, like, if you want to give some read permission, executable permission, and write permission, how you can do it. For example, I have a bash script. Let's say for example, let's create a bash script. It is not going to be a bash script, just a dummy data. So let's say that it is bash demo script, and I will redirect it in a file, and I will give it a name bash.sh. Bash.sh have always a .sh extension, remember. So if I ls it, you can clearly see that it have bash demo script. Okay, it should not be like this. rm, let's do it again. Okay, just do this in this way. Yeah, it is fine. So if I want to give it a read, the thing is, I think I should remove this rm bash demo script, and there should be only a cat bash.sh. So let's put some dummy data into it, or even though, let's go to ChatGPT. Remember, ChatGPT always gonna help us. Write me a simple bash script that ask how are you, and I should reply, and it also gives me some response. So just wait for it. Okay, it have created a base simple script for us. So let's copy it. After that, let's open the bash.sh file with leaf pad and paste the script. I have literally pasted the script in this way. Okay, this is how it works. This is how it looks like. Now save it by using Control S. It has been saved, and if you get the bash.sh, you can clearly see it contain a simple script. So now the thing is, I want to give it a read, write, and executable permission. How I can do it? You can just type chmod plus x and bash.sh. Now you can clearly see currently it have a white color, and the color will be changed. It is no executable files will be something look like this. So now you can execute it. You can just type bash and then bash dot sh name of the file, and it is asking me hello, how are you today, enter fine or not so good. So I will just type fine because I'm fine, I'm really fine, and they just tell me that that's a great to have. Remember, just you do not need to write these kind of scripts because I know you do not have bash knowledge. I just did some experiment to show you how you can create executable files, so you will be able in future to execute it. You can apply the same method on python scripts too, on bash scripts too. that will be our current that will be our future topics when I will teach you batch scripting. Don't worry, um, I have an entire you can call it um, module for batch scripting, so just ignore it right now. Okay, I have teach you how you can create files and put data inside it and execute it. It seems like it is fine. Now the second thing is, if you want to list the current processes, you can just type ps and it will tell you that, hey, currently this process is running on your current terminal, you can say. And if you want to execute it on the next level, like you want to know about you want to display the information, display system information and process, you want to display the system information and processes, you can type top command, top. This top command will tell you what kind of processes is running, what kind of commands they are utilizing, each who is using it, are they a simple user or they are root user, what is the process of process id of those particular current we can call it process that are running. So this is how much cpu they are using, how much ram memory they are using. So you can just type control x to stop it. So this is how the top command work. Now the most important thing is, if you want to kill any command, like there is some background process running and you are not interested at all to that they should run further, so you can literally copy their PID, process ID, and just type on the terminal kill. For example, I want to kill a process that have user ID 1494, and when I type enter this literally, to be very honest, this will be, no, I want to show you practical. So just let's open any process. This is a tool which have a name of deer search. So seems like I have opened it, and the next thing is, let's retype the top command, top. Okay, so let's see that am I able to see that particular command here or not. I hope so. It seems like it have genome terminal, so it's okay, I'll leave it right now. The thing is, you know the important thing is, you just have the knowledge how you can terminate any particular command, any particular process. So you can literally do it with the help of kill, and then you just need to provide the process id and press enter, and that process will be terminated. And if you remember, in windows, what we do, we just open our task manager and go to any particular task. Like for example, I want to terminate this task manager, so I can end the process and this will be terminated. The same way on the command line you can do it on linux. Okay, after that, if you want to display the file and directory space usages, like files and directory space usage, you can type do, and you can see that I don't know what kind of result it have just given me, so just ignore it in case. Okay, uh, it is for disk, it is df. Okay, so let's go with df, and you can clearly see that my total file system and udev have this much data, which is 0% utilized, and temp fs have 1% data utilization. Similarly, I have one directory that might be possible, my ssd, which is dev sda1, and it is by 22% utilized, where my system is hosted. If you redirect yourself towards it, you will get the answers. But this is how you can just know about the utilization of memory, that how much not memory, how much you can say disk is being utilized. Yes, after that, if you want to know about the network interface and information, display the network interface and information, how you can do it, you can just type if config. this inconfig will tell you that this is your current local IP address, and currently this is your, you can say that it is your home address definitely, and you are currently connected with Ethernet cable. Okay, so this is Ethernet cable, and this is your local IP address provided by your, you can call it, your router. And if you want to know about your internet IP, you can just go to the Google and type what is my IP. Here you will be able to see some websites like this first one and this second one. So it gonna let you know that, hey, this is your IPv4, and currently I'm definitely from Tank City, and the region is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and my country is Pakistan, and I am using, the ISP is basically telecommunication limited. So this is all the personal information that I have shared you. So just in case you wanna know about your IP address, where you're from, and blah 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 blah. So this is how it works. This is basically your internet IP address, not your local IP address. Okay, so yeah, this was cool. If you want to know about that, that's cool. You just type that, and it will let you know what is the that what's that is currently, what is the time XYZ. So now let's proceed to some important things. Now you wanna download something from internet, and you are not interested at all to do it manually. So to do it, automatically, how you can do it? For example, there is a file on GitHub directory. Let's say, let's common.txt, GitHub for brute force. This is just a simple brute force file on GitHub for hackers, where they wanna brute force any directory. So I will just go inside it. This is the file that contains some keywords which you can do some brute force, and we will learn it in future. No, I'm just telling you how you can actually download stuff from the internet. So just don't worry about it. The one thing is you can download the file from here directly, and the second thing is you can just click on raw, and once you click on the raw, you can see it has been viewed in a very good format. So you can just copy the entire URL, go back to your machine, and you can just type wget. You can download stuff with the help of wget, and then paste the file, paste the, the exact URL that you have copied right now. So you can just paste it and enter, and you can clearly see, seems like it has been downloaded. Common.txt save, which contain this kind of stuff, and it is 35 KB only, downloaded in 0.2 seconds. If you ls it, you can clearly see we have common.txt, and you can open it in leafpad common.txt. So this contain all those keywords that can be brute force in order to find out hidden directories or content, or whatever you call it. Okay, so that was good. After that, just ignore this one here. Okay, okay, if you remember last time, I have teach you how actually you can download the Google Chrome, and save you, and after downloading it, how actually you can literally install it in your Kali machine. Now remember, Kali Linux is Debian based, so that's why you have to install Debian packages. Let's maximize it. I don't know what stuff is running on the background, so let's remove it. You can just always type, okay, control, alt control, and it will be opened. So the thing is, I want to open my Firefox because I'm really interested in to download my, if you remember, I want to download my Chrome. It's my favorite browser, to be honest, even though it is not secure at all. So you can just type CHROME Chrome, just type Chrome, that's all. Or the good thing is to just type download Chrome. and it landed me to the first website. Let's go. And they just told me that click download the Chrome. I have click on it is telling me you wanna go with .dab or .rpm. Remember, .dab is for Debian, Ubuntu, Kali Linux, all these. So you can go with the first one, and if you are using Fedora, you can just go with the second one. I will go with the first one. And you can see that the download has been started. It is almost 100 MBs, and it will be downloaded within few seconds. So let's give it a wait, and remember, it will be redirected to yours download folder. So we have to go to the download folder in like I'm currently on my desktop. Let's say I'm in my desktop. If I go one directory back, so yeah, here we have the download folder in my Kali official repository. So I will just type cd desktop, cd downloads, and ls. You can clearly see that it is going to be downloaded sooner. Let's give it some time. Seems like it has been downloaded. To be honest, it has been downloaded, and that's something which is showing in red. You have to give it a root permission. So how you have to make it executable. How you can do it? Just type chmod plus x, and then just type GOOG and press tab. It will be automatically completed. Now if you type ls, you can literally see that it is fine. Now we can install it. To install it, you can just type dpkg. Remember, this is same for all Debian based packages. You can literally install all of them with the help of this command, dpkg hyphen I space hyphen I, and then name of the package that you want to install. So I will just type Google Chrome, and it will take few seconds. It will unpack the entire and literally it will be able to automatically install for you. Now the thing is, we just need to confirm that it has been installed or not. So you can just navigate your mouse to this and just type Chrome, CHRO, and you can clearly see that the Chrome has been installed. And if I press OK, you can clearly see that my Chrome browser is working perfectly. I can just navigate myself to Google or to anywhere in order to use it. This is how you can install all kind of Debian based packages in your Chrome browsers, sorry, in your Kali Linux. In future, if you need something, you can literally download their Debian based extension based package, and then you can just simply install it with the help of dpkg-i, and then name of the package. I hope you are getting a lot. You are learning some new stuff. Even though if you are a old user, still you have learning a lot of things. No, here is a twist. I want to show you. Let me clear the screen. Okay, if you remember, if there is a ls command, if you want to learn about the documentation of ls command, you can just type man and name of the command that you want to read the documentation. Like there is a ls command. I really have no idea how it works. What does it documentation look like? How does it documentation look like? XYZ. You can get all the detail with the help of man command, and this man command will let you know that hey, these are all the literally possible documentation of ls command that you can utilize it. So this is how, if you want to read more about any particular document, you can sorry, command, you can do it with the help of this. And the second thing is, if you want to know about the history, that which commands you have executed so far, so on, you can just type history. You can clearly see this currently tell me 23 to 24 commands that hey, you have right now in this terminal, in this particular terminal, executed this sort of commands. If I type to my old terminal, which I have executed lots of commands, you can literally clearly see that I have executed so many commands here. Okay, so this is how it works. History command is a pretty good command. If you want to know about the history of any command, you will get everything here. That's cool. After that, if you want to know about, if you want to display some information about the particular, we can say, if you want to display some information about the system, you can just type uname and hyphen a, and this will let you know that hey, you are using Kali Linux. It is the kernel version, and it is, it have latest update, and it is x64, x60, x86 and 64-bit operating system, which means that it is perfectly working for 64 and 32-bit. Alright guys, there are few commands remaining. I will tell you at the end. Seems like it is enough, but here is a twist. I want to tell you something more about the some common directories that are basically important. You should have knowledge about them. So basically we have slash forward slash etc directory in Linux, var directory in Linux, root by itself, and then a temp directory. So the etc folder short for etc is commonplace location to store system files that are used by your operating system. All the files that is needed by an operating system will be here in etc folder, etc directory. The operating system can utilize this. Then we have the slash var directory. Slash var is a directory with var being short form of variable, short for variable data, so it contains all the variable data. Is one of the main root folder found in Linux install. So it is the root folder that are already, that will be pre-installed, comes pre-installed in your root folder. This folder stores data that is frequently accessed or overwritten by the services or application running in a system. So your system services or running applications will frequently use the data that are being, fastly replaced or fastly modified. All the data will be inside in a where directory. For example, your system logs that's frequently replace their self, or adding new logs or removing old logs or something they are doing. So all this stuff will be in your var directory. For example, let's give you an example so for the better understanding. For example, log files from running services and application are written here in var where log. So basically we have forward slash where and forward slash log directory, which contain all the logs of your system or other data that is not necessary associated with the specific user, for example database and like. Let's go to the Linux and type cd forward slash. So these are the directories like var, etc. All these directories will be here in a root directory. So you can just type var and ls, and you can just go to the log, cd log, what I'm doing. So cd log, you can clearly see that currently I'm inside var log, and this will give you all the necessary files and directory that contain different logs. For example, if you want to go to the Apache, Apache 2, it will contain your web logs. Okay, the error is, for example, the error is the access and the other vhost logs. This is a new operating system, definitely we didn't use anything, that's why it do not contain anything confidential. So similarly, if you go one directory back, there is a boot file. So where we are, just cd dot, yeah, here we have a boot.log. You can just get the boot.log, and you will be able to see all the boot's logs here. This is how logs work. These are the directories that are being used for different purposes. Similarly, we have a root directory, and basically, unlike the home directory, the root folder is actually the home for a root system user. There is not any more than this folder, or than just understanding that this is home directory for a root user. In short, in a very simple words, that this root directory is basically a home directory for a root users, that for a root user, that's all. Then we have a temp directory. It is basically a unique root directory found on Linux install. Short form is temporary. The temp directory is volatile. Remember, it is a volatile and is used to store data that only needed to be accessed once or twice. So all the data that the system will need to access one time or two times, the data will be stored in a temp directory, similar to the memory on your computer. Okay, on the computer, when the once the computer is restart, the content of this folder are clear out. So the content inside that particular folder will be clear out. And we have already learned so many commands. So yeah, here is one more important command. Like you wanna execute multiple commands, how you can do it. You can do it, for example, I want to upgrade and update and upgrade my my Linux using one command. No, how I can do it? I can do it by just typing apt update and remember, and apt upgrade. Now this what it gonna do, at first it will run the first command, which is apt update, and once the update is done, then it gonna use the second command for upgradation, and it will upgrade my command, upgrade my system. So you can use simultaneous command using and operator. And if you want to run something on the background, assigning it a process id, how you can do it? You can literally do it in this way. For example, apt update, you can just one type and the session will be assigned to the background, and it is currently giving me an error. Why? Because already another process is running, so you just cannot run simultaneous. Here you can see they assign me the process id, so later on you can kill the process if you want by just typing kill and the number. So with the help of single end, you can provide it a session that will run on the background. And if you want to use a double sign, you can literally do it. Here I got some error, just ignore it. Right, no, this was just to teach you how you can run multiple commands simultaneously. Yeah, this is how it gonna work. And after that, let me tell you about find command. Yeah, find or locate. Let's clear the screen. Cd go home, kali desktop commands, which is our folder. And if you want to find something, you can just type locate or find and name of the command. For example, common.txt. So you can clearly see it located me the common.txt in this current directory, in etc, in users shared. You can literally see all the common.txt files. So later on, this is how you can actually find any command, and then you can use it, utilize it. With the help of locate command, you can find any file anywhere in your system, and it will show you the content of that particular data. Okay, that's cool. After that, we have a grep command. Yeah, this should be the last one. Okay, so if it have currently, then it's good. Otherwise, yeah, here. For example, let's say this is the IP address. Okay, let me open any file. Leafpad file.txt. Okay, so it is a file that contains thousands of lines, and I'm really interested in this particular data. So how I can do it? i can just type grep command, grep, and then just specify the data that you want to find. How you can do it? You can just paste the data, and you can paste the data using control shift and v, and then you can just give the name of the file. Like I want to find this data into this particular file. So how I can do it? Just type enter. If the data is there, it gonna reflect you the data in a red format. If it is not, then it gonna reflect you empty message, like nothing. For example, if I remove this stuff and if I enter, you can clearly see it reflects me nothing, which means that there is no data available. Okay, so this is how it works. So this was a grep command. Seems like I have done pretty all the things that is necessary. You can just read the documentation. You can just read through this stuff, and you can just review the video twice, and everything will be done. Later on I will teach you how you can connect remotely with any machine when we will start doing our penetration testing. So you can just ignore it for the sake of the tutorial right now, because we do not have a remote machine right now, so we just cannot use SSH. Okay, so have a good day. I'll see you in the next tutorial, that is going to be let me see. Okay, the next tutorial will be totally about Burp Suite. It is going to be a fun. We are going to start our web application penetration testing. So have a good day, take care, bye. Alright guys, welcome back to the branded news session, and in this session we are going to cover about reconnaissance, how you can approach your target initially. We are going to cover so many things on initial level that is much important for a penetration tester. Okay, so basically in cybersecurity, reconnaissance refers to the process of gathering information about the about potential target. A net potential target can be a computer system, network, or a website. Basically we do reconnaissance to identify vulnerabilities and potential points of attack. It's the first step, for a hacker or a security expert to expert tech to understand the target before launching any attack or defense. It is the initial step. You have to gain information as much as you can about your target. The more you have information, the more there is a chances to break into the network or a website, whatever you call it, or a computer system, so it will be easy for you to hack into it. That's why reconnaissance is always important. So basically in reconnaissance we have two main types. The one is passive recon and the one is active recon. The second one is active recon. Now you might be asked that hey, we just already covered this kind of things, but believe me, this is totally different, and I'm going to change your perspective, so don't worry, we will learn everything from basic to most advanced level. Okay, in passive reconnaissance is a method of gathering information about a target such as website or a network without directly engaging or alerting the target. It involves observing and collecting publicly available data, analyzing it to understand the target, and to understand the target by finding vulnerabilities, configurations. I'm sorry. So okay, so basically passive reconnaissance is a method of gathering information about a target such as a website or a network without directly engaging or alerting the target. It involves observing and collecting publicly available data. So you will need to use the publicly available data in order to get as much as passively information that you can. So there will be no need to alert the target directly. Analyzing it to understand the target vulnerabilities, configurations. So you will in this phase you will try to understand about is the target is vulnerable, what kind of vulnerabilities it exists, publicly available vulnerabilities, what kind of configurations they have, and you will try to find out the potential weaknesses into your target, basically. It is like watching and listening from a distance to learn about someone or something without interacting with them directly. So this is how it works. And we have some basic queries. You can do it with your Linux, like you can hit the whois command. You can to look for the server information and so much other things. And also we have ns lookup command, we have dig command. So let's explore them one by one. At first let me check. Okay, so I'll need to open my machine, already open. Okay, so let's go with whois. You can use whois. It is by default installed in Kali Linux. Then you can just go with the target domain. For example, try hackme.com, and it will give me all the publicly available information about the try hack me, like the registered country, their code, their contact details, each and everything, from where they belong. So there is so many things that you can just read through it. You can also get information with the help of this whois command if you are initially approaching your target. So you might ended up by finding different kind of information regarding your target. Then we have ns lookup. So ns lookup means name server lookup. You can always use ns lookup command. Try hackme.com to find out some informations about the target. So you can see this is the domain, the address, and some other information like the server ip address, the server address. So you can basically get some basic information with this. Also you can go with dig command. So you dig try hackme.com. You can go with it. It will also give you some basic information about the server, and basically it involves some basic information. Yeah, so this is how some of the basic command works in passive reconnaissance. After that we have some important things, like you can use you can use the dns dumpster, you can use the shodan.io. so let's don't worry, you will get the notes up. Okay, so you can just go with the dns dumpster, and it is the official website where you can launch the you can just do a dns recon and research to find look up and DNS record about any target. So if I try hack me, try hackme.com and press enter, it will give me all the available information about the target that is publicly available. So if I zoom it a bit, you can literally see it is giving me some of the if I scroll it down a bit, so basically the mx record, they are using some google kind of stuff, dns record, dns server record, text record, and the host record. You can clearly see we have successfully found some of the subdomains, which is basically remote.tryhackme.com, blog.tryhackme.com, and help.tryhackme.com. and after that we can actually use these stuff in order to get some more information. Like if you just move your cursor, you can see that find host sharing this ip, and get http header, trace path, search banners, and you can even though use nmap port scan actively from here, which is not recommended at all, but still you can use it. Quick nmap scan, and it will give you the result which for port is open, which is filter, which is closed, xyz. So this is how the dns dumpster work. After this we have the shodan.io. so you can just go through it. The shodan.io, it have free as well as premium both. So basically it is a search engine for the internet of everything. Okay, means shodan is world first search engine of internet connected device. Discover how internet intelligence can help you to better decision, to make a better decision. And even though you can look for the different vulnerabilities if you want. So if I type here something, let's say tryhackme.com, you can just go through it, and it will give you all the information about tryhackme.com, which port is open, which is closed, where they are located. Total result they got is basically 3. France, you can see Ireland, and some of the other. So you can just go inside it and look further information about your target. You might ended up by finding some special ports number, or you can find some unique locations or CVEs. Yes, you can basically find them. So after this you can I have written here some commands for you, and I'll recommend you to do it by yourself. Who is tryhackme.com, I have already done it for you. Similarly, you can look for DNS a record with the help of this command, DNS max record. So these are the some basic commands. You can use it if you want, otherwise you can skip it. After this, we have something important that I really want to discuss with you. So basically, we have no active reconnaissance. In active reconnaissance refers to the process of actively gathering information about the target network or system. It involves direct interaction and scanning attempts to identify open port services and potential vulnerabilities. So literally, you will be directly interacting with your target to find out the open ports, services, potential vulnerabilities by scanning them and doing so many things with the target. This detective work helps security expert or a hacker to find vulnerabilities or weaknesses before launching any attack. So this is how it works. After this, we in active recon, you can use a webalizer to grab some information, like it is a Chrome tool. If I visit the Chrome browser, you can just go to the Google and type webalizer Chrome extension. So you can just go through it, and you can just literally add it to your you can just simply add it from here, and once you add it, you will be able to see it like this. Let's say that I have my website, which is basically MasaudSec.com, and I'm really interested in to look some basic information about it. So I can always use webalizer, and you can see it clearly told me that hey, it is based on WordPress. So it is a WordPress based website. I'm using WooCommerce, and the version of it, so many things, so basically this is how the webalizer work. So webalizer also is a kind of passive reconnaissance, so just don't worry about it. The target will not be alert. You can use ping command to check whether the server is active or dead of your target, like ping google.com. If it is giving you back response, then it means that the server is active and it is good to go to do some further attacks over it. Okay, after this, you can use traceroute command. The traceroute command traces the route taken by the packets from your system to another host. For example, you can just go with trace route, and what I just type trace route, let's say google.com. So yeah, it will give you all the information that is required. That works. You can clearly see how it works. After this, what we gonna do, basically, it is the time to do some active reconnaissance stuff. Like Nmap always plays so much important role into this kind of work. So you can always use Nmap. Network Mapper is a powerful and versatile open source tool used for network exploration and security auditing. It is designed to discover host services and vulnerabilities within the computer network. Nmap employs a variety of scanning techniques to gather information about the target system, such as port scanning, version detection, OS operating system fingerprinting. It is widely used by the network administrator and security professionals for both legitimate network management tasks and security assessment. So what we will do here, we will learn some basics command about Nmap. You can just type we need a target, let's say ping test php dot wallenweb.com. Yeah, I got the IP address. So I'll copy this IP and we are going to test this. So you can just type nmap and the IP address for the basic scan. It will scan for you. This will perform a basic scan on the target IP to identify open ports and services. After that, we have the second scan, which is basically TCP sync scan. Some people also called it stealth scan. This scan sends TCP sync packets to determine the open ports, often used for stealthy scanning. So you can use the stealthy scanning in order to determine the open ports. So how you can do it? Actually, you can use it nmap -ss and then IP address of the target, and you can clearly see that the first scan just give me the result, which told me that hey, there is only one port open, which is 80 port for websites hypertext transfer protocol. You can see the services as it is showing open. So, and the second one didn't work for us. It told me host seems down if it really up, but blocking us to ping. So basically it is blocking us. That's why you can use always pn if the target is blocking you. How you can use it? You can just type p and n. This is how it works. After this, the target is not going to block you. You can just scan it if you want. Now we have the third scan, which is basically TCP connect scan. This can establish a full TCP scan connection with each port to check the openness. For the openness, so you can check for the open ports with the help of with the help of this TCP connect scan, which is basically nmap space -st. So I'll this always take time. That's why I'll open another terminal and I'll just go with nmap -st and I'll hit the IP address of the target. Remember, if it blocking you, you can always go with the pn. So yeah, this will started giving you the result. Yeah, I think this ST is fine. Now we have UDP scan. So basically the scan checks for the open UDP ports, which are we have two type of ports. The one is TCP based ports and the other is UDP based ports. And I'll recommend you to just go to the YouTube and search about OSI model and learn some basic about networking. Yeah, basically these are very basic. So even though you can just let me show you something. You can just go to the chat GPT as always, and you can just type what is the difference between TCP and UDP, and you can ask the first question that what is TCP UDP, then it will give you each and everything. So TCP stand for transmission control protocol and UDP stand for user datagram protocol, are the two transport layers protocol used in computer networks. Here are the main difference. So you can just go through it, or even you can ask the chat GPT about OSI model. You can just Google it and you will get so many things. So here for the UDP scan, you can use nmap -su. So let's open our terminal and you can see that it is taking time. The first one is done and it have literally give me only one open port. So this is how it works. Now this time what I'm gonna do, I'll just replace this SS if I'm not wrong with SU for UDP scan. Yeah, so basically SU, this is how it works if I'm not wrong. Yep. So you can just go with S and U and it will started scanning UDP based port scan for you. After this we have some other commands. I'm not going to do all of them as it is taking so much time. You can do it by yourself. If you want to detect the versions, like if you want to detect the version, this can attempts to determine the version of the services running on the open ports. For example, you have done the port scan, and if you are really interested to look for their versions too, that those running ports have services and what kind of versions they have. It might be possible some of them are outdated and vulnerable versions, so you can exploit those vulnerabilities. Here is the thing, and the main thing is you can use it -sv and then the IP address of the target, so the version detection will work like this. After this, we have operating system detection. You can just go with nmap -o and then you can literally give the IP address of the target machine, and it will do full scan, try to identify the operating system on the target. After this, if you are interested to do a full range scan, full port scan, for example, there are so many ports and you are interested to do 65,000, you want to scan 65,000 ports, you actually can do it, okay, with the help of this tool. Alright, now you are interested to scan the entire ports. For example, there are more than 65,000 ports, so you can actually scan them with the help of this command, nmap -b and then 1 to 65,000 ports. So you can literally scan all of them, and it will look for detail that which port is open and which is closed. Definitely it will take a lot of time, and if you want to do aggressive scan, you can always go with nmap -a. This scan is the basically combination of operating system detection, version detection, script scanning. It will do script scanning for you to look for the vulnerability, trace route to get the comprehensive information. So it is a kind of all-in-one, but still I have written here some of the other commands for you, and here you will be confused that hey Masoud, what does those ss means, su means, that you have right sv means, o means, and so many things. So remember -ss perform for tcp scan, for the for tcp sync scan, for tcp ports to identify the open ports and the services. Similarly, SU stand for UDP scans to check for the open ports in UDP, as well as their services. And SV, with the help of SV, you can detect the versions of you can detect the versions determined. Basically, SV enables version detection to determine services versions running on the open parts, and -o for operating system, and all the stuff that I have already tell you about. Now if you want to look for the vulnerabilities, you can literally scan your target with these commands, nmap -ss -su, and then you can specify the range of the ports, and you can just write -- script volan. This what it will do, it will scan all the ports. Once it get the open ports, it will run scripts on the open ports, means it will try to find out different vulnerabilities for you. If it is discover any vulnerability, it will show you on the terminals, and we will use it in future, in a practicals, so you will get a good grip over it. And also you can use it with T4 for extra speed, so it will work faster than the above one if you want to make the script faster. And SS always stand for TCP sync scan, for open ports, and -s you perform UDP scan for UDP ports, and the rest of the things. Now here we have some common protocols and versions, and let's explore those common protocols and versions one by one. So basically, common protocol and services, you will face them so much time. We have different protocols like FTP, HTTP, IMAP, POP3, SMTP, Telnet, with their own port numbers, like here I have mentioned 21, 80, 143, 110, 25, 23, and their applications for what purpose they are used. Like FTP always used for file transfer, HTTP you can use it for websites, World Wide Web, and the rest of the for emailing, and at the end one the telnet, we basically use it for remote access, so you will be able to remotely connect with any machine. Let's explore them. HTTP stands for hypertext transfer protocols. Its definition is something like this. It is the protocol used for transmitting web pages and data over the internet. It enables communication between web browser and web server, and the default port it used is basically it used the 80 port for HTTP, and for secure connection, which is HTTPS, it can use the 443 and 8080 by default. And after that we have FTP, which is basically file transfer protocol. So you can use it. It is a protocol for transmitting files between computers over the network. So you can send the files over the network using computers. It allow you to upload and download files to and from a remote server. So this is how you can do it, the file transfer protocol. And remember, it use 21 port and 20 port for FTP data. Then we have some POP3, SMTP, and you can say IMAP. You can just go through their definitions. They are basically same. Some of their job is to send emails from your email client to the email server. So this is how they basically use it to transfer emails. And the IMAP, which is basically internet message access protocol, it is a protocol of accessing and managing emails directly on the email server. It allows you to view messages without downloading them and keep them synchronized across the devices. And they use some ports like 143 for unencrypted, and for encrypted connection they always use 993. And similarly we have SMTP, which is basically you can say it is a protocol for sending emails from your email client to the mail server, as I have already told you. And yeah, the POP3 is also work in the same way. I have mentioned here some extra protocols that you can just go through them. There is no need to memorize them, but you should must have a basic ability to understand that we can use SSH for remote access and file transfer, and we can use FTP, SMTP, and SMTPS for emailing. Similarly, we can use HTTPS and HTTP for World Wide Web for internet, and we can always use FTP for file transfer, telnet to connect with any computer remotely. So we did a lot of theory. I know this was something which is important, and we are going to use the entire theory that we have covered in our practical session of this particular topic of Reconnaissance. So we will apply all the practical that we have covered. I'll see you in the Reconnaissance practical tutorial, in which we are going to imply our entire knowledge that we have covered here. So take all care. Right, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new session. Last time we just learned some basics, and I have told you that after that we are going to perform some practical stuff. Now we are into a phase of penetration testing. That's why we have done with Swagger web security. Okay, that was totally free. But after that, now we are covering penetration testing. That's why we will need to switch to try hack me, to use their rooms, to use their to use this platform basically in order to do hands-on practice. Okay, and you can just visit tryhackme.com. I'll recommend you. Okay, once you visit, now here they have different plans. Like if you go to the pricings, remember it is a premium platform. I'll recommend you to go for it per month. Okay, to be honest, it is important, not only important but really important. This is something that you are going to invest. Okay, you are going to do some sort of investment. That's why you need to go for it. You can just go for the 1 month plan, which is $10 per month. You can just go with it. After successfully purchasing it, then you just need to log in into your account. Today I have just purchased the voucher, that's why I'm going to logged in with my account as a premium user. So yeah, here you can see I just log in into my account. I'll save my password for future in order to in order to work up that everything should work perfectly. After this, the main thing is they have their own server. Whenever you will try to test the security, or whenever you will try to access any room, you must have to connect with their local network in order to perform the attacks. You will be able to perform attacks only in case if you are connected with their local network. That's why you will need to click on your profile, and then you will click to you will just click on access. After clicking on access, here you can clearly see I have a VPN server, which is basically this one, and you can see my connection is not connected. The server status is online, but I am not connected. It means it basically means that I am not connected to their local server, to their network, sorry. Now remember, you will must need to connect with them in order to utilize their resources. Okay, so that's why here you can see, you can select the server. I'll just go with the EUVIP server. Okay, let's go with it. Just download the configuration file. It will be downloaded within few seconds. Just wait a bit, and you can clearly see info teach network 1.0 VPN has been downloaded. So the next thing you will need to do is to open your terminal. Okay, its password is Kali. After this, I'll need to go to home Kali downloads. Okay, so you can clearly see here I have OpenVPN file. I'll need to connect with it using OpenVPN. Now, OpenVPN is pre-installed in Linux. Kali Linux, you do not need to install it. So just type OpenVPN and then name of the file that you have downloaded. Just press enter. You will need to wait a few seconds. Once you connected, you can see your IP here, and you can also refresh the page. You will be here to see your connection. Now you can clearly see that you are ready to start hacking. Basically, they have assigned me the internet virtual IP address, as well as I am now connected. Okay, I'm basically connected with tunnel 0. So if I go to the new if I go to my terminal and type if config, and then here you can clearly see that I'm basically connected with my Ethernet cable, but the IP address that I will use as my own IP address for as an attacker IP will be tunnel 0, and here they will provide you the IP address. You can clearly see this is going to be an attacker IP address, which is going to be your IP. This is something which is important, so later on you can refer to this in case if you are confused. Okay, after this, I have told you that we have to go to the learning phase. You can just click on learn, and then you can just click on learn again. After this, you can see we have junior penetration testing, introduction to cybersecurity, pre-security, SOC level, but we are covering penetration testing, so I'll just visit the penetration testing phase. And here I have last time we just cover Reconnaissance. Yes, we just cover Reconnaissance. So sorry for the background noise, please wait a second until I fix it. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So last time we have covered Reconnaissance, in which I have teach you Nmap and so many things, and then I told you that we will perform the practical. So basically we have the NetSec challenge, and to do the NetSec challenge we just need to you can just hit on this network security tab. This one you can clearly see after the Burp Suite, and you can just open this NetSec challenge. Just open it, I have already solved it, but you just can open it, and you can clearly see that we have a NetSec challenge. Basically, you can just view it, and we are going to perform an attack. So the first thing that we will need to do is to click on start attack. This is the first thing that you will need to do. Okay, once you click on start attack, you can just exit the split view. Currently I do not need the split view, and we just start the machine. Okay, we just start it. After this, the next thing you will need to do is to go to the introduction phase. Use this challenge to test your mastery of the skills that you have acquired in network security, all modules. Like you have did so many things like Nmap, telnet for connection, and don't worry, I'll teach you Hydra how to perform brute force. So you just need to click on start the machine. After clicking on start machine, the victim machine will be started within you can say 1 minute. So it will definitely take 1 minute, and after 1 minute we will get the IP address, and we will just started performing attacks on that IP address, which will be considered as the victim machine. So we just need to wait, and here you will be get so many tasks that you will need to just perform one by one. So you can just go through them, just don't worry, we will just solve them one by one. Our main goal is to crack the passwords using Hydra, and we will use Nmap too. So just wait a bit until we get something. Okay, so it's showing that it will show me the IP address. So I get the IP address, you can just copy it, and then the next thing you will need to do is to scan the IP address. Not to we need to use Nmap. So what I'll do here, I'll just type Nmap hyphen sc hyphen sv and ports. I'll just increase the speed to T4, and I'll just say minimum rate should be equal to, for example, let's say 9326, and I'll type hyphen 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 vv. No, you will be confused that hammer, so it is a big and such a hard command. What does it mean at all? So just don't worry. Basically this sc runs a particular script on the target and check what all can happens there. Okay, so it will basically run some scripts on the target machine. After that sc, there is a sv. So with the help of sv, it will give us the version. So basically it is used for version detection, and this hyphen b hyphen stand for all ports. So it will check all the possible ports, and after that I just did a small mistake. It is T4, not R4. Okay, after that we have again a hyphen T4. So this with the help of T4, you can basically increase the speed, and you can go to up to T5, which is basically the maximum speed. After that I have used the minimum rate. Now remember, this is not compulsory that you must have to go with this value. So basically Nmap will send the packets at the rate of 9326 per seconds. Okay, so I just pick up a random you can say number. It is not compulsory at all, you can just go with your own if you want. After that I just type hyphen vv. This stands for very verbose, refer to detail output, and after that you just need to enter. So just need to do again. Okay, Okay, but the main thing is we didn't OMG, we just forgot, to paste the IP address. Like, it is expecting from us the victim IP address. We need to provide the IP address. So just copy the victim IP address and paste it at the end. Just paste it like this. Okay, after pasting it, you can clearly see that the scan has started working. So basically it discover different ports for us. You can see 80 port, 80 and 80 port, 139 port, 22 port, 445 port, 1000, 10,021 port. So basically it has find so many ports for us. Okay, after this, if you just go back and check the challenge questions, so it is telling that there will be some certain sort of questions that you will need to answer. What is the highest port number being lesser than 10,000? So you can just look into it. The port that is lesser than 10,000 is definitely 8080. So you can just submit your answer here. After that, it is telling what is the common port what is the open port outside the common 1000 ports, and it's above than 10,000. So we have only one port that is above than 10,000, which is 10,021 port. After that, how many TCP ports are open? So you need to just read it, or you can just count it. We have one port, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. We have 6 open TCP based ports. So you can just submit the TCP port. After that, it is telling me what is the flag hidden in the HTTP server header. So we need to find out the HTTP server header. To do this, we need to check for the 80 port, which stand for HTTP. You know that. So basically here you can clearly see that we have 80 TCP port, and it is for HTTP. Okay, it is basically for HTTP. And if I just started reading it a bit, we have HTTP method supported. Supported methods are option, get, post, and here we have something. This is HTTP server header, and light TPT. This is going to be the flag. So you can just copy the entire flag. Okay, and after copying it, you can just submit it here, and the question will be solved. After that, they are expecting what is the hidden flag in SSH server header. So we need to look for the SSH server. So we will just need to you can just go through it to check that which port is for SSH. This is for FTP. The 10,021 port definitely for FTP. After that, this 8080 is also for HTTP, and we have this 139 port, and we have this one port. After that, we just need to look for the you can say SSH port. So if I scroll up a bit, you can see we have 22 TCP port which have a service running, that is basically SSH. So SSH service is running. You can just look for its header. Here is the header, and this is going to be the key. So you can just copy it and submit it here. Everything will be done. After that, they are just expecting us we have an FTP server listening on a non-standard port. So means that they have a non-standard port, and basically what is the version of FTP server. We need to find out the FTP server version. To do this, first we need to find out. You can clearly see we have this port number, state, open and close, and the service. So we have to go find out the FTP server. This is for SSH, so it is not useless for it is not in use for me. And 80 port is for HTTP. This is also non-usable for me. And we have these 3 ports to if you just carefully check their services, they are just running different services. All I'm interested in is FTP. So if I go check this 10,021 TCP TCP port. This have basically FTP services running, FTP server running. So you can just check it down, and if you just keep reading it here, you can get the server version, what they are asking, FTP server version. So here we have VSF TPD 3.03. You can just submit it here and the question will be solved. Okay, after that we have learn so many things, and the most important one is it is the time to do some brute force stuff. Okay, that's why I'll if you do not have a Linux, so you can just open your you can just click on show split screen, and you will get your own VPS here. You will be able to use it as an attacker box. So what I'll do here, I'll just click on view full screen, so it will be open in a new tab. Okay, I'll just click on allow. So for better copy paste, I'll also click on allow. You can just say that this is going to be my attacker machine. You can use this one as well as you can use your main operating system. It doesn't matter at all, whatever you are comfortable with, just go with it. Okay, after that our next goal is basically to read the step. Yeah, what is the step? So they are just expecting me that we have learned two username using social engineering. They just got two username during their enumeration phase, which is Eddie and Queen. What is the flag hidden in those hidden in the two? What is the flag hidden in one of these two accounts? There is a hidden flag in one of these two accounts, so that is only accessible via FTP. So we have to access it with the help of FTP. No, to do this we have username, but we do not have a password. That's why we need to perform the brute force on the FTP server in order to get the password. So in this case, what I can do, let's open the terminal, and you will be confused why I'm doing this in here. So it doesn't matter, you can just go with the anyone. I'm just comfortable to do it outside of my machine. You can go with your own operating system, it doesn't matter at all. So if I ls it here, okay, so no problem. Now what I'll need to do, I'll create a users.txt file, and there I will just put two users, which is Eddie and Queen, that I am going to perform a brute force. So what I'll type, I'll just simple type echo EDDIE, it is a first user space, and just redirect the output into users.txt. If you ls it, you can clearly see that if you just type get users.txt, there is a add user. After that I also need to add the Queen user too. So QUINN, and this time I'll use the double increment operator, whatever it is. So then just use it users.txt, and if you get users.txt, you can clearly see I have Eddie and Queen. So I have Eddie and Queen, and I am going to perform brute force attack on this particular users, because these are the users names of FTP server accounts, and I need to crack the passwords for these both users, as I do not have any you can say password belonging to them. That's why I need to perform brute force. Now to perform brute force, remember, you can always use Hydra. So what I'll do, I'll just type Hydra, and then you need to provide the list. So just type control L, control sorry, not control L, you can just type -L, and you need to provide the list of users names. So you can just go with users.txt txt that we have created right now. After that, you need to perform the brute force, so that's why you have to just go with -p stand for the password. Now it is expecting from you the list of password. You need to provide the list that you will need to brute force. So remember, in Linux, in Linux, in Kali Linux, or in this machine, there is a default directory which is basically user, share, and world list, then rocku.txt. It is by default directory which contain this file, so you can always use it. Remember, you can always use it for brute forcing. Yeah, you can just use it. Wait a second, so let me maximize for you. All right, so after this, no, you will be confused that hamas where it doesn't matter. You can just even though search on your machine. If I open my terminal and just type locate rock u.txt, you can see that it is here. You can just unzip it. So basically it exists there, either in your Linux machine or in your Windows, or in, even though in this VPS, it is the permanent directory, so you will got it here. If didn't, it is, you can just unzip it. Just type unzip and then paste it. So basically I'll need to go to that directory. Just, it might be possible you get problem. So we have here this one. Just give it a root permission, chmod plus x rocku.txt, then just type unzip, and then just type give the, if it worked for you, fine. If didn't, then just try unzip, and after that just type rocku.txt, and then just give the full path. It's okay if you are not able to do it from here, as in my case it is taking our time. That's why I'll just go to the Google and type rocku.txt world list GitHub. It is also available on GitHub, so you can just view this one from here, and it will be started automatically downloading for you. So it is definitely a big file, that's why it takes time. Yeah, so I'll close it for now. You can just see it here too. It is 50 MB. It is just depend on the size. Different files have different size, but the content inside it will be same. So after this, let me open my browser. The next thing I'll need to do, basically it is a word list. Okay, so you can use it. That contains some keyword. Now you will be asking me that, hey, what kind of keyword it contains. So if I open new terminal, and here if I let me I need to teach you in detail, because this is not a YouTube video where I can just start skipping stuff. So if I go into the user, share, word list, and ls it, you can see I have rocku.txt. so you can just get rocku.txt. It contains so many keywords, so many names that can be used for brute force. So this is how it looks like. This is how it what it contain. After this, I'll just close the terminal, and now I need to provide the I need to use, after that I need to use -v and v for very verbose mode, for detail mode, and now I need to provide the FTP server IP address with port version, with port. So I'll just type FTP and just type ://. Then you need to provide the IP address of your target machine, of the victim machine that we are going to target. So this is the IP address. Just copy it and paste it here. After pasting it, remember you need to provide that port on which the FTP server is running. So if you open your terminal and just check for the FTP server, you can just check it from here, you will get it. So here you can see I have FTP service running on a non-standard port, which is basically 10,021. So you just need to type that 10,021. That's all you need to do, that's all. Okay, then just enter. The Hydra will be start and it will start cracking password for you. You will need to wait a bit until it gets started, and you can clearly see it is hitting the passwords, and if it gets some password it will just show you in a green. Yeah, you can clearly see it get the first password for Eddie with username, and no, it will try to crack the password for Queen. It have cracked successfully. So basically here you can clearly see, I just got the passwords for Queen and as well as for remember, this list is small, they are just teaching you how you can do it. The file that I have started downloading, you can see that that file was approximately 133 MB, so definitely it will take time, but here is just for tutorial purposes. It is basically our aim is to teach you how this brute force stuff work. In real scenario you have to wait until the end of the attack, and it might be possible you ended up by getting something, it also might possible you ended up by getting nothing. Yeah, so this is not compulsory that this will must work for you, that's why you need to okay. After that, our next goal is to log in into the FTP server. Okay, so to log in into the FTP server, we can use this username as well as the password in order to logged in. So to do this, we just need to type, let me open the new tab. I'll just give it some zoom so you will be able to see it clearly. I think it is fine. Okay, so the next thing that we will need to do is to log in. Now to log in, you just need to type FTP, then you just need to type the you can say machine IP with a port. Okay, machine IP with a port. So just type FTP machine IP address, that is going to be our victim IP, then press enter and just type 10,021 port. So this is going to be the port, and just press enter. After this, it is asking you for the username. So the first password that we have cracked here, you can just see it is basically Eddie, EDDIE. This is, sorry, the username. So I'll try to log in as a Eddie, 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 and then it is asking me for the password. The password is Jordan, so I'll just go with JARDON, it is mask, and type enter. I have just tried to log in, but it said that login incorrect. So let's do it again by exiting it and just try once again. So it might be possible. Just type, I think I just typed the password last time wrong, so just paste the username as Eddie and type JORDAN. I think last time I typed JAR. So yeah, it is working successfully. You can see that this time I just logged in into the FTP server. You can clearly see. Now I need to ls it in order to see what is here, and when I listed it, you can see it is an empty directory, means that here is nothing that can be used to get the key. So it seems like this user is not usable for me, to be honest, because when I list it, here is nothing, it is just empty. That's why I'll need to exit it from here. So you can just type exit and they say goodbye. I said alright. After that, I need to log in into it again. Now this time I'll use the second credentials. The AD, we just done with the AD, this is useless for me. Now I'll just try with the Queen. Okay, so just go with the queen username and paste it here. The password was what? The password was Andrea. So Andera. Damn, I just typed the password again. REA. Okay, do it again. Andrea, and now you can see I just successfully logged in. So this is how I got the second username and password. And now let's see what is there inside it. You can clearly see I have it seems like I have only one file which have a read write permission. So you can see, and the name of the file is ftpflag.txt. We need to download it, and to download it you just need to type get and then name of the key, and you can clearly see it has been downloaded on my machine, so which has almost 18 bytes. So you can just type exit, because what I need I get. After that, if you ls it, here I get the flag on my own machine. So you can just click, you can just try to ftp, you can just get it, and this is the ultimate goal. So you can just copy it, and after copying it you can literally submit it here. After this there is the last one step, which is kinda useless for me, so you can, if you want, you can just go with it, otherwise you can skip it. So now you will be confused that Masoud, there is so many steps, like do will we get some notes or anything like that? Yes, definitely you will get notes, and you can clearly see I just did everything in the best way that could be possibly done. So you can just review those notes one by one with a reference, with a proper reference. So I think everything will be done. Yeah, I think that is enough for this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one, which will also be practical. Yeah, so take care of yourself, have a good day, bye.
Hi guys, welcome back. Hope all of you are doing well. So in this section I am going to teach you about Burp Suite. Okay, so Burp Suite is basically a software tool that you can use for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing for web applications. So what basically you can do, you can automate the process of finding vulnerabilities in any website or web application with the help of Burp Suite. You can perform so many things with the help of Burp Suite that I'll be teaching you in the next video. Remember, it have two versions. The one is community version and the one is a basically professional version. So you can use both. The community version is free and definitely the professional version is paid, but right now throughout of the course you can just go for the community version. You do not need to purchase its premium version. If you have it or if you can afford it, it is good for you. But remember, we can do so many things with the community version. The only thing and limitation in community version is that you cannot scan your target to find vulnerabilities automatically. You cannot automate the process of finding vulnerabilities in any website. So but don't worry, throughout of the course we will be manually learning about different vulnerabilities. We will be learning how we can exploit it, how we can use alternative tools, so that's not a big issue. Well, we have a Burp Suite. So here, as you can see on my screen, but remember, Burp Suite is written in Java language. So before installing Burp Suite, you need two things to be installed in your machine. The first one is you need to type download Java. Okay, so you need to download Java. Here are the first website. Just visit it, java.com/en English download /manual.jsp. So here you can clearly see we have for Windows. So just simply go for this Windows Online installer. Okay, after clicking on it, you will find this thing. Just click on it, and literally there is nothing in it. You just need to type next, 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 and all done. Okay, so you just need to type, remember, next, next, and next, and it will be automatically installed. In my case it is already installed, so there is no need to install it again. Literally it is easy. Okay,
So once you install Java, then just go back to the Google and type download Java. The one thing that you need to add is JDK. Okay, Java development kit, up through which you will be able to run all the softwares. So download Java JDK. Here we have the official website. Just visit it. Basically oracle.com/java/technologies/downloads. Now here you can clearly see that we have the latest version JDK 24, and it is for Linux, Mac, and Windows. Now we are Windows user, definitely you need to install it for Windows. Just click on Windows, and here you can see x64, okay, installer. So just download this one. Remember, it is 205 MBs up. No, it is, I'll be honest with you, it is super easy. There is no rocket science behind it. Once the download is completed, all you need to do is to just click on it and one or two time next. That's all. Windows softwares are exe based executables. They are literally easy to download and install them. Okay, so I'm assuming that you have done Java and Java JDK. Now in my case it is already installed, so I think it will be irrelevant, a waste of time to install it again. But remember, it is super easy. There is nothing extra step, just next and next. That's all. The third thing, once you install Java and Java JDK, now you are fully ready to use Burp Suite in your Windows environment. So all you need to do is to restart your machine for one time. Okay, after restarting your machine, then what you need to do, you just need to go to the Google and just type Burp Suite. Okay, visit the official website, and after visiting it, so go straight to the downloads. In the downloads, here you can see we have a community version and professional. Remember, the community version is free and the professional is paid. So let's go with the community version. Just click on download. It will not take that much time, depends on your internet speed. Well, it is 326 MBs. So all you need to do is to wait, and it is just like other softwares where you just need to double click on it and install it, like Windows softwares. There is nothing hard in it. Okay, so yeah, once it is done, once we install it, then we will be moving towards the next step up, where remember, I will be also teaching you Burp Suite professional version in the next video, right? So there are some limitation in community version, but in professional version there is no limitation. Now I want to teach you Burp Suite from A to Z, so in case you will be able to utilize it fully when you will have its a professional version. So yeah, like I will be teaching you how you can scan targets, how you can find vulnerabilities, how you can capture the request, how you can perform brute forcing on any target, how you can install different plugins in it, how you can activate a new project, and you can literally perform scan. So many things are involved in it, which will be the part of the next video. So officially I'll be teaching you Burp Suite, how to use it in the next video, but right now you should know how to install and configure it, all those things. It is super easy, but it's okay. Let's wait for a few seconds. It will be done soon. No, we need to wait a bit. Okay, so seems like it is almost done. Yes, let's wait. Okay, it is done. So just click on it one time and wait a few seconds. So it is started, as you can see on my screen. I mean, there is nothing in it. You just need to next it. That is all. Okay, so just click on next. Yes, next, and it's all done. Just need to wait. Extracting files. Seems like it is almost done. Okay, it is done. Finish. Okay, cool. It will be open soon, or we can manually do it. So let's find it out by typing burp. As you can see, we have a Burp Suite. Ignore it, it is in my Kali Linux. So we have this community edition, which is the one that we just installed. Just click on it, and it is already popped up on my next screen. Let me bring it. So I accept, and it is done. It is literally done. So all you need to do is to just type next and start the Burp Suite, and literally it is done. It is done. There is nothing more in it. So here you can see we have Burp Suite, we have a dashboard, we have a target, we have a proxy, intruder, repeater, collaborator. We will be exploring all of them one by one. Remember, this dashboard, you can only scan the targets if you have a premium version, but it's okay. We can do so many things. Remember, the professional version is totally same, so there is like nothing different in it. It comes with its own browser. For example, here you can see in the proxy tab it have its own browser. So if you click on it, the browser will be popped up that will be considered as an attacker browser, but you can still configure it with Firefox. I know you will be confused a bit, like what kind of stuff it is, but don't worry. Officially we are no, we haven't started how to deal with Burp Suite, how to use it. So in the next video, that will be an entire session. I will be exploring each and everything, from the dashboard to target, proxy, intruder, repeater, each and everything. So I hope you learned how to install Burp Suite, what are the requirements of Burp Suite, and stay connected. In the next session, we are going to explore all of them one by one. Have a good day. This time I will go with a temporary method, but at the end of the session I will teach you how to create your own project, and then later on, if you want to work on that particular project, like you have you are working on a project since 6 hours, and you are just tired and you want to work on it later on, like next morning or next day. So what you can do, you can save that project for yourself, and after that you can just open that existing project. But right now I will go with the a temporary project in memory, as I do not have any project. I want to teach you how it works. So just go next and click start burp, and the Burp Suite will be open. Okay, this is cool. The first thing I need to teach you that we need to do some configuration of the Burp Suite in settings. Like you can clearly see the text is not clear, the as well as the font is not good as expected. So I need to do some configuration. For this I need to go to the settings section, and if you see it here, I have search, and here I have a setting on the right side. So just click on it. In the search bar, just type fonts, font. Even though if you only type font, you will get it. Just increase the font from 13 to 16 or 17, that will be fine. And I think we need to do something more. Yeah, it seems like it is fine, just okay. And what's about display? The display size is also a little small, so make it bigger. That's cool. Just change the font to dark, because I love the dark size. Okay, so here you can clearly see that now we have very good font, as well as we can see things very clearly. Okay, that's cool. So let's start Burp Suite. Let's start learning Burp Suite step by step. We have the first option in Burp Suite, the first step in Burp Suite Professional, which is a dashboard. Now in dashboard you will see all the activities. Like if you want to scan any target for vulnerabilities, if you want to crawl any target for vulnerabilities, you will be able to see the results and live runnings here, as well as you will be able to see all the results here, and how much the your Burp Suite send the request, how much responses are incurred. You will be able to see everything, means everything here. Okay, to do this, like I want to scan a target using Burp Suite, how actually I can do it, how actually I can scan a target for vulnerabilities. For this purpose, let's first open our browser. Let You can clearly see it already fetches so many data. Okay, because my browser is already configured with Burp Professional, if you remember. Okay, so the thing is I need a target. So here I will pick up a target which is basically Wallen web sorry, test php dot wallenweb.com. This is going to be my target. If I open it, you can scan this target. There is no problem at all. You will not face any kind of problem. Okay, so this is going to be our target, and what I need to do, I want to scan it. Now to scan it, you just need to click on new task. Okay, new live task, and to do this, yep, it seems like at first we have to add the target, and to add the target you just need to click on new scan. Okay, at first you just click on new scan. Once you're done with it, now here is a important thing that you need to understand. I have two options: crawl and audit. And crawl means that the crawler of Burp Suite, which is basically a feature or a inbuilt tool inside Burp Suite, it will go to that particular website and it will crawl all the possible pages of the website. In short, it will grab all the possible URLs, endpoints, live active URLs, pages, endpoints for us. The more we have URLs, endpoints related our target, the more there is a high probability to find vulnerabilities. Why? Because we can find vulnerabilities in website pages, in website different different pages. So the more we have URLs, endpoints of pages, the more higher chances to find vulnerabilities. And audit means to scan the website to find vulnerabilities. So remember, you have to go with both of them, because we need a crawler as well as an audit to in order to find vulnerabilities. The first will crawl the website, it will find different pages, then the second one will just the second one will start at finding different vulnerabilities in our target. So here you need to specify the target. In our case, it is testphp.wallenweb.com. It is going to be our target. Now the next is just go to the scan configuration. Now here is the most important thing. It will tell you that you wanna go with lightweight scan, you wanna go with fast scan, you wanna go with balance scan, or you wanna go with deep scan. In lightweight scan, gain fast feedback on a site security for when speed is a priority. Okay, speed will be the priority, lightweight mode will be complete within 15 minutes. Remember, it is always recommended to go for a balance or a deep. Why? Because we have to go deep inside that website in order to find as much as vulnerabilities as possible. Okay, and you can also select the fast one, you can select the balance one. If you have enough time, I will highly recommend you to always go with deep. Okay, so for the sake of the tutorial, I will go with light, because deep is going to take a lot of time. That's why I'll go with lightweight. But if you are working on a real website, if you are working on a pen test website, just go with deep. Okay, just go with deep. Or even though you can select a custom one. For example, let me tell you also this is most important also. It is something called pre-built stuff up, so you can just go with it. And in custom, you have to go with your own crawler methodology and audit methodology. For example, I will select the crawler in my custom. It also automatically pick the name. In crawler optimization, you just need to select the speed, like I want to fast, I want to do fast crawling, as well as how many in depth you wanna go. No, this in depth means multiple pages. For example, it discover example.com/profile, and it will not stop on that particular profile, it will go deeper after the profile. For example, username equal to Masoud, and so on. So it will keep digging until the depth become 4, level 4. So just go with this. the crawler is done, and then you can select the audit. No, audit is important, like you can select the audit optimization, audit speed, like select the fast one. Accuracy should be like normal or minimum false positive, both are almost same. And here is the thing, in issue report, it will discover all the possible vulnerabilities for you, like passive, light, medium, high vulnerabilities, javascript based vulnerabilities. You can go with all of them. You can go with a particular one if you want, like if you want to issue any, if you want to find any individual vulnerability, you can just uncheck all the rest of the vulnerabilities. Like in my case, sometime when I hunt for SQL injection, I just select the second one, and then there is another, the third one, SQL injection, then I just uncheck all of the rest. Why? Because I am only interested in a single vulnerabilities. But currently, you are not that much advanced, you are working on a beginner level, so just go with the select by scan and just select all of them. Okay, all of them. Definitely they're gonna take a lot of time, it doesn't matter that, but we have to find vulnerabilities. You can just go with the custom one. Okay, and here is that, just ignore this third one right now. So in the fourth, you have to select the speed. The speed means that how many requests you want to send to the server per second. So Burp Suite by default will send 10 requests, concurrent requests per second. Here, if you click on this box, remember this one, it will automatically give it a name. You can rechange it if you want, and you can select the speed. You can increase the speed. For example, I want to send 40 concurrent requests per second, which is high. Okay, which is high, very high, not only high. You can go with it, it doesn't matter at all. And when I click OK, you can see that the crawler has started its working, but I will stop it. And the reason is, I wanna go with the lightweight scan, if you remember. Okay, so just select, paste the target, scan type, select light, and the resource pool is 40 because I wanna go with the high speed. So after that, you can clearly see that you can just do with it like this if you want. You can clearly see that the crawl, if I click on it, the crawler has been started and the audit is also being started. So what it will do, it will started sending the request to the target, and then it gonna find vulnerabilities for us. So if you want to go for the detail mode, you can just click these three dots, and then you can just open in a new window, and here you will be able to see everything. Okay, like issues, event logs, the logger, it has currently, it just started sending the request, and you can clearly see. Okay, we are not talking about the request response here because I will tell you in the next step. Okay, and it is the audit log. You will be able to see all the vulnerabilities here once you discover. So just close it, and currently it is it have started its working. Okay, we will keep it, let it should be run, so we can proceed it to the next steps. Okay, this is how the dashboard stuff work. I hope you got the point, that how these all things work. And you can also clearly see that the task logs is working, which means that it is started working. 80 more requests, 80 plus requests has been proceeds. So many requests are in the process, and there are some errors, so just ignore them. And you can clearly see it literally discover a high vulnerability for us, which is basically flash cross domain policy. Okay, so you will be able, once you discover the vulnerability, you will be able to see the vulnerabilities here, and you will be able that name of the issue, what kind of vulnerability is, the severity of the vulnerability is high, which means it is a high vulnerability, and in which host it have discovered for you, what was the exact path of the particular vulnerability. You will be able to see all the details regarding that particular issue or vulnerability. You will be able to see the issue background, as well as you will be able to see the vulnerability classification, and definitely they will respond to you with some extra things true, it's depend on the particular vulnerability. And you can see that it is the request which is vulnerable, and it is the response, and it discover the vulnerability here. So yeah, this is how it works. Okay, after that, let's go to the next step, which is basically a target tab. And you can literally see we just see so many junk data here. No, in the sitemap, when you visit the target, the first thing is a sitemap. In the sitemap, you will be able to see all the targets that you are interacting with. For example, this is our current target that we are interacting which is basically testphp.wallonweb.com. So you will be able to see all your targets here. And the fun fact is, you can literally explore your target like this. You will be able to see the codes of your targets. So you will be able to to look deeper into them by reading the files. So it is pretty in a very good tree format. You will get so much idea, like we have discovered the login.php, which is the login page of the website, user information, sign up, search bar details. So each and everything you will be able to see regarding your target here. You can explore it, you can learn more about your target. But one of the most important thing is scope. So you can literally select a scope. Like I am currently working on only one target, but you can clearly see it has so many targets. The rest of them I even don't know about them. So many chunk data. So here you can specify your target. For example, I want to work on wallonweb testphp.wallonweb.com. I'm only interested in this target. I do not want anything else in my sitemap, in my target, or any feature or any tab of the Burp Suite. So how I can do it? Literally, I can just add that particular target into the scope. So when you click on add here, you can just paste your target, which is testphp.wallonweb.com, or add. It could be anything. It's totally up to you, and you can select OK and then click yes. You can clearly see I have selected the target to my scope. Now this will be something called in scope target, because I have included this website as a scope. I'm telling to the Burp Suite that hey, this is the target that I wanna work on. Okay, so Burp Suite will consider it as a in scope target. Whenever you will need to add your targets, you can just select them and paste them here. You can just paste them here, and even though if you want to remove it, you can remove it by clicking like this. And you have already, if you have already a URL, you can just click this paste URL and it will be automatically added. Okay, and if you have a bunch of file, you can literally load the entire file. For example, you have 100 targets and you want a mass hunting, so you can do it. Okay, that will be too much. Do not recommend. I do not recommend at all. So here I will come back to the sitemap and I will filter the result. Like I have added the test php this target as a in scope item. So what I will do here, you can clearly see I have filtration option, the entire line, strip, this strip. So just click on this strip and just select the first one, show only in scope items. Check it. Now that what this option will do, this will remove all the rest of the targets and it will show me only that one target or those targets that I have added in the scope, that I'm really interested in. After that, when I maximize it a bit, now I'm able to apply the stuff. So whenever you didn't see it, it means that it is like this. So just make it. So I just selected the first one, and you will be able to that everything will be filtered, everything will be removed when I click on apply. And yes, you can see this is my target. Both are same. One is on http and the other one is on https. So everything is filtered. Now I am only able to see what really I want to see. I hope you got the point. So this is how the sitemap and the scope works. You have to, whenever you will work on any particular target, you have to first go to the target section and you have to add the particular target in your scope. Then you can literally work on the target. The benefit will be you will not be able to see any kind of junk result. You can filter the result, and we have different filtration technologies, methodologies that we will look in the next step. So just wait. After that we have a third lab. We just literally done with two labs, sorry, two tabs. The third tab is basically proxy tab. Now proxy tab is one of the most important tab. To be honest, it is going to be one of the most important tab. Just listen to me very carefully, please. Proxy tab have two main features. Just ignore the third one and the fourth one right now, because we just done with the third one. So we do not want to mess with anything else. So we have these two features, very powerful and very important. In proxy, the intercept, there is a two option: intercept and http history. In http history, remember what you will do on your browser, you will be able to get everything here. For example, I clear the history and I just visit the test.php.volanweb.com. You can clearly see it shows me the get request that I committed right now. And if I go anywhere else like google.com, um, actually google.com is not working. The reason is I remove everything I remove out of scope everything from here. Okay, so you can just go with this one or apply. If you click on re-enable, you will be able to see the google.com too. So let's do it. Only wanna show you the only wanna alright, it is still not showing me the results of google.com. So let's do one thing: copy the google.com and add it to the target too. So go to the scope, paste the url. Yeah, now you will be able to see the results. So just refresh it. Is there anything? Okay, so seems like it is working, everything is working fine. Got it, no worries. So just remove everything by clicking control A and clean the all the result and just press google.com. Seems like it is not a request. We have to search for something, like for example nature HD photos. Let's go for it. When I click OK, and you can clearly see it shows me the request that I committed right now. Okay, so yeah, I am able to see the results of google.com, as well as when I reload my target, which is test.php.volanweb.com, you can clearly see that I am able to see the host name. No, this is something important. You will be able to see the host name here. You will be able to see the method, that it is it a get based method or a post based method, and you will be able to see the particular url, is it a parameter or not. Parameters are those you can call it parameters are those urls endpoints that have equal to in them, that pass some sort of value. So you will be always able to see the good mark here whenever it is a parameter, and here you will be able to see the status code, that is it a live, is it a dead. 200 always okay. 200 means that it is fine, you can just go with it. And when you click on any particular url, you will be able to see the request as well as the response. In the request is generated by your browser. Okay, this is the request that is generated by your browser, and this is the response from the server. You will be able to see the response from the server. Okay, this is how the request and the response looks like. After that we have the interceptor. What the interceptor basically do, you can capture the request on real time. uh, no, why we need it? Because in future, for example, there is a username and password section, or there is any particular page I want to see the code on real time, or I want to do some modification in them. For example, when I will teach you about business logic vulnerabilities, in which we will learn how you can temper the price of any particular product. So when we will add something to the cart, we will capture the request on real time, and then we will modify the price of that particular product, and after modifying the product price, we can forward that particular request to the server. Now how we can do it? We can actually do this with the help of our interceptor. What interceptor will do? Intercept will act like a middleman. Like when your request first will go to the burp suite, and if your interceptor is turned on, your burp suite will intercept, capture the request. It will be not proceed to the browser until to the server until you want it. So you can modify the request and then proceed it to the server. What I will do, if I turn on the interceptor and refresh the page, you can literally see that I have captured the request. No, this request will not move to the server until I click on the forward. Okay, or even though if I click on drop, the request will be considered as drop. It will give me an error. You can see that I have dropped the request. If I turn off interceptor and I refresh the page, let's just turn on the interceptor again and reload the page. You can see that I have captured the request. Now for example, in future we will learn how we can modify the request, how we can mess with that those particular requests, uh, which is not the right time to tell you. Okay, so yeah, I'm just telling you about the interceptor, that how interceptor work. I have captured this particular request. Now I can do whatever I want to do with it. um, it will something work like this. 1 second please. Request burp burp interceptor. The request, the something that you requested through your browser will first move to the burp interceptor. Then once it move to the burp interceptor, you can forward the particular request to the burp suite, to the server. So all the requests will go through your all the requests first will go to the burp interceptor and then to the server. Then the server will respond that particular request. So this is how it works. You can just do some modification and forward the request. Once you forward the request, then it means that you have just done with it. Everything is fine. Yeah, so this is how the proxy tab work. We have mainly two important features: the history, where you can look for the history, and the interceptor, where you can just capture any request. And in history you can literally filter the result. Like you wanna if you are only interested to see only those results that are that belong to in scope item that you have added in your target tab, so you can just click it and click apply. So you can see that it those requests only belong to the test php. Because why the google.com results is not showing to me? It is the reason is that the result, those results was that has been removed from here. Those results belong to the subdomain of google, which was not the main domain. Okay, so this is how the proxy tab works. Yeah, we will continue. Let's continue it. So guys, we just done with the first three tabs. Then it is the time to tell you about the intruder. Intruder is also one of the most important tab. Let me see that is my video recorder is enabled or not. Yeah, everything is fine. So intruder is also one of the most important tab, because you can do all the brute forcing stuff in intruder. Now what is brute forcing? For example, you want to crack the username or password of any particular website, or you have some sort of uh, endpoints or parameters, and you want to test it for different vulnerabilities. For example, you want to use a list of payloads. You can do all this stuff with the help of intruder. It is usually used for the username and password cracking. Yeah, for example, there is a login panel and you want to do brute force trying to find out or figuring out the passwords or users name. You can do all those stuff with the help of intruder, and we will see intruder in practical when we will when we will hit any vulnerability, or when I will teach you about authentication vulnerabilities. So then we will use the intruder. Okay, so just don't worry about it. Just keep in mind that we use intruder tab for brute forcing. Okay, to crack users names and passwords, and we can brute force the entire list of payload on any particular endpoint or on any particular parameter. Okay, after that we have the repeater tab, and repeater tab is pretty important. Why? The main reason is, in the repeater tab you can send any request, and you will be able to investigate it further. For example, uh, we have this one request, the first one. Okay, this one, you can highlight the request for yourself. So this will something look like this. You have this request and you want to test it further. How you can do it? In the request you can just click on the request, or even though you can click on this particular request, and there is some options like send to the intruder, send to the repeater, send to the sequencer, send to the organizer, so many others. But right now I'm only interested in repeater, and it is going to be one of the most important tab for me, because we use it always. So just send it to the repeater, and in the repeater you can clearly see that it has been added here. This is the request that your browser basically generated this request. Okay, this is something belongs to you. So here you will be able to see the response from the server side, that what kind of what response server is going to give you. So you can just click on send. Once you click on send, means that you have pushed the request to the server, and this is a response from the server. Like you can clearly see it is 200. Okay, and the server is nginx, and the date, what kind of content type, x powered by php, means it is written in php, seems like. But these results can be tampered. So this especially result like this, and the server details, these results can be tampered. um yeah, so here is the thing. The main thing is, for example, you want to try to find different vulnerabilities in your particular target, or in your particular request. You can just do some modification here, and you can directly send the request to the server, and you will be able to see the response from the server here. Okay, if you do the same thing in browser, it is so painful. For example, you just try to do something here in the search bar, and then you just right click on it, and you just go to the response from the server, which is painful by doing all these steps one by one. So here we have a simple method. You can just mess with the request, and you will be able to see the response here. Now how to mess with request, what kind of messing we can do, we will see it in future when we will explore vulnerabilities. Currently I am just teaching you how you can use the Burp Suite. Okay, So this is how the Burp Suite repeater tab work, and we will use it mainly. Why? Because we have to deal with so many pages, we have to do so many modification in our target. That's why this is something, to be honest, important. Just keep in mind that whenever we will mess with the request, whenever we will try to try to perform different attacks on our target, we will always send our request to the repeater, and we can just mess with the request and we will be able to see the response from the server here. That's all. Then we have Burp Suite Collaborator, which is only working in professional version, since you have professional version, so that's why you can use it. Burp Suite Collaborator is basically Burp Suite Collaborator, as they have written, Burp Suite Collaborator enables you to test whether you can induce an application to interact with the external server via service via DNS, HTTP, or SMTP. This type of testing makes it easier to discover blind and asynchronous vulnerabilities. There are some blind vulnerabilities, for example, blind SQL injection, blind OS command injection, blind XML injection, and blind SSRF that we will learn. Those vulnerabilities cannot be discovered directly, because you will not be able to see the response in the see the response of vulnerability in the response tab directly in the server response. So what we will do, we will use a third party server, where we will send the result to that particular server, and we will be able to interact with the result. So you will be able to see all those kind of results here, because it is not possible for us to create our own server, then configure our own server, then started receiving the responses on that particular server. So that's why we have just Burp Collaborator. If you click on it here, you can just click on copy to the clipboard, and if I open any clipboard, let me remove the old and let me paste it here, you can see it is nothing but just a domain. So you can literally use this domain or subdomain in order to get the request on this particular location. Once your vulnerability get triggered, then you will be able to see the responses here, okay, in this particular section. Here you will be, and we will learn in depth about it in our SQL blind SQL sorry blind SQL blind command injection and all those vulnerabilities. Then we have sequencer, just ignore it right now. We have decoder. This is something important, you might need it. For example, you have a junk data and you want to decode it, so because you are not able to read that particular data as it is encoded, so you can do encoding and decoding. So for example, here is Masoud and I want to decode this, so you can just literally select decode as HTML, and sorry, not decoding at first, I will encode it, because it is already simple version in decoded version. So just select URL, and you can clearly see this is the encoded version of Masoud. Okay, it is the encoded version of Masoud, and the encoded type is URL based. You can just send it to the base 64, and this is something called base 64 encoding. You can cut it, and like if you got something like this and you wanna decode it, so you can just click smart decode, or you can just click decode as base 64, and you can clearly see its original form. So this is how encoding and decoding work. The rest of the work, like you can just go to the extension. This is really important. If you need any extra tools that you wanna install that can be custom, or which is something called Burp extensions, these all tabs are basically extensions. So you can just go to the Burp store, like I want to install active uh, active plus plus scan. So active scan plus plus, this one, you can just select this one and come down to the downward, as it required Jython. I do not have right now, so we will ignore it. We will do it any next day. Let's go with Burp bounty scan. Okay, let's go with this one. So you can just click on it, and it has installed successfully, you can see that I got it here. Okay, so this is how it works. You can install anything from here. You can just mess with the extension settings if you want. For example, you have installed you have download Jython and you want to add so you can just add that here. Okay, we will look it up when we need it in future. We will look for the requirement, things we need, we will learn step by step. You can learn about we have the learn section too, where you can just literally go through the Burp Suite documentation and some video tutorials. Burp Suite center support, they are on Twitter, they have their own web security academy that we will explore from the next lecture. And yeah. uh, okay, so this is something called how Burp Suite works, how Burp Suite look like. No, if you remember, here you can clearly see, you can search things. This is setting, this is the project. If you are working on any particular project and you want to save a copy, you can literally save a copy of that particular project. For example, I just click on my target is this one, so I just click on save copy. Let me show you again. I'm interested to save the project, what I have learned, what I have done. So you can just click on save a copy and you can select the all, and next. You just need to provide the path. I want to save it in my home directory. Let me search for home Kali. Let's select the documents. So okay, in documents I will create a folder. Let's create a folder, call it projects. Here you can give a name to the project. For example, test php dot wallonweb.com .burp is the extension. You have to use this extension at the end. Then just click OK, select save and click next, and you can clearly see that the project has been saved successfully. You can close the burp or close the wizard. I will just close the entire burp. Now the thing is, let's go to the home directory. Let's go to the documents and projects, and inside the project you can clearly see we have this one. So if you click on it, remember, you just cannot click on directly. Later on, if you want to open that particular project that you work on, you can literally click on run again. You can open your burp, and here you can select your existing project. Like, you can just go for the third one and then select the file, which is this one, in the project section, and click next. What it tell me that project home Kali blah 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 already exists. Do you want to overwrite it? Yes, they told me that hey, it is already exists. Do you want to overwrite it? I will say that yes, I want to overwrite it. So just click start the burp, and okay. Whew. If it is currently in the project, then why you are not showing me the result? Seems like we are just mess with something, but no worries. um, let's do it again. So it is currently here. Just click it, next. If it is working, that will be fine, otherwise no worries at all. So to be honest, they are not showing me the result. Okay, but no worries. We have another alternative way. Like, whenever you are working on any particular project, so just first go with this one, delete everything, just click on new project. It will automatically generate a new project for you with its name. You can just change the name, but right now I'm going with the default one, and you can just go with with that particular target. For example, I have a target. Let's give it a target test.com. This is going to be our target, test.com. Okay, lightweight scan, select lightweight scan and go with it, and you can clearly see that they just started working on test.com. So what I will need to do, for example, we have discovered so many vulnerabilities in test.com. Now the thing is how I can report those vulnerabilities. For example, can I generate a report of those particular vulnerabilities? The answer is yes, I can generate the request. So just once you done with the test.com is just an example website. You have to put the right website, then it will work for you, and once everything done, they will show you that have you done with everything. Then you can just literally come to that target and just click on it. Just go to the here we have here we have an option. Let me see, engagement tools, expand the request, delete host, copy URL in this host, save select item. You can just go for the save select item, and then you can give it a name. For example, I will name it as a report. Yeah, let's go with the name of report, and seems like it is not saved. So let's go to the document section, and you can see that the report is working, but the thing is you have to save it with HTML name. Okay, with you have to save it, you have to add an extension that is called HTML, so your browser will be able to view it in a nice format. So what I will do, save select item, and just this time name this report.html. So just save it. Remember, just save it. Once you're done with it, you will be able to see the Burp Suite official report here, as it contain nothing, or it might be possible that we are facing some sort of error. Let's go with this one, this target, select report1.html. just click select, click OK. Just go with report1.html. okay, so seems like we are facing some sort of error. We have to deal with this, no worries, we can fix the error. So basically, show new response to a site made documentation. We select item. Let's first add this to the scope and then filter the rest of the results. Okay, so let's add a legitimate target rather than adding one web test. Let's add a legitimate target, test php.wallenweb.com. It might be possible our target is not a legit target, that's why it is giving me an error. I will remove the in scope items, and where is test php? Here we have. So just to make sure to add it to the target. No, you can filter the result because it is already in the target section, and we have this one. That's fine. Let's give it a wait until it start running. Let's see what we can do. We have engagement tools, we have scanners, we have different things here. Delete host, copy the URL, copy links in the host, sitemap documentation. It will give you some documentation, but currently seems like it's not working for us. It's okay. No, just save the selected items. Let's go for this, and let's give it a name, test.html. okay, let's go with the one base64. No, I do not want to encode anything, so just select save, and now let's go here and click next. Okay, so seems like it is working, but at the meantime it is also the report is giving me some sort of error. No worries, no worries at all. We are just doing, maybe it is possible that we are doing some mistake. Just right click, we request, go to the proxy tab. Let's do another thing. Project setting, save project setting. It is for project, or you can save a copy. So right now what I will do, at first, I need to teach you that how this project works. Like, we have added this in our project. Okay, we have added this one in our project, and the next thing is, I want to backup this project. How I can do it? I can just click on backup and then uh, save a copy. Yeah, save a copy, and it's 030 burp. Yeah, seems like they are same, so just go with this. Okay, the selected file is currently in the project, which means that we have the same file there. So let's give it a name. Let's modify its name a bit by calling it 1. Save it, save it, and save it. Here is the thing, we have to change the name because this file is already available. So I just edit a 1 here and click next. The project has been saved. Now you can close the Burp Suite, close the particular web page and remove it. Just run your burp. Now I will select here open existing project. Okay, in the existing project, I can just select this one, latest project that I have backup right now, if you remember. So just click next, next, yes, select start burp, and you will be able that your project will be here. Oh, so we literally facing some errors, so let's do it again, and this time let's select the old one. Let's go with this one, this the second one, the official, the original one. Let's go with it. Yeah, so you can clearly see everything is working fine. You can just resume the burp, and you can see that this is the request, or this is the target that we are working on. So in this way you can you can just load your target whenever you works on any target for hours of hours, and then you just fed up, you just tired, you decided that I should work on it later on. You can just stop it, and you can literally just close the Burp Suite, and then once you come back, you can just open your Burp Suite and select that particular target. The target is the first one. This is the official one. Remember, the second one I have backup didn't work for me. The third one belonging to an old project, so I will go with the first one, the one that that is the latest. Okay, so just go with it, start the burp, and you can see that everything is working fine. The only thing that we are facing problem is with report, to create a report. So if you right click on it, and then you just save the selected item, um, all files. Okay, save the selected file, and if you give it a name, for example, I give it a name as professional. Okay, let's give it a name professional, and then just save it. We just save it, and then when we try to open our file manager, go to the documents and projects, you will be able to see the that the professional is not going to work for us. The reason is it contains some errors. It might be possible that the errors is because of our Burp Suite professional version. So you can just issue the report. Okay. Like, to be honest, I didn't look towards the issue. We have another method too, where you can just save the report. So just ignore everything that we have done about the reports, and no, I think I have solved this issue. Let's remove all the rest of the reports that we literally done. Okay, I'm not able to do this. The reason is I'm not a root user, so let's do it as a root. Open your terminal, or no need to open the terminal. You will be able to do this. Okay, so just remove all the extra stuff to avoid confusions. Yep, it seems like it is totally fine. So the main thing is I will show you how you can generate a report. Like, for example, you are working in a company, you have scanned the entire website, which is testphp.volunweb.com. You have discovered so many vulnerabilities. Now it is the time to give them a report. To give them a report, just right click on it, right click on the target, and then go to the issues. And here you have an option called report issue for this host. So just click it. You wanna go with XML or HTML. HTML is something that is good. So just go with HTML, not XML. It is easy. Next, 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 and next. And here you can just select the path of the report. Yeah, I'm in a current directory, that's cool, but I will give it a name as a report. Okay, it will automatically consider as embed images with HTML require modern browser. So just go with this, and you can see that it has been saved. So just close it, open your project section. It seems like it will be redirected to our folder where our Burp Suite is. So I need to go to my document downloads, and in the download you can clearly see I have this report.html. When I open it, so this is the report, and you can clearly see the report summary and high severity bugs, medium severity, low severity, informational based severity, and false positive, something that's look like vulnerabilities but they are not actual vulnerabilities. And it will give you the content that where it have discovered the vulnerabilities. So each and everything, like the first vulnerability, the issue of the vulnerability, issue background, how you can fix the issue, and what was the request of that particular vulnerability, then what were the response from the server, then similarly what was the issue background, then the second vulnerability. So literally it is one of the best way, it is one of the best reason that you should use Burp Suite, that once it scan the entire website, it will document all the vulnerabilities in a very fancy way for you. So you can report these vulnerability to the organization or to the company that you are working for, or if you are a freelancer, you can submit this report to the people who working in that particular project with you or your clients. So yeah, this is how the reports look like when you complete the scan. Everything will be in documented format, so you do not need to do it by yourself. This was all about Burp Suite, how Burp Suite works. It might be a little bit painful as we did some errors, but to be honest, when I face errors, I do not cut those parts from the video. The reason is you will definitely get the same errors. Even though if I'm a professional, if I can commit any if I face errors, then it means you will definitely face errors, and you have to learn from your errors. Errors are compulsory. You will do so many and so many mistakes. I promise you, you will face so many you will face so many errors. So don't be panic, just deal with them as I deal with this kind of errors on daily basis. Okay. So yeah, this was complete about Burp Suite. It take time, but you have to understand it. It is the core concept. After that, we just done with it. We will use Burp Suite for different vulnerabilities, for hunting different vulnerabilities like OS command injection, blind SSRF, information disclosure vulnerability, path traversal vulnerabilities. So I'll see you in the next tutorial or lecture or session. So have a good day. Take care. Bye. Alright, welcome back. This is going to be the first lab that we will solve, and the first lab is basically OS command injection simple lab. So let's go to the Google and type OS command injection port swagger. So here we have a lab, an entire page about OS command injection. You can just read it. I have already teach you the theory. I don't think so you need it, but still you can read it. It is very useful material, to be honest. And don't worry, I'm gonna provide you the link. You must have an account on a Swagger. You already know, and you must have to be logged in order to utilize those labs. So just click on view all labs of OS command injection. It will be open in a new tab, and this is going to be the first lab that we are going to solve, basically OS command injection simple case. This is going to be a simple case. We are going to inject an OS command injection vulnerability. We need to exploit it. Let's read the description. So basically this lab contains an OS command injection vulnerability in the product stock checker. The application execute a shell command containing user's supplied product and store ID, and returns the raw output from the command in its response. So basically what we will need to do there is user supplied product ID and store ID, which returns some raw output, and we need to exploit that particular product ID or store ID because the vulnerability exists there. To solve the lab, execute the whoami command to determine the name of the current user. We need to find out the name of the current user. This is going to be our ultimate goal. So let's click on access the lab. Okay, it's gonna take few seconds, give it some time. So you can clearly see this is going to be the lab, and it contains some of the product. When you click on any product and scroll a bit, you can clearly see here we have a check stock feature where you can look for the different cities like London, Paris, and the third one Milan. So let's go with the second one. What kind of value it is returning me? You can clearly see it is just letting me know that hey, you have 22 units left. So definitely it is grabbing something from the server. Okay, so what I need to do, the first thing I will need to do is to copy the URL of my target. Go to the bar, target, scope, add, and just paste it and click OK. What is this? Just remove it. It is not for me. So I have added it successfully. In the sitemap you will not be able to see the target, so that's why you need to refresh, and now you can clearly see I have a target. That's pretty cool. And the next thing I need to do is to just visit any particular you can say product. You can just change it to anyone. It doesn't matter at all. You can go with anyone. No, here is the thing. This check stock feature is vulnerable, and I am going to exploit this. To do this, I need to capture this request, and to capture this request, let me teach you some professional things. Just open the burp. Just open the yeah. Just open your in your browser on the left side, and just open your Burp Suite on the right side. So yeah, it seems like everything is very professional, and we are good to go now. You just need to go to the proxy, and in the proxy tab we have an interceptor, okay, where we can literally intercept any request, capture any request. And when I will click the stock check feature, meanwhile I will intercept this request before going to the server. I will capture the request, so that's why I need to turn on my interceptor and click check stock. And you can see when I click check stock feature, I have intercepted this request. That is the basically body of the particular request, and you can clearly see it contains some headers like cookie, user agent, accept, languages, referral, blah blah blah, so many things. But at the end you can clearly see we have two parameters, the product id equal to 4 and the store id equal to 1. So definitely it is fetching some sort of data from the server. I need to test this request, this particular request, for different vulnerabilities for OS command injection. So that's why I will need to send this request to the repeater. Just right click on this request and send this to the repeater. Now you can turn off your interceptor. Just turn off your interceptor and go to the repeater tab. This is the request that I have sent to the repeater right now, and you can literally clearly see the request. This is how it looks like. If you send the request to the server, you can clearly see it is literally giving me 88 result, which means that the current CT have 88 units left. So I will manipulate here a store ID or a product ID in order to grab what I really want. So let's open notes. This notes is one second please. So I will open my leaf pad, my favorite one. Just type leaf pad. This notes is seems like good for us. Let us go to the font to make it a little bit bigger, bold. Yeah, seems like it is cool. It is not good. So I will create a command for this in order to verify that is it vulnerable or not. That's why I need to first use meta character, which is basically we basically call it a pipe. Okay, we call it pipe, and it is above the space. So you can just hold the shift and press the that button above the space and below the backspace. So after this you just need to type who am I. This is the command I want to execute on the server. Why? Because I want to know the current user. So I will copy the command, and here I will remove the store ID, which is 1, and paste my command. Okay, and click send, and literally you can clearly see that it gives me the current username, which is basically Peter, and some other entity, which means that this particular location is vulnerable. With OS command injection I am able to execute the commands I'm able to execute any kind of command on the server. It doesn't matter at all. So if I type if config, you can clearly see basically they have just removed the file, but still it is working. So if you type uname -a, you can clearly see it is a Linux based machine which have this username, and this the current version. So it is using GNU Linux, each and everything it literally gives me. But our ultimate goal is to find the current user with the help of whoami command, and then just submit that. Remember, if it didn't work for you in the store ID, you can try with the product ID too. Whenever you get any parameter, you can just hit it. And before whoami, you just need to type pipe 2, which is compulsory. So yeah, if the single pipe didn't work for you, increase the pipe to 2. If it still didn't work for you, increase the add also 2 pipes after and before of your command, and we're gonna learn about it later on, don't worry. So just copy it, and you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this was the first lab in which we have learned how you can simply inject your operating system, inject your commands into the operating system to grab the data that you actually want. It is a very critical flaw, because you are able to execute commands on the server on the victim server, on the application server on which the application is running, on which the website is running. So yeah, it could be very dangerous. Okay, I'll see you in the next lab. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the branded new session. So in this session we are going to explore a new web security vulnerability, which is something called OS command injection. Some people called it operating system command injection, some people call it CMD injection, some people call it shell injection. Whatever you are comfortable with, it is just depend on environment. Okay, so basically OS command injection is one of the most critical vulnerability, high severity vulnerability, through which you can on the entire server, you can compromise the entire server. Okay, so let's explore it. First, in this section we will explain what is OS command injection. We will describe how vulnerabilities can be detected and exploited, spell out some useful commands and technique for different operating systems, and summarize how to prevent it. Definitely we are not going to learn how to prevent it, because we are from the offensive side and our aim is to hack into the system, not to protect the system. Because we are learning penetration testing, web security, our main goal is how to hack into the things. This is our job, not to patch those vulnerabilities. That will be something called defensive security, definitely, and we are totally an offensive security people. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's learn about OS command injection. OS command injection is also known as shell injection, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to execute arbitrary operating system's command on the server. Literally, it will enable an attacker to run commands directly on the victim machine, on the victim operating system. Okay, basically operating systems on the server that is running an application. If there is an application or website that is hosted on any server, and definitely that server will have must an operating system that can be a Linux or that can be Windows, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, if it is vulnerable with OS command, an attacker can run commands on the web application that will be directly executed on the operating system of that particular server, and typically fully compromise the application and its data. As I earlier told you, it is one of the critical flaw. That's why you will be able to compromise the entire server and its entire data. Very often an attacker can leverage an OS command injection vulnerability to compromise the other part of the hosting infrastructure. It is not only limited to that particular operating system. You can leverage, you can do post exploitation, you can leverage your OS command injection by compromising the rest parts of the hosting infrastructure. And what you can do, basically you can exploit the trust relation to provide the attack to the other systems within the organization. You can definitely compromise the other systems that are connected with that particular network. And we have some useful commands. When you have identified an OS command injection, let's suppose you have successfully identified the OS command injection. Now what next? It is generally useful to execute some initial commands to obtain information about the system that you have compromised. So that's why you will need to run some basic commands on that particular operating system in order to confirm that what kind of commands I am able to execute. Like some initial commands must be compulsory to execute in order to confirm that vulnerability, that is it a false positive vulnerability or is it a real vulnerability that I have discovered. So we have some useful commands that can be executed on Windows as well as on Linux. So basically you can execute whoami command, and whoami command will let you know the current username. It is same for Windows as well as for Linux. And after that you can run operating system command to learn some details about the operating system, like uname -a space -a. It will let you know the details about operating system, that what kind of operating system is it, and what kind of kernel version it contain. Is it a Linux based, is it a Ubuntu machine or Kali Linux machine, XYZ. And for Windows you just need to type where. And if I open my CMD just to show you, alright, just type where. Okay, sorry, it is where, not war. Okay, you can clearly see it is Microsoft Windows and the version is 10.0 something something. Okay, after that you can do some network configurations to look into. It means you can figure out the network configuration in order to check what kind of interface they are using, what are the IPs address XYZ. So in Windows, if you type ipconfig, even though if you go with ipconfig, it will give you the um, result, but still you can type ipconfig and space hyphen all. It will give you all the details of which kind of devices are connected, each and everything on this particular machine. Okay, so after that, literally you can go for network connections. What kind of connections are there for network? It is command for Linux as well as for Windows, so it doesn't matter at all, both have same working. You just need to make sure that if the target machine is Windows, then run please window command. If the target machine is Linux, then you can run Linux command. Similarly, you can learn about the running processes by typing ps space hyphen ef for Linux, and for Windows you just need to type task list, and you can clearly see it shows me all the running tasks that is no still running on my Windows machine. So then we have blind OS command injection vulnerabilities. Too many instances of OS command injection are blind vulnerabilities. Okay, so yeah, it is possible that the OS command injection can be blind. What does it means? This means that the application doesn't return the output from the command within the HTTP response. You will not be able to see the response in the repeater tab when you will executing these kind of commands. Why? Because it is a blind, and blind vulnerabilities does not give you any kind of response in the response tab in the source code of HTTP. Now what we will do, but blind vulnerabilities can be also exploited. Okay, you can still exploit blind vulnerabilities, but different techniques are required, so you will have to use different techniques. Consider a website that let a user submit a feedback about the site. Okay, the user enters their email address and feedback message. The server side application then generates an email to the site administrator containing the feedback. To do this, it is call out the email program with the submit details. So basically I will teach you here some of the techniques. Remember, you just cannot inject the command directly into the operating system. You have to use some of the variety of meta characters to do this. So a variety ways of injecting OS command. A variety of shell meta characters can be used to perform OS command injection, and a number of characters function as command separators, allowing command to be chained together. Okay, so the following separators work in both Windows and Unix operating system. Remember, we will need to use the AND operation and double ampersand operation, the single pipe and the double pipe. You can just do this in the way like for example, I want to execute who am I command, so you can just enclose your command in this way, or using double pipe at the end, two pipes. So this will execute it as who am I command. If you are not interested, you can go with the single one, or even though you can go with the double one. So this is how it works, and we will look into it one by one. So I'm going to teach you the practical. It was just a theory, and it is the practical time when we will perform some attacks on different labs. So I'll see you in the practical. Take care. All right, welcome back. So we have the second lab that we need to solve, and this time we will face blind OS command injection. As I earlier told you, you will not be able to see the response in HTTP response about blind vulnerabilities. That's why we will need to perform time-based attacks in order to shut down the server for temporary some temporary time in order to verify that are we able to execute commands on the server or not. And moreover, we can redirect the output into any other server, third-party server or Burp Suite collaborator. So no worries at all. So we have the second lab, which is basically blind OS command injection with time delay. And let's go to my virtual machine. You can clearly see I've already opened this lab, the second one, which is blind OS command injection with time delay. So in this case, what we gonna do, we will actually use some commands in order to shut down the server for a few seconds, just to verify that the server is really are we able to shut down the server or not. So our main goal is to shut down the server. Then we will be able to verify that yeah, we have the ability to down the server using commands on the operating system. So this is a blind case. Let's read the description. This labs contain a blind OS command injection vulnerability in the feedback function. Remember, this time we have a feedback function, and the application execute a shell command containing a user specified details. So we have this application who execute the shell command that contain user specified details, and the output from the command is not returned in the response, which means you will not be able to see the response in the repeater tab in response tab. If you remember last time, we grabbed we just executed who am I command and we were able to see the response in the response tab, but this is not the same case. We will not be able to execute the command. I mean, we will be able to execute the command, but we will not be able to see the response. And what we need to do to solve the lab, exploit the blind OS command injection vulnerability to cause 10-second delay. So our ultimate goal is to cause a 10-second delay, in which means that we need to shut down the server for 10 seconds to verify that is it vulnerable or not. So I'll open the lab by clicking on access this lab, and moreover I need to create a command for this kind of vulnerabilities in order to to confirm. So let me show you how actually you can create a payload for this kind of cases in order to verify that is the particular location is vulnerable or not. All right, so we have this particular leaf pad, and here I'm going to write a command for it. Let's say I'm going to use meta characters, which is basically pipe, and this time last time if you remember I used it one time who am I, but this time I'm not going to use who am I. I'm going to shut down the server for temporary purposes. Okay, so I will type ping and then -c. -c refers to the seconds or time delay, how much time delay you wanna do on that particular server. I will say 30 seconds. Let's suppose that I want to cause a delay that should be 30 seconds, and moreover I need to tell to the server that hey, I want to execute this on the local host. So 127.0.0.1 is basically referring to the local host. This is something called local host. So I will execute this command on the target machine, which will be a local host for the target machine itself. Let's open the lab. You can clearly see we have a simple lab, a very simple lab, and the next thing I need to do is they just told me that you have a feedback functionality. So if I go to the feedback function, okay, so you can clearly see that when I reloaded, this is something looks like this: name, email, subject, and message. So what I will do, I will paste some dummy data: test email, test @test.com, and the subject will be also a test, and the message is hello. Let's suppose hello. Now one of the field is definitely vulnerable with OS command injection. To do this, we just need to clear the history. Yeah, so just clear it. So let me clear the history. That's cool. No, just provide, submit the feedback. you can see that thank you for your feedback, which means that the feedback has been submitted. And if you can see it clearly, let me highlight it for you. This is the feedback request that we just did it right now. And I need to perform an attack on this feedback function. To do this, I will right click on it and send this to the repeater for further operations. And you can clearly see this is how the requests always look like. These are the different headers about this request, but the most important thing always lies here. It is a post based request, that's why you will be able to see most of the data here. If you remember, I provide name, which is test. I provide email, which is test@test.com. You will be confused and that what does this %40 means. This is actually the encoded version of @. So don't worry, it is @. Okay, and then we specify the subject, which was test, and at the end we specified hello as a message. So if I forward it, you can clearly see I'm not able to see anything, and I got the response. You will be able to see the response very soon. When I send to the forward, you can see the server is responding me too much quickly, even though in milliseconds. You can see in milliseconds. So the next thing is I will need to shut down the server for a few seconds in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. We call these values as parameters. For example, this is one parameter. This is name parameter, which contain name value, which hold name value. This contain email parameter, this contains subject parameter, and this contain basically message parameter with the message. So I need to paste my command everywhere one by one in each parameter in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. But remember, we just cannot use spaces, like here is one space, here is second space, and here is third space. You will need to remove the spaces, and you will need to add plus. Remove all spaces and add plus. Okay, so why? Because I'm actually trying to encode my payload. Without encoding, your payload will be just splitted on the server, and this will not going to work. That's why whenever you see the space in your payload, just try to make sure to remove the space and paste put there plus symbol, which is basically something called URL encoding. Browser also use this technique for URL encoding. I will copy this query, and at first I will remove the name equal to test. I will remove the test, and I will paste my payload here, and I will forward it. And you can clearly see that the server gives me the response in few milliseconds, which means that this name parameter is not vulnerable at all. Okay, now let's try the email. So the email is basically test@test.com. I will remove the test@test.com, and I will paste my payload there. And when I pasted the payload, literally you can clearly see I shut down the server. Why? Because I'm not able to get any response from the server. It will be literally shut down for 30 seconds, as I offer here 30 seconds. So you will not be able to see any kind of response before 30 seconds. Meanwhile, this server is now shut down for 30 seconds. Like literally you can clearly see you are not able to see any response, and no, you can clearly see that it respond me after 30 seconds. Now just imagine, you can specify here a very big value, and you can permanently shut down the server. And here you can see I got the response in 30,000 milliseconds. Seems like 30 seconds. Okay, so when you visit the lab, you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved the lab. Our ultimate goal was to learn how actually we can shut down the server using blind OS command injection vulnerability, and this is how the blind OS command injection work. You just need to type ping plus minus C and then plus the time you want to shut down the server, and then you just need to specify the local IP of that particular definitely it will be a local host for the target on which we are going to test. So this was about blind OS command injection. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Take care. Alright, Welcome back. This is going to be the first lab that we will solve, and the first lab is basically OS command injection simple lab. So let's go to the Google and type OS command injection port swagger. So here we have a lab, an entire page about OS command injection. You can just read it. I have already teach you the theory. I don't think so you need it, but still you can read it. It is very useful material, to be honest. And don't worry, I'm gonna provide you the link. You must have an account on Podswagger. You already know, and you must have to be logged in order to utilize those labs. So just click on view all labs of OS command injection. It will be open in a new tab, and this is going to be the first lab that we are going to solve, basically OS command injection simple case. This is going to be a simple case. We are going to inject an OS command injection vulnerability. We need to exploit it. Let's read the description. So basically this lab contains an OS command injection vulnerability in the product stock checker. The application execute a shell command containing user supplied product and store ID, and returns the raw output from the command in its response. So basically what we will need to do there is user supplied product ID and store ID, which returns some raw output, and we need to exploit that particular product ID or store ID, because the vulnerability exists there. To solve the lab, execute the whoami command to determine the name of the current user. We need to find out the name of the current user. This is going to be our ultimate goal. So let's click on access the lab. Okay, it's gonna take few seconds, give it some time. So you can clearly see this is going to be the lab, and it contains some of the product. When you click on any product and scroll a bit, you can clearly see here we have a check stock feature, where you can look for the different cities like London, Paris, and the third one Milan. So let's go with the second one. What kind of value it is returning me? You can clearly see it is just letting me know that hey, you have 22 units left. So definitely it is grabbing something from the server. Okay, so what I need to do, the first thing I will need to do is to copy the URL of my target. Go to the bar, target, scope, add, and just paste it and click OK. What is this? Just remove it. It doesn't, it is not for me. So I have added it successfully. In the sitemap you will not be able to see the target, so that's why you need to refresh, and now you can clearly see I have a target. That's pretty cool. And the next thing I need to do is to just visit any particular you can say product. You can just change it to anyone. It doesn't matter at all. You can go with anyone. No, here is the thing. This check stock feature is vulnerable, and I am going to exploit this. To do this, I need to capture this request, and to capture this request, let me teach you some professional things. Just open the burp. Just open the yeah. Just open your in your browser on the left side, and just open your Burp Suite on the right side. So yeah, it seems like everything is very professional, and we are good to go now. You just need to go to the proxy, and in the proxy tab we have an interceptor, okay, where we can literally intercept any request, capture any request. And when I will click the stock check feature, meanwhile I will intercept this request before going to the server. I will capture the request. So that's why I need to turn on my interceptor and click check stock. And you can see when I click check stock feature, I have intercepted this request. That is the basically body of the particular request, and you can clearly see it contains some headers like cookie, user agent, accept, languages, referral, blah blah blah, so many things. But at the end you can clearly see we have two parameters, the product ID equal to 4 and the store ID equal to 1. So definitely it is fetching some sort of data from the server. I need to test this request, this particular request. for different vulnerabilities for OS command injection. So that's why I will need to send this request to the repeater. Just right click on this request and send this to the repeater. Now you can turn off your interceptor. Just turn off your interceptor and go to the repeater tab. This is the request that I have sent to the repeater right now, and you can literally clearly see the request. This is how it looks like. If you send the request to the server, you can clearly see it is literally giving me 88 result, which means that the current CT have 88 units left. So I will manipulate here a store ID or a product ID in order to grab what I really want. So let's open notes. This notes is one second please. So I will open my leaf pad, my favorite one. Just type leaf pad. This note seems like good for us. Let us go to the font to make it a little bit bigger. Bold. Yeah, seems like it is cool. It is not good. So I will create a command for this in order to verify that is it vulnerable or not. That's why I need to first use meta character, which is basically we basically call it a pipe. Okay, we call it pipe, and it is above the space. So you can just hold the shift and press the that button above the space and below the backspace. So after this you just need to type who am I. This is the command I want to execute on the server. Why? Because I want to know the current user. So I will copy the command, and here I will remove the store ID, which is 1, and paste my command. Okay, and click send, and literally you can clearly see that it gives me the current username, which is basically Peter, and some other entity, which means that this particular location is vulnerable. With OS command injection, I am able to execute the commands. I'm able to execute any kind of command on the server. It doesn't matter at all. So if I type if config, you can clearly see basically they have just removed the file, but still it is working. So if you type uname -a, you can clearly see it is a Linux based machine which have this username, and this the current version. So it is using GNU Linux, each and everything it literally gives me. But our ultimate goal is to find the current user with the help of whoami command, and then just submit that. Remember, if it didn't work for you in the store ID, you can try with the product ID too. Whenever you get any parameter, you can just hit it. And before whoami, you just need to type pipe 2, which is compulsory. So yeah, if the single pipe didn't work for you, increase the pipe to 2. If it still didn't work for you, increase the add also 2 pipes after and before of your command, and we're gonna learn about it later on, don't worry. So just copy it, and you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this was the first lab in which we have learned how you can simply inject your operating system, inject your commands into the operating system to grab the data that you actually want. It is a very critical flaw, because you are able to execute commands on the server, on the victim server, on the application server on which the application is running, on which the website is running. So yeah, it could be very dangerous. Okay, I'll see you in the next lab. Alright, welcome back. So we have the second lab that we need to solve, and this time we will face blind OS command injection. As I earlier told you, you will not be able to see the response in HTTP response about blind vulnerabilities. That's why we will need to perform time-based attacks in order to shut down the server for temporary for some temporary time, in order to verify that are we able to execute commands on the server or not. And moreover, we can redirect the output into any other server, third-party server, or Burp Suite collaborator. So no worries at all. So we have the second lab, which is basically blind OS command injection with time delay. And let's go to my virtual machine, you can clearly see I have already opened this lab, the second one, which is blind OS command injection with time delay. So in this case, what we gonna do, we will actually use some commands in order to shut down the server for a few seconds, just to verify that the server is really, are we able to shut down the server or not. So our main goal is to shut down the server, then we will be able to verify that yeah, we have the ability to down the server using commands on the operating system. So this is a blind case. Let's read the description. This labs contain a blind OS command injection vulnerability in the feedback function. Remember, this time we have a feedback function, and the application execute a shell command containing a user specified details. So we have this application who execute the shell command that contain user specified details, and the output from the command is not returned in the response, which means you will not be able to see the response in the repeater tab, in response tab. If you remember last time, we grabbed the we just executed who am I command, and we were able to see the response in the response tab, but this is not the same case. We will not be able, to execute the command. I mean, we will be able to execute the command, but we will not be able to see the response. And what we need to do to solve the lab, exploit the blind OS command injection vulnerability to cause 10-second delay. So our ultimate goal is to cause a 10-second delay, in which means that we need to shut down the server for 10 seconds to verify that is it vulnerable or not. So I'll open the lab by clicking on access this lab, and moreover I need to create a command for this kind of vulnerabilities in order to to confirm. So let me show you how actually you can create a payload for this kind of cases in order to verify that is the particular location is vulnerable or not. Alright, so we have this particular leaf pad, and here I'm going to write a command for it. Let's say I'm going to use meta characters, which is basically pipe, and this time, last time if you remember, I used it one time, who am I, but this time I'm not going to use who am I. I'm going to shut down the server for temporary purposes. Okay, so I will type ping, and then -c. -c refers to the seconds or time delay, how much time delay you wanna do on that particular server. I will say 30 seconds. Let's suppose that I want to cause a delay that should be 30 seconds, and moreover I need to tell to the server that hey, I want to execute this on the local host. So 127.0.0.1 is basically referring to the local host. This is something called local host. So I will execute this command on the target machine, which will be a local host for the target machine itself. Let's open the lab. You can clearly see we have a very simple lab, and the next thing I need to do is, they just told me that you have a feedback functionality. So if I go to the feedback function, okay, so you can clearly see that when I reloaded, this is something looks like this: name, email, subject, and message. So what I will do, I will paste some dummy data: test email, test @test.com, and the subject will be also a test, and the message is hello. Let's suppose hello. Now one of the field is definitely vulnerable with OS command injection. To do this, we just need to clear the history. Yeah, so just clear it. So let me clear the history. That's cool. No, just provide, submit the feedback. You can see that thank you for your feedback, which means that the feedback has been submitted. And if you can see it clearly, let me highlight it for you. This is the feedback request that we just did it right now, and I need to perform an attack on this feedback function. To do this, I will right click on it and send this to the repeater for further operations. and you can clearly see this is how the requests always look like. These are the different headers about this request, but the most important thing always lies here. It is a post based request, that's why you will be able to see most of the data here. If you remember, I provide name, which is test. I provide email, which is test@test.com. You will be confused and that what does this %40 means. This is actually the encoded version of at the rate, so don't worry, it is at the rate. Okay, and then we specify the subject, which was test, and at the end we specified hello as a message. So if I forward it, you can clearly see I'm not able to see anything, and I got the response. You will be able to see the response very soon. When I send to the forward, you can see the server is responding me too much quickly, even though in milliseconds. You can see in milliseconds. So the next thing is I will need to shut down the server for a few seconds in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. We call these values as parameters. For example, this is one parameter, this is name parameter, which contain name value, which hold name value. This contain email parameter, this contains subject parameter, and this contain basically message parameter with the message. So I need to paste my command everywhere one by one in each parameter in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. But remember, we just cannot use spaces, like here is one space, here is second space, and here is third space. You will need to remove the spaces, and you will need to add plus. Remove all spaces and add plus. Okay, so why? Because I'm actually trying to encode my payload. Without encoding, your payload will be just splitted on the server, and this will not going to work. That's why whenever you see the space in your payload, just try to make sure to remove the space and paste put there plus symbol, which is basically something called URL encoding. Browser also use this technique for URL encoding. I will copy this query, and at first I will remove the name equal to test. I will remove the test, and I will paste my payload here, and I will forward it. And you can clearly see that the server gives me the response in few milliseconds, which means that this name parameter is not vulnerable at all. Okay, now let's try the email. So the email is basically test@test.com. I will remove the test@test.com, and I will paste my payload there. And when I pasted the payload, literally you can clearly see I shut down the server. Why? Because I'm not able to get any response from the server. It will be literally shut down for 30 seconds, as I offer here 30 seconds. So you will not be able to see any kind of response before 30 seconds. Meanwhile, this server is now shut down for 30 seconds. Like literally you can clearly see you are not able to see any response, and no, you can clearly see that it respond me after 30 seconds. Now just imagine, you can specify here a very big value, and you can permanently shut down the server. And here you can see I got the response in 30,000 milliseconds. Seems like 30 seconds. Okay, so when you visit the lab, you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved the lab. Our ultimate goal was to learn how actually we can shut down the server using blind OS command injection vulnerability, and this is how the blind OS command injection work. You just need to type ping plus minus c and then plus the time you want to shut down the server, and then you just need to specify the local IP of that particular definitely it will be a local host for the target on which we are going to test. So this was about blind OS command injection. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Take care. Alright, welcome back. So we have the second lab that we need to solve, and this time we will face blind OS command injection. As I earlier told you, you will not be able to see the response in HTTP response about blind vulnerabilities. That's why we will need to perform time-based attacks in order to shut down the server for temporary for some temporary time in order to verify that are we able to execute commands on the server or not. And moreover, we can redirect the output into any other server, third-party server or Burp Suite collaborator. So no worries at all. So we have the second lab, which is basically blind OS command injection with time delay. And let's go to my virtual machine. You can clearly see I have already opened this lab, the second one, which is blind OS command injection with time delay. So in this case, what we gonna do, we will actually use some commands in order to shut down the server for a few seconds, just to verify that the server is really are we able to shut down the server or not. So our main goal is to shut down the server. Then we will be able to verify that yeah, we have the ability to down the server using commands on the operating system. So this is a blind case. Let's read the description. This labs contain a blind OS command injection vulnerability in the feedback function. Remember, this time we have a feedback function, and the application execute a shell command containing a user specified details. So we have this application who execute the shell command that contain user specified details, and the output from the command is not returned in the response, which means you will not be able to see the response in the repeater tab in response tab. If you remember last time, we grabbed we just executed who am I command and we were able to see the response in the response tab, but this is not the same case. We will not be able to execute the command. I mean, we will be able to execute the command, but we will not be able to see the response. And what we need to do to solve the lab, exploit the blind OS command injection vulnerability to cause 10-second delay. So our ultimate goal is to cause a 10-second delay, in which means that we need to shut down the server for 10 seconds to verify that is it vulnerable or not. So I'll open the lab by clicking on access this lab, and moreover I need to create a command for this kind of vulnerabilities in order to to confirm. So let me show you how actually you can create a payload for this kind of cases in order to verify that is the particular location is vulnerable or not. All right, so we have this particular leaf pad, and here I'm going to write a command for it. Let's say I'm going to use meta characters, which is basically pipe, and this time last time if you remember I used it one time who am I, but this time I'm not going to use who am I. I'm going to shut down the server for temporary purposes. Okay, so I will type ping and then -c. -c refers to the seconds or time delay, how much time delay you wanna do on that particular server. I will say 30 seconds. Let's suppose that I want to cause a delay that should be 30 seconds, and moreover I need to tell to the server that hey, I want to execute this on the local host. So 127.0.0.1 is basically referring to the local host. This is something called local host. So I will execute this command on the target machine, which will be a local host for the target machine itself. Let's open the lab. You can clearly see we have a very simple lab, and the next thing I need to do is they just told me that you have a feedback functionality. So if I go to the feedback function, okay, so you can clearly see that when I reloaded, this is something looks like this: name, email, subject, and message. So what I will do, I will paste some dummy data: test email, test at the rate test.com, and the subject will be also a test, and the message is hello. Let's suppose hello. Now one of the field is definitely vulnerable with OS command injection. To do this, we just need to clear the history. Yeah, so just clear it. So let me clear the history. That's cool. No, just provide, submit the feedback. You can see that thank you for your feedback, which means that the feedback has been submitted. And if you can see it clearly, let me highlight it for you. This is the feedback request that we just did it right now. And I need to perform an attack on this feedback function. To do this, I will right click on it and send this to the repeater for further operations. And you can clearly see this is how the requests always look like. These are the different headers about this request, but the most important thing always lies here. It is a post based request, that's why you will be able to see most of the data here. If you remember, I provide name, which is test. I provide email, which is test@test.com. You will be confused then that what does this %40 means. This is actually the encoded version of at the rate, so don't worry, it is at the rate. Okay, and then we specify the subject, which was test, and at the end we specified hello as a message. So if I forward it, you can clearly see I'm not able to see anything, and I got the response. You will be able to see the response very soon. When I send to the forward, you can see the server is responding me too much quickly, even though in milliseconds. You can see in milliseconds. So the next thing is I will need to shut down the server for a few seconds in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. We call these values as parameters. For example, this is one parameter, this is name parameter, which contain name value, which hold name value. This contain email parameter, this contains subject parameter, and this contain basically message parameter with the message. So I need to paste my command everywhere one by one in each parameter in order to verify that which parameter is vulnerable. But remember, we just cannot use spaces, like here is one space, here is second space, and here is third space. You will need to remove the spaces, and you will need to add plus. Remove all spaces and add plus. Okay, so why? Because I'm actually trying to encode my payload. Without encoding, your payload will be just splitted on the server, and this will not going to work. That's why whenever you see the space in your payload, just try to make sure to remove the space and paste put there plus symbol, which is basically something called URL encoding. Browser also use this technique for URL encoding. I will copy this query, and at first I will remove the name equal to test. I will remove the test, and I will paste my payload here, and I will forward it. And you can clearly see that the server gives me the response in few milliseconds, which means that this name parameter is not vulnerable at all. Okay, now let's try the email. So the email is basically test@test.com. I will remove the test@test.com, and I will paste my payload there. And when I pasted the payload, literally you can clearly see I shut down the server. Why? Because I'm not able to get any response from the server. It will be literally shut down for 30 seconds, as I offer here 30 seconds. So you will not be able to see any kind of response before 30 seconds. Meanwhile, this server is now shut down for 30 seconds. Like literally you can clearly see you are not able to see any response. And no, you can clearly see that it respond me after 30 seconds. Now just imagine, you can specify here a very big value, and you can permanently shut down the server. And here you can see I got the response in 30,000 milliseconds. Seems like 30 seconds. Okay, so when you visit the lab, you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved the lab. Our ultimate goal was to learn how actually we can shut down the server using blind OS command injection vulnerability. And this is how the blind OS command injection work. You just need to type ping plus minus c, and then plus the time you want to shut down the server, and then you just need to specify the local IP of that particular definitely it will be a local host for the target on which we are going to test. So this was about blind OS command injection. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Take care. Alright, we have the last one lab in which we will learn blind OS command injection with output redirection, and in this case we will direct our command, we will basically put our command in any txt file, and then we will put that txt file in any specified location, and then we will try to grab that file in order to show us the current user on the machine. So let's go to the lab, and this is going to be this third one lab. I have already opened it here. Let's access the lab, and let's read about its description. So basically the lab name is blind OS command injection with output redirection. Now what does this mean? It means that this lab is a blind OS command this lab basically contains a blind OS command injection vulnerability in the feedback function. You know that they already told us that there is a vulnerability of OS command injection in the feedback functionality. The application execute a shell command containing a user specified detail. The output from the command is not returned in the response. Okay, you will not be able to see the response in the output. However, you can use the output redirection to capture the output from the command. So what we will need to do, we will try to capture the output redirection. Basically we will put our command into any file, and then we will just try to upload or execute that particular command on the server, and that file will be executed on that particular server. So I know you will get a little bit confused. Just don't worry, this is a writable directory. They just offer me that var where www and images directory is basically vulnerable, not vulnerable, somehow you can say, but it is a writable directory, which means that we can redirect our output file in this particular in this particular directory. The application searches the images from the product catalog from this location. So this directory is basically referring to the images section. Whenever you will see images on the particular target website, or you can call it lab, then basically they are fetching the images from this particular directory. So you can say that this location is for images, and we need to upload our output.txt file into this directory in order to run our whoami command. That's all. So you have already the solution. You can also see that they are basically executing the whoami, and they are just redirecting it into this particular directory. So let's create a command for it. What I will need to do, I will just use two pipes as always, and I will type whoami. Okay, this is the command that I want to execute, but I'm not able to do it directly. Why? Because the lab is vulnerable with blind OS, which means I will not be able to see the response. That's why I need to apply any other technique. So I will redirect this particular whoami command into where www and images. Now why I'm doing this? Because they have earlier told me that this is the location which is basically writable, and you can just redirect your commands into it. And after that we need to specify the output. We just need to specify the name of the output file. I will call it output.txt, and after that just close this particular, these are the basically opening meta characters, the two we call it basically pipes. So yeah, this is two pipes. So one pipe we call it pipe, and if it is two, just call it pipes. So two opening pipes and two closing pipes. Then inside it just try to type whoami, redirect that whoami into the current directory which is writable, which is where www images, and give it a name to the file. That's all you need to do. That is all, nothing else. So let's try to access the lab. We have already accessed the lab. Copy the URL, just go back to the target in your burp, go to the scope, paste it in the scope, say yes, and then go to the site setting, just click the filter and try to filter everything. So literally I have filtered everything, and you can see this is going to be the current target that I have. The next thing I need to do is also to filter out the HTTP history in proxy tab. So just make sure to filter it. After filtering it, you can clearly see this is the only data that I have so far. Just clear it and go to the lab. Just click on the submit function, feedback functionality, which is vulnerable. So put some dummy data, name as a test, email as a test@test.com, and the subject is also test. Let's call the hello message and forward it. After forwarding it, you can clearly see that I got this request in my history too. So what I need to do, I will send this request to the repeater tab. After sending to the repeater tab, it contains data, the same data that we have done in our last lab. Name equal to test, email equal to test@test.com, and the subject is test, and the message is hello. What I will need to do, I will provide this path. Basically I'm going to copy this command that I have created, and after that I will need to I will need to paste it in the name section. Name equal to test, remove the test and paste your command here and click send. After sending it, now we need to find that particular file. To find it, where we are redirecting, you should have knowledge. We are basically redirecting it into the image section. That's why we need to find any image in the history. So what I will need to do, I will just go back to the filter section and I will enable the images. Now you can see I have a bunch of images. Okay, I will just select any one image and I will send the image to the repeater tab. Okay, so this time it might be a little bit confusing for you, but just give me a time, let me fix for you. This is the image section, so I will name it image, and this is the feedback request, so I will call it feedback. Seems like everything is now cool. So what I need to do is I will just remove the file name equal to 65.jpg jpg, and I will provide my output file here. I will call it output.txt. Now what I'm doing here, actually in the feedback functionality, I'm just trying to inject the whoami command into a feedback into output.txt. Remember, I just type whoami and I redirect it into output.txt, and this output.txt will be basically inside image section. So I'm trying to access the same file from image section. Let's try, and you can clearly see they just told me that 400 bad gateway, no such a file found, which means that we are just failed. This particular name is not vulnerable. Okay, now we need to give it another try by removing the email address. So just remove the email address and paste the same command. Okay, I just paste the same command. With old one it doesn't matter at all, you can just remove the old one and just type anything whatever you want, it doesn't matter at all. So let's send it. You can clearly see I injected the whoami command and redirected it into an output file. Then I injected this overall command into where www and images section. Now let's try to access the same file again, and you can clearly see this time my command has been successfully executed. The command was successfully redirected into output.txt into a particular location which was writable actually. So this is how you can basically see the response. This output.txt contain my whoami command, and this is the result of whoami command, which is the current user on this particular machine. So just copy it and do not need to provide as an answer, because our goal was just to show it. And you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. If you have any confusion in these kind of labs, please let me know. I will try my best to solve again for you and to answer your question. So there is nothing hard into this lab. You should have the knowledge that this is the directory which is writable, and I need to inject my whoami command into this directory. To do this, I just uh, redirect my whoami command into a output file and name it output.txt, and then I just redirect it this whoami into this particular directory, and when I try to see the response of this particular request, I was actually able, this course is not only about to solve the labs and just close the video done. No, remember, we are here to learn the things. What was our ultimate goal? To inject or redirect our whoami command into an output file, into a writable directory, which was this one. And I tried to access the same directory here in my proxy http history. Here is so many image files which are on the same directory, so I just pick one of them, and when I pick one of them, I try to access the output file, and we were able to see the response. This is how blind os command injection vulnerabilities works. If you practice few times, you will get it definitely. And if you are still confused, I'll recommend you to also go through this particular solution here. You can just go through the solution. There is nothing hard in it. So yeah, we are just done with this vulnerability. I will see you in the next lecture. Have a good day. Take care. Bye. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new session, and in this session we are going to explore file upload vulnerabilities. So before diving into file upload vulnerabilities, we should know some basics about it. Like, file upload is a feature in any website. If you ever visit the websites related different businesses or different products, you will be able to see there, like, most of the website have their file upload feature, like for displaying the images or for profile. Yeah, once you enroll into any course, or once you successfully log in into any website, you will be able to see the change profile option in the dashboard. Or even though there are some sort of websites which allow to upload files into their file system. So basically, file upload vulnerabilities arise in file upload feature. If the file upload feature doesn't validate properly, then definitely it will cause file upload vulnerabilities. So in this section, you will learn how simply file upload function can be used as a powerful vector for a number of high severity of attacks. We will show you how to bypass common defenses mechanism in order to upload a web shell. Now, a web shell is something with the help of which you can own the entire server, which you can take the control of the web server. Yeah, enabling you to take full control of the vulnerable web server. Gaining how common file upload functions are, knowing how to test them properly in essential knowledge. Okay, so is essential knowledge. So basically, let's learn about file upload vulnerabilities. What does this means? Basically, file upload vulnerabilities are when a web server allows user to upload file to its file system without sufficiently validating things like their name, type, content, or size. Failing to properly enforce restriction on these could mean that even a basic file upload function can be used to upload arbitrary and potentially dangerous files instead. This could even include server-side script files that enable remote code execution, and if the attacker successfully executed any kind of malicious file, the attacker will be able to get remote code execution on the server. Means that he or she will be able to perform commands, to execute commands on the vulnerable server. So in some cases, the act of uploading the file in itself enough to cause damage. Other attacks may involve a follow-up HTTP request from the file, typically to trigger its execution by the server. Now let's learn about the impact of file upload vulnerabilities. The impact of file upload vulnerabilities generally depends on two key factors: which aspect of the file the website fails to validate properly, whether that be its size, type, control, content, and so on. We have learned this in the above section, like if the server is failed to validate the size of the file, type of the file, content inside it, and so on. And the second key factor is what restrictions are imposed on the file once it has been uploaded successfully uploaded. In the worst case scenarios, the file's type is not validated properly, and the server configurations allow certain type of files such as PHP and JSP for JavaScript files basically to be executed as a code. In this case, an attacker could potentially upload a server-side code file that functions as a web shell. And I have already told you about web shell. Web shell is also a piece of code. When you successfully upload into any web server, you will be able to get the reverse connection, means you will be able to execute commands on that particular web server, effectively granting them full control over the server. So basically web shell will grant you the full control of any web server. If the file is not validated properly, this could allows an attacker to overwrite critical files simply by uploading a file with the same name. Okay, so this was a little bit introduction about file upload vulnerabilities, and in the next coming tutorials we will perform some attacks on labs in order to do some file exploit some file upload vulnerabilities. So we are going to perform some attacks on the following labs. Just stay with me, I'll see you in the next lecture. Alright guys, let's start our lab. So the first thing you need to do is to just search on Google file upload vulnerabilities Podswagger labs. It will redirect me on the official file upload web security academy, which is basically on Podswagger. So here I have already logged in. You can just log in with your account and you can literally read the entire article if you want. They have write some very awesome stuff. I have already teach you all this stuff in the first lecture, so I will ignore this and I will jump straight into the labs. You can clearly see here we have the labs. So let's go, and we are going to solve our first lab, which is basically remote code execution via web shell upload. So we will perform some remote code execution, means that we will remotely execute commands on the server with the help of web shell. So we will upload a web shell, a script basically that contain a code. So with the help of that code we will be able to execute some commands on the server. Okay, let's read the description. This lab contains a vulnerable image upload function. So yeah, there is a vulnerable image function upload functionality. It doesn't perform any validation on the file, so it is not going to perform any kind of validation. User upload before files on the files, basically user upload before storing them on the server file system. So there is no restriction. User can upload any kind of files and they will be stored on the server file system basically. To solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and use it to exfiltrate the content of the home Carlos secret. So basically there is a secret file in home Carlos directory, and we have to grab that secret file. Basically, what we are trying to do, we will grab the content that are basically in the home Carlos directory, and the name of the file is secret, which contain the content. Yeah, so what we are doing here, we will perform remote code execution. We will perform our we will upload our web shell that will contain our command, through which we will be able to grab this file from the server. Yeah, so we are basically doing remote code execution. Submit the secret using the button provided in the lab banner. So there is a lab banner which contains some buttons, and we have to provide the secret, which is a file hosted on the server, and we are going to grab data from it. You can log in with your own account credentials, which is winner and Peter. So they just offer me the username and password, which is winner and Peter in this case, as a login credential. So let's go through it. Okay, the first thing you need to do is to log in, and remember, in the solution tab they just offer me the payload that I need to use to grab that particular file from the server. So basically, in this case, the backend system is built with PHP. That's why we need to create our simple web shell with PHP code. So the first thing I need to do is to copy the URL of the target, go to the target scope, click add, and paste the URL, click OK, and yes, seems like we are done. Just click on this filter and click show only in scope, and you can see I have the only one target that I am interested in basically. So in the HTTP history you can do the same. You will be able to only see the selected result. Just remove the old data. Okay, that's cool. So let's go to the website. The first thing I need to do is to click on my account. I need to log in. They have already offered me the username and password, which is winner and Peter. So let's log in. Winner and Peter, click enter, and you can clearly see I have a file upload functionality, as well as I have to change the email. But they told me that this file upload feature, which is basically an avatar, you can just change it, is vulnerable. What I will do, I will go to Google and just type flower, let's suppose. Let's pick any one image like this one, and seems like it is a link. Not interested in link at all. Just click on any image and try to copy the image link, save image. So let's save the image in the download section. Yeah, this will be good. It is a JPEG image. It has been uploaded. Now let's give it a try by uploading that image. I will go to the download section. This is the image, and try to upload it. And you can clearly see they just told me that the file avatar untitled JPG has been uploaded. So if I go back, you can clearly see the avatar has been changed. So this is how you can change the image. Now if I tell you, what if I uploaded here my malicious file that contains some code, that contains some command, and that command will be executed on the server. So basically I'm not going to type the command because it definitely take time. So what I will do, I will copy the command, but definitely I will teach you how it works. So what I just did, let me open my terminal, a new tab, and I'll go one directory back. Okay, I'll go to my desktop. Don't worry, I'm going to maximize it. Okay, all right, this is good. So I will create a file, and I will name it as web shell.php. okay, this is going to be my web shell. The web shell is totally empty file. What I need to do, I will open it with the help of leafpad web shell.php, and you can clearly see I just open it. The next thing is just paste the command, and if I'm not wrong, here is an option to change the font. But let me increase it a bit so you will be able to see it. And now you can clearly see basically it is a PHP code. So yeah, it is basically a simple PHP code that is echoing, that is using echo function, echo command. So basically echo is just showing you something. We basically use echo to print the output of anything. And what does this output will contain? Basically here we have a function which is file get content. So I'm using this function to grab me the content of the file, and here I'm specifying the path of the particular function. So basically this is the entire command, the entire function which containing this command. And what it will do, it will basically grab me the secret file, the secret file that is in home and Carlos directory. And this is our ultimate goal. Okay, if you want to know further about it, you can literally just copy it. You can just use it Control S to save the results, and after that you can just see the result, that this is how it looks like. Okay, I'll give you another hint, like if you want to know about if this command further, just I'll go to ChatGPT and I will ask her, explain the below command in easy way. You can always use ChatGPT. Okay, and you can clearly see that it just told me this PHP code is using file get content function to read the content of the file located in home Carlos secret directory, and it is using echo to output or display those content. So basically the file get content is a function that will grab the content of this particular directory which contain a secret file, and it will display the output with the help of echo command. Okay, in similar terms, it is like opening and reading the content of the file name named secret. So I hope you got the point. This is what we are going to use. So the next thing I'll need to do is to I'll just upload the file. I'll upload the file. So the file is in my desktop. On my desktop, let's select it and upload it. After uploading the file, you can clearly see that the file has been uploaded in avatar and webshell.php. So just copy the location and go back. So you can clearly see that the file has been uploaded, but the image showing me nothing. Why? Because it is a command which contain command that will be executed. The most easy way is to always just right click on the image. This is the place where my payload has been uploaded. Just click on open image in new tab. After clicking on it, you will be able that this is the secret file that contain the key. Yeah, so that was a kind of challenge for us to grab the content of the secret file, and we have literally grabbed it, which contains some sort of key. You need to go back and just click on the submit solution and paste the result and click OK. After this, you can see that they just told me, congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how you can basically do remote code execution, execute your commands using web shell. So yeah, the simple code was a web shell. The web shell can be complicated. It can give you so many things. We will look about it in our upcoming lectures. So I'll see you in the next lab. Okay, welcome back. So this is going to be our second you can call it lab, and you can just visit it from here, grab it from here. So let's proceed it. Basically we have second lab, which is web shell upload via content type restriction bypass. So what the server will do, basically it will check for the content type. If the file that we are uploading is not an image based file, definitely its content will be changed. Then the server will probably block us. That's why this is something called content type restriction. The server will look into the content type of the file. If it is not PNG or JPEG or something that's related to image, then they will definitely block us. So we need to bypass this. let's go through the lab description a bit. Basically, this lab contains a vulnerable file image upload functionality. It attempts to prevent user from uploading unexpected files type, but relies on checking user controllable input to verify this. Basically, we need to solve this lab, uh, and we are going to provide a PHP file, upload a PHP file, and the server will block us. That's why we need to bypass this kind of restriction. To solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and exfiltrate the data that are basically in home, Carlos, and secret. Basically, we need to use the same payload that we have used in our previous lab, the web shell.php. You do not need to to change it. Our ultimate goal is to grab the content in a secret file, but remember, you just cannot use the old technique, because no, we have a security features and we need to bypass it. And our ultimate goal is to submit the secret key in the button, basically, which is in the lab banner. So let's access the lab. And the most important thing that they have already told me that, hey, your user credential is basically Winner and Peter, so we have to go with Winner and Peter in order to log in into this particular lab. So let's wait a bit. The first thing you need to do is to just click on my account, and then just go with the username Winner and the password is Peter. Just click OK, and now you can see that I am inside in my home directory. The most important thing is just copy the URL of your target, go to the burp as always, and just go to the scope and remove the old one, just paste the new one. I hope this will be fine. Yeah, seems like it is perfect, not only fine. Let's try to upload a simple image. Here, this is the vulnerable place, and you can clearly see they just told me that, hey, it has been uploaded. So if I go back, you can clearly see, if I open the image in a new tab, I'm able to see it. Now the most important thing is, let's try to upload a PHP file, which is basically a web shell that we have created in our previous lab. So remember, you can grab the grab that particular file from here. You will be confused that from here I will get the code. You can literally get the code from here. They have already provided the code in every lab. So let's try to upload it. When I click on upload, let me upload it. So I click on upload, and literally you can clearly see they just told me, sorry, the file type is application/xphp, which is basically not allowed. Only image slash jpeg or image slash png are allowed. Sorry, there was an error while uploading the file, which means that they are validating the file type, and the file type of the web shell is xphp, application xphp, but they are only accepting png and jpeg based files. So image png and image jpeg. Let's go back, and this time I will upload the same file, but I will capture it. Okay, so let me capture the request with the help of burp. I'll go to the proxy and interceptor, just turn it off, and let me just close something. Yeah, seems like it is fine. Okay, so let's turn on the interceptor, and if you got something, just make sure to drop them. And okay, I just literally got something, drop it, and you can clearly see that this is the particular request that I am trying to do from here. Now if I proceed it further to the server will tell me that, hey, you are not able to do it because you are not allowed. So what I need to do, I will send this request to the repeater for further investigation, and I will turn off the interceptor. You can clearly see they just give me another time error, so I'll go back. I know that it is basically not possible like this, so we have to do some modification. Just go to the operation theater, that is basically repeater for us. Okay, so the next thing is, if you view the content carefully, here you can see that name equal to avatar and file name equal to webshell.php, which is basically our file name, and you can clearly see this is the content of my file, and The one that keep blocking me is this one, basically the content type. This is creating a restriction for me. It is basically application /x php. If I forward it, you can see, sorry, this is not allowed. What you are trying to do is just not allowed. You cannot do it. So what I will do, I will just make some modification. I will remove this application xphp and I will type image JPEG, let's say PNG or JPEG, whatever you are comfortable with. So I'm tricking the server by uploading a PHP file, but I'm sorry, I modify the content type that this is a this is a PNG file or JPEG file. So let's forward it. And literally you can clearly see when I forwarded it, I just bypassed their security from 400, which was an error, to 200, which is alright. Okay, and you can see that the file avatar webshell.php has been uploaded. So let's go back and refresh the page one time, and you can clearly see that the image has been uploaded, the web shell has been uploaded successfully. So if I right click on this uploaded web shell, just open in a new tab, and you can clearly see it contain a key. This is how you can bypass the restriction if they are if the developer is using content type restriction to validate your content of the file, that basically what you are trying to upload is a web shell or any other file. If the security is only limited to content type, then you can just bypass it with the help of this technique that I have showed you. So you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. So I'll see you in the third lab. Welcome back, family. So we have another lab, which is basically web shell upload via obfuscated files extensions. Now what does this means? We will upload a web shell, okay, with the help of obfuscation, by obfuscating our file extension. Now to lead you into the lab, you should have some basic knowledge about obfuscation, what does obfuscation is, and how the files looks like once you make them obfuscated. So basically if I hit Google, you can clearly see obfuscation can be considered as a type of encoding. So it is basically a type of encoding used to make it harder to read. Basically whenever you do some sort of obfuscation on any file or on any code, it will be really hard to read, okay, or reverse engineer source code. So basically it is kinda a type encoding. We use it to make things harder to read, and we use this obfuscation methods while uploading web shells in order to bypass the security. So the security, the developer that have set some sort of security on the server side or on the client side, basically the that will be confused and they will let our payload in. So the main reason that we obfuscate our extensions or we obfuscate our payloads is because to bypass the security. That's why we use obfuscation technique. So let's read the lab, you will get a core idea. This lab contains a vulnerable file upload function. Certain file extensions are block list, but defenses can be bypassed using a classical obfuscation technique. They just clearly told me that a lot of extension based file are blocked, but defenses can be bypassed, but it is not a hard coded, so you can literally bypass it. And to solve the lab, we need to upload a web shell as always to exfiltrate the data in a secret file, which is basically in home Carlos directory, and then we need to submit the the key in the lab banner. So the next thing, you need to access the lab. I have already did it, so just click on my account and try to log in with a provided credential, which is winner and Peter. Log in, and you can clearly see I have a avatar upload feature. Let me try by uploading a simple file first. Anything, it is not necessary, but you should have some knowledge. When I try to upload a file, an image, literally an image. You can see that it told me that only JPG and PNG files are allowed. Sorry, there was an error while uploading your file. So it means that the extension of my file is JPEG. That's why they are not allowing it. So what I can do in this case, I'll open my terminal, and after opening my terminal, I'll go to the download section, cd downloads, because the file is there, and this is the untitled dot jpeg. So let's make a copy, cp untitled, and make its copy by naming it flower.png. Let's change the extension to png. When I ls it, you can clearly see I have flowers.png for this time. So I need to upload this image, a png file, to verify that is it accepting png or not. When I try to upload, and you can clearly see that it has been uploaded successfully. So the moral of the story is it is only accepting the png and jpeg file, jpg file, not jpeg. So yeah, this is how it works. The next thing is, let's try to upload a web shell, which is basically in my desktop, on my desktop. So let's try to upload it. When I click on upload, you can clearly see it is giving me the same error, which is basically sorry, only png and jpg files are uploaded. So let's capture the request and then try to manipulate it. The thing is that I just need to go to the proxy tab, and please ignore the background noise if you feel okay. So just click on the interceptor, turn it on, and then try to upload it. After uploading the file, you can literally see that I have captured the same request, which contain the file name, which is this one, and it contain the content type and the content by itself. So let's send it to the repeater for further investigation, and when I forward it, you can clearly see it just give me 403 forbidden, and it told me that hey, you cannot do it. So in this case, what I can do, at first let's change the content type, I will do it image / png. If you remember, last time we did the same technique, and literally it is still giving me an error which is forbidden, means I cannot use this technique, so it is not going to work. You can always type Ctrl+Z, it will be in its original form, means that I'm not able to do this. The next thing is, let's try to upload it in any other directory, .. and literally it is again giving me an error, which means that I cannot use that technique too. So after that, I will try to use double extensions. Let's try to bypass the security by uploading a double, by using double extension based file. So I will type png webshell.php .png to trick the server that it is a png file. And when I try, you can clearly see that my file has been uploaded successfully. So let's go back to the lab, and let's refresh it, and let's try to view it. I have tried to view it, and you can literally see that basically it is showing me something else. If I remove the png extension, okay, so it is not working for me at all, which means that I'm not able to upload it. No, in this case I will use the final technique, which is basically a null byte character, and I will need to use it after the php. So the null byte is like this: %00. It will ignore the rest of the part, and let's do it. And you can see it has been uploaded successfully. I just need to see it one more time. So let's refresh it. Don't worry, I will tell you what is null byte. So let's try to view the image now, and it is giving me an error, and the reason is it contain a null byte as well as the .png. So just remove the null byte, which is %00, and the .png, and let's try to access. And this is how you can bypass the security using null byte character. So literally I have bypassed the security with the help of %00 after the php, and this is something called null byte. So let's submit the solution. and you can clearly see that the lab has been solved. Now you will be confused that what I did actually. So if I landed you in the solution tab, here they just tell us that you have to use a null byte character. Here you can also see they just use exploit.php %00.jpg. basically at first we try with double extension, it didn't work for us. Then what we did, we just add a null byte. So let's go to my second machine and ask ChatGPT about what is null byte %00 in web shell upload. So basically a null byte represent as %00 in URL encoding is a character with ASCII value of zeros. Okay, in the context of web shell upload or file manipulation, the null byte can be used as a special character to manipulate the file extension or bypass the certain security measure. This is the ultimate goal. So what I did, I bypassed their security measures with the help of null byte character, and you can give it a read if you want to learn more about null byte. I'll recommend you to read it. You should have an account on ChatGPT. Okay, chatgpt.openai.com. So just type what is null byte %00 in web shell, and it will give you the entire detail about it, or you can google it for more information. So this was all for this lab. I'll see you in the next lab. Have a good day. Take care. Alright guys, welcome back, and this is going to be our third lab. If you remember last time, like back to some days before, I have teach you a vulnerability that was basically directory traversal or path traversal vulnerability, and in this case we are going to chain two vulnerabilities. We will upload a web shell, but with the help of path traversal vulnerability. Because the current directory will be blocked, we will not be able to upload the web shell into the current directory of images. That's why we need to do path traversal in order to upload a web shell. So let's do it. And this is going to be our third lab. You can just open it from here, and let me access the lab. Before accessing the lab, let me teach you how it works. So basically, web shell upload via path traversal vulnerability. We are going to upload a web shell with the help of path traversal vulnerability. Okay, so this lab contain a vulnerable image upload function. The server is configured to prevent execution of user supplied files, but this restriction can be bypassed by exploiting secondary vulnerability, and the secondary vulnerability is path traversal vulnerability. We are going to exploit this with the help of secondary vulnerability. To solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and use it to exfiltrate the content of this file, which is a secret file in home Carlos directory. We need to grab this file. Then you need to submit the key in the lab banner, and you have the login, which is basically winner and Peter. So access the lab and click on my account. After clicking my account, just log in with your username winner and password Peter. Once you're done with it, it's easy. The next thing you will need to do is to just click on upload function, and just go to the download. Just check how it works. So I have uploaded a simple file, and you can literally clearly see when I upload the file in a new image, in the new tab. Once I uploaded and then open a new tab, you can clearly see basically this avatar is its name is untitled, and it is uploaded in the avatar sections, avatars / and untitled image. So let's close it, and let's try to upload our web shell. I hope you can see the screen. Let's click on upload, and you can clearly see they just told me that hey, your file has been uploaded. So let's go back, and you can see it was pretty easy. We have uploaded, but guess what, when I try to open it, you can clearly see I'm not able to see anything. If I look for the page source code, it is still showing me nothing, which means that this current directory is preventing me. Okay, I'm not able to upload the file because of the current directory. That directory is actually preventing me. So what I will do, I'll literally go to my burp and go to the proxy, turn on the interceptor. On the same time, just do this like this. So turn on the interceptor and just select the file, a web shell, and upload it. After uploading it, you can clearly see I'm not able to intercept it, and the reason is yeah, so we have no reason. Let's do it again. Let's intercept it, click upload. Damn, it has been uploaded, without any issue. So the thing is, let's look for the history. Okay, so the important thing is, let me clear the history. Let's clear the history and uncheck the only in scope items, because I will be able to see all the results here. So let's clear everything and now try to upload the file. When I click upload, you can see I'm not getting anything. So in this kind of cases, what you will need to do, you will just shut down the Burp Suite in a very rare cases. Okay, this always happens sometime. So I have already running, so let's open it again. Just don't worry, sometime it happens. This is natural. You have to go with problems. Okay, yes, this will make you a better you can say researcher. And let's click on proxy, turn on the Burp Suite interceptor, select the file and upload it. And when I click on upload it, now you can clearly see I have literally intercepted the file. I have literally intercepted the request. So let's send this request to the repeater tab, turn off the interceptor, and just go back from here. I'm not able to access it directly. That's why I need to apply something more. In this case, I'll literally go back to the repeater in order to investigate the file. And this is basically the name of the web shell, which is basically webshell.php, and I will upload this file one directory back. So what I will do, I will just type // before the name of my web shell, okay, inside the file name parameter. What it will do, it will upload the file one directory back. Okay, so let's upload it, and you can clearly see it has been uploaded. So let's go to the website, refresh it, and after refreshing it, now let's try to view it. When you view it, you can clearly see literally it tells me that hey, nothing found, which means that I was not able to upload the file, not able to view the file. So in this case, I have only one solution left. It seems like they are filtering the /. That's why I will encode this /. So what I will do, basically I will go to the decoder, and here I will type /, and after typing /, just select it and click on encode as URL. So what this will do, it will this is the encoded version. Okay, the encoded version of /. Just copy it, go back to the repeater and remove the /, and upload the encoded version of /. So this is basically also a /, but an encoded version to bypass the security. So just click send and go back, refresh the website, and now let's try to see the result. Click on it, open it, and you can clearly see it is literally still giving me an error. The reason is, you can clearly see the URL which contains some junk data. So you need to remove those dot and the encoded version of // in order to view the web shell. But wait, what? Here is a trick. When you click enter, you will still not be able to see anything. Why? Because we have go one directory back. Our current directory was avatar, and we go just one directory back. So that's why our file will be, our web shell will be uploaded, or it should be uploaded in file directory, not in avatar. If you remember, you can see that we go one directory back. That's why we need to go one directory back. The file is not uploaded in avatar. So just remove the avatars and remove the extra /. Here is the perfect location. So files /web shell.php. Let's enter it, and you can see I got the key. So this is how it works. Basically, let's submit it, and you can see that the lab has been solved. There was no rocket science in it. The main thing is, when I try to upload my when I try to upload any image, you can see that the image is uploaded, but the main thing is the image has been uploaded in avatar directory. If I show you, you can clearly see that it has been uploaded in avatar directory, but this directory is blocked for rest of the extension based files. So what I did, I just go one directory back, and when you go one directory back, your one directory back will be files directory. So I uploaded my file in the files directory, which is basically web shell.php. Okay, so this is how it works. I hope you got the main point. So I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright family, welcome back to the branded new tutorial. This is going to be the final tutorial about file upload vulnerabilities, and today I'm going to teach you the polyglot method. So basically, whenever you will try to exploit file upload vulnerability, at first you will get you can just try with a simple technique like we done with the first lab. If it worked for you, great. If it didn't, then just go with the content type by changing or manipulating it. If that didn't work for you, you can go for the third technique, in which you will need to use double extensions with null byte characters. You can go with it. If it still didn't work for you, you can go for some directories back with the help of directory traversal, and at the end we have the one option remaining, which is polyglot technique. So you can just open the polyglot from here, basically file upload vulnerabilities, and yeah, this one, the last second. So basically I have already opened the lab here. This lab contains a vulnerable image upload function, although it checks the content of the file. So basically it will check the content of our file. If then it will verify the file, that is it a genuine image or not. So yeah, still it is possible to upload and execute server side code. We have to upload our code. Remember what it will look for. It will check the content of our file. If the content is image based content, then it will accept it, otherwise they are not going to accept it. And I have already written some techniques for you which you can use. So basically what we will need to do, we will use magic character. Sometime application identify the file type based on the first signature byte. So the application will look for the first signature byte in order to verify that is your file is an image based or anything else. So we can basically add or replace them to trick the application, basically, and we are going to trick the application using this kind of techniques. So I have already accessed the lab. You can see that it is going to be our lab. The first thing I need to do is to just click on my account, and then I have to log in with Winner and Peter. Just click login, and I am logged in. So now you can see, let's try to upload a simple image, PNG based image. Yeah, you can see that the flower has been uploaded successfully, and this is how it looks like. Now it is the time to upload our web shell. So I'll try to upload, but before uploading it, let's see what kind of error it is giving me. You can see that they just told me file is not a valid image. Sorry, there was an error while uploading the file. So just go back, re-click it, and this time just capture the request with the help of Burp Suite. So what I'm gonna do, just give me a sec. Okay, what I will do, I will go to the proxy tab, I will turn on the interceptor, and I'll click on upload. But before clicking on the upload, whenever you get something like that, you can just turn off and turn on again, and you can see I got something, but that's another request. This is not the one, because it is too short, and its body do not contain anything, so you can just always forward it. And this is the one that I'm interested in. The host, you can see my account avatar. If you scroll it a bit, you can see that it is the file name, which is web shell, and it is the content. So just make sure to forward it to the repeater tab and turn off the interceptor. Okay, now I'll maximize it. And to be honest, I will not waste your time, but I am giving you a challenge. Even though if you try all possible technique, it will not work for you. You can use double extension, you can use null byte with it, you can change the application xphp to image, and you can do all the possible techniques that we have learned. I'm not going to repeat them here to avoid the waste of time. I will jump straight into the topic. So in this case, what I can do, because the server is, the application is validating my content. If the content is not based on png or image, they will straight reject me. In this way, you can see they just told me that 403 forbidden. In this case, I will use those magic characters. So let me open the notes. I will go with the first one, which is basically for png. So let's copy this payload. Not, you just can't call it payload, but first you can say character, meta character. Just forward it, and after that you can see that it is still giving me an error. So this png didn't work for me. I'm just keep opening this one. Let's shut it down. So after that, let's go with jpg. So copy it and paste it before your payload, definitely before your payload. Still it is giving me an error. And you know why I'm doing this. I have already told you. So basically, sometime application identify the file type based on the first signature byte. That's why I'm just adding a new one to act like as an image. So basically, I try with png, it didn't work for me. I tried as jpg, it didn't work for me. That's why now I'm going to try with gif based. So I'll copy it and I'll go back. I will replace it with the older one. So let's go for it. And you can see I have successfully bypassed their security. If I go back, you will be able to see that something here happens, means something uploaded. So if you right click on it, you can see that I got the definitely I got the key. So you can just copy it, just ignore this part because this is give best, so just copy this one and go back, click on solution and submit the key. And you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this technique, you have solved this lab. Remember, you can use all these techniques that I have teach you in order to find file upload vulnerabilities. I will see you in the branded new lecture. So have a good day, take care. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new session about cross-site scripting attacks. And in this session we will learn XSS vulnerability based on web applications. So basically this kind of vulnerabilities we can discover in websites, in web application, as still we are covering our web application vulnerabilities. So let's explore what is cross-site scripting or XSS. Cross-site scripting or XSS is a web vulnerability that allows attacker to insert malicious script into web page that other users are viewing, typically written in JavaScript. The injected script can be used to steal sensitive information, modifying the site content, or execute other malicious operations. So this is what you can do with the help of XSS, and literally it is written in JavaScript. This vulnerability also exists in JavaScript codes. Okay, basically we have three types of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities: stored XSS, reflected XSS, and DOM based XSS. In stored XSS, we also call it basically persistent XSS. Why? This is like when someone writes a message on the website wall and it gets saved there for everyone to see, but instead of just a regular words, they put some special kind of messages that contain codes. When other people visit the wall or visit their particular page or URL and read that message, the code inside it can do things that it can do things to their computers, basically like stealing their cookies. And those cookies definitely contain stored passwords, stored information or sessions, stored sessions, basically regarding to the particular website. After that, we have reflected accesses, mirror, quick mirror. Imagine you see a message. You imagine you see a magic mirror that quickly reflects what you see. Okay, you go up to it, something similar. You go up to it and say hello, and it shows you the same thing, hello. Like in cross-site scripting, basically what we do, whenever an attacker inject a code, and he send you that particular link, he or she send you that particular link, you will be able to, once you click on it, there will be something pop up. Yeah, so it always show you pop up, and when you go up to it and say hello, it will show you the same hello back to you. Basically what you type, you will get the same thing as an output. Now in the online world, sometimes website do similar things. Okay, do something similar. If you type something in special places, the website shows it back to you right away. But if a hacker tricks you into typing some sneaky code, the website might shows that back to you too. And the code could ended up by doing bad things with your computer system. Yeah, so this is how you can achieve bad things with the help of XSS. And remember, this is a this cross-site scripting vulnerability is a high severity vulnerability. Yeah, so its impact is always high. Then we have the third type, which is basically DOM based XSS. So basically think of a web page as a big tower built with blocks. Sometimes website use these blocks to build cool interactive things on the page. Now imagine if someone sneaks in mischievous block that doesn't quite fit. The block might make the tower act strangely when you play with it. In the same way, if an attacker managed to sneak into that code the website blocks can't handle properly, it can make the web page do weird and harmful things. So basically this was just some basic theory that I taken from ChatGPT as well as from Google, because you must have some basic knowledge about the vulnerability, that what it does, how it works. So basically what an attacker can achieve with the help of cross-site scripting vulnerability. Basically an attacker can steal the session, he can hijack the session, he can basically steal the cookies, hijack the session, he can set up keyloggers, and he can do phishing stuff. So let's go through it one by one. We have the first one that attacker can possibly do is to stealing the cookies. An attacker can steal a user's session cookies, gaining unauthorized access to their account. So yes, this is what you can do with the help of XSS. And then we have session hijacking. The attacker can impersonate the user, perform action on their behalf, or manipulate their data. So yeah, this is what an attacker can do with the help of session hijacking. Then we have key logging. So basically key logging is a technique where you capture the keystrokes of any particular user. Okay, so that can potentially reveal reveal some sensitive information about that user, that might be their passwords or anything like that. Then we have phishing. So you can basically redirect the user into a fake login page to steal their credentials. Then we have the defacement. You can do defacement with the help of cross-site scripting. You can basically modifying the appearance of that particular website to upload some offensive content as a landing page, or you can deface the website where you can just type hey, hacked by me and blah blah blah. So basically after that we have data theft. You can steal sensitive information from the user, such as personal information or payment information about user. Then you can basically inject the malware. So inject malware, you can inject malware, a malicious script or a payload, leading the malware to download or further attack. You can just do so many things with the help of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. And after this I'm going to perform some labs, so you will be able to get its core idea. Basically this was just an introduction. We will do 4 to 5 labs might be possible. It's depend on how much labs we need. We will do it according to the need. And basically you must have some basic knowledge about JavaScript. If you have, that's good. If not, then totally fine, but I'll highly recommend you that do learn some basics of JavaScript, that how JavaScript work. Just start learning some basic code about JavaScript, like how you can print the stuff and do some basic things in JavaScript. That will be fine with you, so you will be able to get a good grip over this vulnerability. Okay, I'll see you in the practical. Okay, so welcome back. This is going to be the second tutorial about cross-site scripting, and the first lab about cross-site scripting. And let's explore the first one. But we need to go into the lab. So to go into the lab, you just need to type XSS port swagger. Just type this and Google it. You will get the first one. Just open it. So here is the thing. Basically this is just a theory about the lab. Sorry, this is the theory about cross-site scripting vulnerability, so you can just give it a read if you want. But we have already done some basics. No, we just need to cover the labs. So let's open the labs. Let's click on the first lab. Just click on all labs, and after that you can clearly see we have few labs here. So just go with the first one. As you can see, the first vulnerability is basically a reflected cross-site scripting, and we have already learned theory about it. So basically we have reflected XSS into HTML context with nothing encoded. Okay, so what does it mean? Basically this lab contains simple reflected cross-site scripting vulnerability in the search functionality, which means that there is a search functionality in the search box of this search box of the particular lab or website, so which is vulnerable with cross-site scripting vulnerability, XSS vulnerability. And to solve the lab, you will need to perform XSS attack to call the alert function. So just click on access the lab. Once the lab get accessed, there will be a search bar, so you need to perform some query. And to do this, let me open my notes. So like I'll go with leaf pad, and if I can edit it a bit, just give me a second. Yeah, this is cool. So that's fine. Now you can clearly see that I have a search bar. If I type hello, you will be able to see that hello has been reflected. Okay, so let's exploit this. And now I need to create a payload file. Those payloads will be purely written in JavaScript. That's why you should have some basic knowledge about JavaScript in order to learn that how actually these codes work. So basically I'll type the same payload. You can just go with me in the same way. Just type script alert. Alert is a function. Basically you can use it to alert something one, and script. you can use this kind of payloads, or even though you can copy the same one and paste it here, then just remove the one if you want to show something. For example, I want to type hacked by someone, let's say. Okay, so just copy the first one first and just paste it and just click on search. You can see it is giving me alert pop-up, which means that it is confirmed that this particular location is vulnerable with cross-site scripting vulnerability, reflected cross-site scripting vulnerability. And you can see that they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved this lab. You can just go with the second one payload if you want, but always remember the first one always work for us. So you can see that hacked by someone. This is how you can inject your code into any particular location which is basically vulnerable with cross-site scripting vulnerability. So I'll see you in the next lab. Alright, we have the second lab, which is basically stored accesses into HTML context with nothing encoded. So this is a store based accesses vulnerability, means whenever someone will visit that particular link where you just whenever someone will try to access that particular location or page of a website, or any URL where you injected your code, they will be able to get the same pop-up because you have already injected your cross-site scripting payloads there. So basically just access the second one, and once you access, just right click on it to access the lab. Basically this is a store based cross-site scripting vulnerability and we are going to exploit it. Let's see where the vulnerability exists. So basically we have stored cross-site scripting vulnerability in the comments functionality. There is a comment functionality which is basically vulnerable with cross-site scripting, stored cross-site scripting vulnerability. And to solve the lab, submit the comment that alert that call the alert function. Basically we just need to provide the same payload in order to cause an alert function. That's all we need to do. But the main thing is you will get an idea how to exploit store cross-site scripting vulnerability. And in store accesses, I have earlier told you your code will be the part of the original code. It will be injected into the page, so whenever someone will visit the particular website or particular page, the code will also being executed. So I have just accessed it. You can just go with the anyone post, as they have told me that this exists in the comment section. If I scroll it a bit, you can see that I have a comment functionality, a name, email and website. So what I'll do, basically I'll pick my payload, let's say the second one for example. Okay, just copy it and paste it here, and in the name just paste the same payload. It doesn't matter because you can put anything in the name. If they are not taking it, just type test. Okay, so in the email just type a random email like test@test.com, and in the website let's leave it blank because in most of the cases they do not want it. Okay, so I'll click on submit the comment, and you can see they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved the slab. No, it doesn't make any sense. To make any sense, I'll click on home, and this time I just injected that code. Now this is the time to view that how it works when someone will visit the particular web page. So I am as an I'm know if I'm trying to access the particular page as a normal user, and if I click on view the post, you can clearly see it gives me the pop-up hacked by someone. So this is how you can permanently inject your code into any particular page. Whenever someone will try to visit that page, your code will also get executed. So this is how the stored accesses works. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright guys, welcome back to the third lab. This is the third one lab and the last second. and in this lab I'll teach you how you can exploit DOM based cross-site scripting. As we have learned reflected accesses, stored accesses, and now we are going to cover the DOM accesses vulnerability in the document right. uh, yeah, basically using source syncs using sync using source search location dot search. So I'm going to use here the third one, payload, as I have already written. You will get these payloads in the resource section, so just don't worry. And if I type this kind of payloads, so you can just give it a try. Open the notes, not this one. So yeah, this one. You can just type this kind of no onload alert 1. This is how you can just go with this. Okay, so after this, let me correct if I'm doing any mistake. svg onload equal to alert, basically it contain equal to signature too. So you can just always use this, and if you are still getting an error, you can just compare with the original payload. So just copy it and paste it here. Seems like we just forgot to put our svg here. Yeah. So basically we are going to use a scalable vector in order to exploit this vulnerability. Now how this payload work, what does this mean? Let's ask ChatGPT. So when I ask ChatGPT to explain this payload to me, basically this payload is a cross-site scripting payload. It attempts to inject malicious code into a web page by exploiting a vulnerability in the svg scalable vector graphics image format. When the svg image is loaded, the onload event triggers, executing the javascript code alert1, which typically results into pop-up dialog displaying the number 1. So you can put anything instead of number 1, it doesn't matter at all. This could be the part of a larger attack to steal cookies, to steal session cookies, redirect the user into a malicious website, as I have earlier told you, in order to perform some harmful actions. So let's visit the website. DOM base using InnerSync. Seems like this is the one that I'm interested in, so I'll just click on it to access the lab until I'll make a copy of this payload. So just copy it, and after copying it, just visit the website, and here you can clearly see we have a search bar. If you type hello, it returning me the hello. So just paste your payload, that's all you need to do. Or even though you can always try to type stuff. svg onload alert equal to 1 or anything you want to type, and then just search, click search. Okay, it didn't work for me. Let's see where we are getting an error. svg onload alert. Okay, so we are getting an error. Let's see in the solution tab which they are basically using. So just copy their one, but both are same, it should be executed. Okay, it's get executed. I really have no idea why that was not working for me, even though both were same. So you can see that it just gave me a pop-up. Let's compare these both where we were doing mistake. So basically I'm just doing some wrong things. You just need to type the equal to in a right location. So let's do it manually one time more. The first thing you need to type colon and then svg onload equal to alert 1 and then close it and hit enter, and you can see it works. So this is how you can exploit the DOM based XSS vulnerabilities. I'll see you in the next lab. Alright guys, welcome back to the fourth lab. This is all about DOM based XSS vulnerability. Basically this vulnerability exists in inner HTML. So sync using location source location dot search. So definitely there will be a search bar which will contain search dot location function, so you can basically exploit it. And we are going to use this time the third a new you can call it a new payload, which is basically image, which contain image source as an invalid source, and we are getting whenever it will, so basically the value of src attribute is invalid, okay, and throws an error. So basically it will throws an error that triggers the on error event. Sorry for the backend noise. Okay, so just ignore it if you feel. Basically this triggered the on error event handler. So yeah, it contain an on error event handler, and it will get triggered because whenever the value of src attribute is invalid, okay, that is the main reason it is invalid, which throws an error, and this will trigger the on error event handler, which then calls the alert function. So basically it will call the alert function. As a result, the payload is executed whenever the user user is basically browser attempt to load the page containing the malicious poster. So let's copy it, or you can just learn some more details about it. Just copy it and paste it in the chat gpt. Explain this payload in a short way to me, and just paste the payload. You can clearly see that this payload is a type of cross-site scripting attack. It inject malicious javascript code into a web page through image tag, okay. If the image fails to load on error event, the injected code alert 1 is executed, resulting pop-up dialog displaying the number 1 that could be used for various malicious attacks. So this is how it works. Just visit the website, the fourth one lab, and just visit it from here you have solution tools. You can copy your payload in the solution tab. I'll recommend you to type yourself. I'm just doing it to avoid the waste of time. After that, you can clearly see I have search the blog. So you can search for a blog. Instead of searching for a blog, I'm going to put my malicious javascript code into it. So just type enter, and you can see the payload has been executed. This is how this is how basically DOM based XSS vulnerabilities work. So that was all for this section. I'll see you in the new one. Take care of yourself. This is how it works. You can see that congratulations, you have solved this lab. The image was fake, just as containing an invalid source, which contained at the result it on triggered on error alert function. So take care, bye. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new session, and today we are going to learn about SQL. So it is basically going to be a structured query language. I will teach you some of the basics. I have seen so many content creators online. They basically teach SQL injection. So our ultimate goal is SQL injection. But if you are a beginner and if you have no knowledge how SQL works, then how you will be able to perform SQL injection on web applications? So that's why before diving into SQL injection, you should have the knowledge about SQL language. So we will cover SQL, and once we just done with the SQL, then we gonna, don't worry, I will not going to be in depth into this stuff because I know we are not here to learn some programming or development stuff, but you have some basic knowledge about SQL, then you will be able to perform SQL injection attacks. So basically SQL stands for structured query language. Basically it is a programming language designed for managing and manipulating relational databases. Yeah, so you can basically manipulate and manage relational databases. It allows user to interact with databases by performing operations. So you can basically perform operations with the help of SQL. Like what kind of operation? Those operations can be retrieving the data, inserting new records into tables, inserting record into database, whatever you call it. You can basically update the existing record, and you can delete the record if you have already some records in your database. So basically SQL use a set of commands such as select, insert, update, and delete to interact with the data stored in the database. It provides a standardized way to communicate with database and is widely used in application and system involve data storage and retrieval. So that was just simple, you can call it, introduction or definition about SQL injection. You will get all this stuff in your notes, so just don't worry about anything. Okay, after that I want you to teach you some basic things about databases, how to create tables, xyz, some basic stuff. So the first thing I need to teach you is like how you can create database in SQL language. You just need to type create database, and then you can just specify the name of the database. Like for example, let's give it a name, my database. Okay, then just terminate it with the with semicolon. So this is how you can actually create a database, by just typing create database and name of the database. That's all. Now if you want to use that database in order to perform some operations on it, you can actually use this was all about like, let me add a hash, how to create a database. Okay, database. After this I'll teach you how you can actually use the database, the usage. Okay, the use of database. Okay, to use the database you just need to type the keyword use, and then you need to provide the name of the database, in which in our case its name is basically my database. Okay, so basically this is how you can use the database. Now it is the time, like I want to create some tables into it. How I can do it? You can actually create a table. Let's say how to, these are the comments, so just ignore it, just for clarity that you should know how it works. So how to create tables in database. Basically you can create a table by just typing create table, and then you need to provide the name of the table. For example, I want to create a table for the users, so I just need to provide users. That's all I need. After this you can provide the data inside that user. Let's say just use those brackets, and then just give it some enters. After that you can provide the what kind of columns you want to create into this particular database. So this particular table. So let's say I want to create id, and then I want to create a username column, and then that will definitely contain usernames of the users. And after that I want to create a new column which is basically passwords or password. So basically the id will get all those data. that will be basically a primary ID, okay, through which you will be able to uniquely identify those data. Don't worry, I'll explain. So let's say this ID type should be int, and it should be primary key. It should be a primary key. After this, you need to provide the username to like what kind of data you want to store in username. So let's say where variable where care or where char whatever you called it. So basically you can add variable and characters into this. You can specify the length, how much you want to provide. So just use this, and the password should be also same in the same way as it have. So just copy this one and paste it here. This is how it works. Then at the end you can just close it with the help of this semicolon. Okay, so this is how it works. Now let me break down it like what I actually did. In SQL, the ID, username and passwords are referred to as column names. Okay, each column represents a specific attribute or piece of information within the user table. For example, we have ID, username and password column. So basically ID is an integer column and is defined as primary key, which means it uniquely identify each row in the table. Okay, after that we have username. So username in where care, some people call it char, some people call it care, whatever you called it, where char. So basically username is a where char 50 column, indicating it can store variable length character strings up to 50 characters. The column typically hold the users names of the users, that's all. And password is another varchar 50 column, usually storing hashed or encrypted password for the user's authentication. This is how you can basically create a table inside any database. After this, I'm going to show you how actually you can retrieve the data so from the tables or database. So I'll say, let's say how to retrieve the data from tables. Let's call it table, let's say table. So basically you can retrieve the data with the help of select statement or select command. So just type select the data you want to retrieve. For example, let's say select static from. Now you need to provide the source, like you need to provide the user, you need to provide the table from which table you want to get the data. Let's say users. So basically what it will do, it will grab all the data that is inside in a user tables. That static means all. Remember that static means all. So select static from users means that please give me all the data that is inside in a user table. Now if you want to get any particular data, let's say select ID equal to 1 from users, you will get the data that belongs to that you will get the data of that person that have a ID number equal to 1. So this is how basically you can retrieve the data from the tables. Okay, after this you can actually if you want to filter the data. For example, I want to grab any particular data from the you can say table. So let's say filtering the data. So how I can do it, let me give it some spaces like this. I hope you can see my screen very clearly. So let's say select static from users where user name equal to, let's say I'll provide it in a you can say I'll provide it in a single quotes or double quotes. So let's say this, let us go with the single quotes. I might do some mistake in quotes, but I actually am here to teach you how it works, so I think that will be fine. So this is how you can filter the data. For example, let's remove this one statement because I showed you both in the same way. So basically I want to get only that data that belongs to Masoud user. How I can do it? I can just type select static that please give me all the data from users table. No, I'm here applying a condition where username should be Masoud. It will look for the username that is equal to Masoud. If it got it, then it will show all the data that belongs to that particular user. This is how you can filter the data. After that okay, we are going good. After that, if you want to update any data, so let's say updating updating data. So let's say I want to update some data. How I can do it? You can use update keyword, update. Then you need to specify the table name, which table, on which table you want to do some updation. Let's say users, I want to update some data in user, so that's why update user. And what you do, I want to set a new password. Okay, let's say I want to set a new password, I want to change the password. How I can do it? So I can basically do it like update users and then set password. Now what does this password refer to? This password, if you remember, is a column. This is just a column inside a user table. So basically I'm updating the data in a user table, and I actually want to update only password. So I'll set only the password. I want to do some updation in the password section that belongs to user table, and then I need to provide the new password. So just set password equal to, then you can just specify the new password. Let's call it new password 123. Okay, it is a weak password, do not use these kind of passwords anyway. So then I need to provide the primary ID. You know, every user have its own primary ID. Through that primary ID, the data will be uniquely identified. So you will be able to grab any data uniquely from the database with the help of primary key, because every data will have its own unique primary key. That's why I need to provide this primary key too. So let's call it where ID equal to 1. So what it gonna do? It will look for the ID equal to 1, and it will say, hey, this ID equal to 1 belongs to my old user. And okay, I got it. Now what I want to do, it will basically look for the password section. It will look for the password column. You know, let me give you a easy way. What it will do, it will basically update some data in user table. And then what kind of data it will do? It will basically set a password, and that password will be new password 123. Let's say. No, the thing is, there is so many users. Which password you want to change? The password will belong to which user? I want to change the password that belongs to Masoud user. So Masoud have its own unique ID. Okay, every user will have its own unique ID. That's why I provide the ID, which is a primary key, so I'm able to update that particular data that belongs to any particular user. So this is how you can actually update the data. Now the next thing is data deletion. Delete data. How to delete data, or you can say it how to delete data. How to delete data in SQL with SQL in any database. So basically you can do it with, it is very easy. You just need to type delete, just type delete, and then let's say delete from whom. You just need to type delete from, and then users, like I want to delete some data that is belongs to user. So delete from users, you need to provide the primary id, where the id equal to 1. Let's say the id equal to 1 belongs to Masoud user, and it will delete all the data. It will wipe up all the data that belongs to Masoud user in a user table. So this is how you can basically delete the data, update the data, filter the data, and retrieve the data. And this is how you can create the databases. This is just the structures, how to create tables, databases. So I hope I have teach you some basics about database. In the notes section, don't worry, everything is here. You will get each and everything. At the end, I just add some dummy structure database. I created a dummy structure based database for you, which is basically belonging to a hospital database information system, practical hospital database information system. So it has just some dummy structure. For example, at first here I created a hospital database, then I used that database, then I created here different you can say tables. At first I created a patient tables which contain patient id, name, age, gender, each and everything. Then I created a second table that belongs to doctor. So I add their columns like doctor id, name, doctor specialization, experience, air, xyz. After that, for example, I added a new table which is basically belongs, which is based on appointments. Okay, like patient id, appointment id, patient id, doctor id. Okay, to whom doctor it is going to be referred, and appointment data, data. Okay, basically I have added so many things. So and then I just teach you how you can basically insert some data into I think I just forgot to teach you about the insertion. You can actually do insertion into, like you can insert data into any you can say table. So you can just type insert into, then you just need to specify the particular table name, and then you can insert the value. For example, patient, let's say patient have 1 2 3 4 and 5 columns. So you can basically add those data into the columns. Patient id 1, name John, and it is 35 years old, it is a male, and basically this is the date of you can say admission date or date of admit. So this is how you can insert data into any dummy in database. So I hope you got some basics about in SQL injection, SQL structure query language. No, remember, just get some basic idea how SQL works, that's all. After that, there is a very good resource that I want you that you should must refer. Let's say SQL W3 schools. This is going to be a very good resource. Like if you want to learn more about SQL, you can actually learn. This is the SQL home. So it contains some practical exercises to, like SQL intro. What is this? Basically SQL stand for structured query language. You can use it to manipulate data. You can do so many things with it. So each and everything is here, and you can use it with the websites, do so many things. I'll highly recommend you can just go through it. This is how the tables look like this is a demo database that have a customer table, and this customer id, customer name, customer basically contact number, address, city, postal code, and country. This is something called the columns inside the database, and these columns contain some data. So yeah, this is that how it looks like. And yeah, you can just give it a read. You can just do practice here. I think that will be one of the best resource for you. So that was all for SQL language, or you can call it SQL by itself. I'll see you in the SQL injection section, in which I'll teach how you can exploit SQL vulnerability. So take care, bye. Alright guys, welcome back to the branded new session, our module, and in this session we are going to cover SQL injection, basically structured query language injection. So let's read some theory and then we will start its practical work. So basically SQL injection is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to access the data from a database through the application interface. Means if there is a SQL injection vulnerability in website, you will be able to view the database data, or you will be able to access the database data inside that particular web application or a website interface. Okay, if a website or a web application is vulnerable to an SQL injection, an attacker can gain unauthorized access to the data, manipulate or delete it, and even perform other actions. They can extract sensitive information from they can basically extract sensitive information from other users, such as users credentials or credit card details. In some cases SQL injection can also be used to damage the backend infrastructure of a server, causing a distributive denial of service, a DOS attack. Okay, and an attacker can do so many things with SQL injection. So what is the impact of a successful SQL injection attack? If an attacker successfully perform an SQL injection attack, an attacker can gain access to the sensitive data, including passwords, credit card details, and personal users informations. We have recently witnessed high profile data breaches, which were the result of successful SQL injection attack. Okay, so there is a lot of things happening. If you are active in cyber world, you will be see that in most of the cases, whenever a data breach occur, there will be always an SQL vulnerability behind it, because it is such a powerful vulnerability. I mean, you can do anything with it. If you can dump the database, then what else is remaining in the site? Nothing. So such attack can cause financial and reputational loss to an organization. Once an attacker gain access through SQL injection, they may either sell the data or public it. Additionally, they may deface the website as well. Okay, that was just a bit, you can call it theory about SQL injection. That's why in previous class I have teach you some basics about SQL language. Okay, and now we have done with some theory. I hope you have got the initial knowledge about SQL injection, so you will be ready for the practical labs, for practical demonstration. So we are going to learn different things, like how you can actually bypass the vulnerable login panel, then how you can find SQL injection vulnerabilities and exploit them, how you can go deep into it by finding blind SQL vulnerabilities. So this is what we are going to do. I'll give you some homework and I'll also perform so many labs by myself. So I'll see you in the practical. Okay. Alright, welcome back. So our first lab is basically SQL injection vulnerability allowing login bypass. So we will be able to bypass the login panel with the help of SQL injection. So the first thing that you will need to do is to just go to the Google and type SQL injection Swagger labs. That's all you need to search. Just after that, you can just, even though you can remove the lab, this is recommended. Yeah, so yeah, this is the first one, so just go with it. And after that you can see that we have so many theories, so you can just read over it. I have already teach you some of its basic. Our main thing is to access the labs, so just view all the labs, injection labs from here. And yeah, we have this one lab, SQL injection vulnerability allowing login bypass. So basically this lab contains an SQL injection vulnerability in the login form. To solve the lab, perform an SQL injection attack to log in into the application as an administrator user. Means that we have to bypass the login panel in order to log in as an administrator user, and they have already provided me the username of an administrator, which is basically an administrator, which is an administrator by itself. So basically the login panel will be vulnerable with SQL injection. That's why we will be able to bypass it. Remember, whenever you are able to bypass the admin panel or to bypass the login panel, then it means that that particular login panel is basically vulnerable with SQL injection attack. Okay, after that we just access the lab, and when I click on my account, you can clearly see I can log in with the I can just logged in, try to logged in, but they will give you an error that invalid username or password. No, let's try to log in with administrator username and administrator password. So when I try to log in, you can see that I'm not able to log in into the application. That's why I need to bypass it. To bypass it, you can just type administrator, and then you can always use comma, and then you can use dash dash, you can call it dash dash. Okay, so basically what we are doing, we are telling to the application that hey, when you see the username as an administrator, after that just bypass the rest of the query. Remember, whenever you will put your username and password, it will move into the database for verification like this. For example, select username equal to administrator and password equal to anything from database where users where the table equal to users. For example, they will look for the username and password of that particular user in the database. If it exists, they will provide us a session, but if it is not exist, they will just throw us an error like this. So in this kind of cases, what we can do, what I'm trying to do, I'm just providing the username and then I'm commenting the rest of the query. Okay, after that you can just put anything, literally put anything in the comment section, in the password section. It doesn't matter at all. Why? Because this comment will comment out the rest of the query. So you can just type login, and you can see I just logged in as an administrator user. This is how the administrator thing works. Now for the better explanation, if you go to the chat GPT, I always refer you to go to the chat GPT to ask questions. If you have any doubts, it gonna solve you. So you can just type administrator, let's say comma dash dash, and just type explain this SQL injection payload in short way. So just you can see that basically the SQL injection payload administrator comma dash dash is a concise attack designed to exploit a vulnerability in the web application's SQL query. It works by terminating the original query with a single quote. So this is something called quote, okay, with a single quote, and then commenting out the rest of the query with two hyphens. So basically what it will do, it will just comment out the rest of the query with the single quote and hyphen after the username administrator. This effectively bypass any subsequence code allowing unauthorized access if the user were an administrator. So this is how the SQL injection vulnerability works in the admin panels or in the dashboard. There is a lot of other commands to for the SQL injection. For example, if you go to the Google and type SQL injection login cheat sheet, SQL injection authentication bypass cheat sheet, so you can just literally see that you can use all of this. All means all of this in order to try. You can just give it a try in order to bypass any admin panel. Okay, so this is how it works. This is how it works. You can always use it. Okay, you can always use it in order to bypass any admin panel in case if it is vulnerable with SQL injection. Okay, I hope you got it. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the second lab, and in this lab we are going to learn about SQL injection union attack, and we will determine the number of columns returned by the query. So basically I'll teach you how you can find out how many columns there exist in any web application. So yeah, you can just copy this query. Let me do it, or even though you can search it there. So don't worry, you will get all these note stuff, so no worries at all. Let me check everything is working fine. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'll just go to the labs, and here I'm going to use Control F and search. So here we have the second lab, so let's open it. After opening the second lab, you can see that it is basically SQL injection union attack. So means that there is SQL injection and we need to perform union based attack in order to determine the number of columns returned by the query. So we need to determine the number of columns. Basically this lab is vulnerable with SQL injection, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. Okay, so there is a product category filter where you can just filter the products, and then you can just you can perform SQL injection because it is vulnerable with SQL vulnerability. The result from the query are returned in the web application in the application response. So you can use a union attack to retrieve a data from other tables, which means that you are whenever you perform anything or SQL query, you will be able to see the result of the from the server in the web application response, which means that you can actually perform a union attack to retrieve the data to grab the data from the other tables. The first step of such an attack is to determine the number of columns that are being returned by the query. So we need to determine the number of columns. This is going to be the first step of any attacker to perform SQL injection, because if you have an idea how many columns there exist, then it will be easy for you. Okay, so yeah, let's determine the number of column by performing an SQL injection attack. So this is something called product filter category. You can just filter the result by clicking on these menus. Okay, so this is basically different categories to filter the result. Like you have literally all the data, all the results, but if you want to go with any particular result, you can just go with it like this. Okay, and you can also see that we got some modification in here. Okay, the next thing is I'll need to open my notes, so I'll just close this one and I'll open new what just I did. Just give 1 second. Leaf pad. I'll open the leaf pad, go to options and maximize it a bit. So yeah, perform SQL to get the numbers of columns, so we need to determine the number of column. In this way you can perform a union based attack, but remember, first you will need to verify that is this particular URL or web application or page is vulnerable with SQL injection or not. So you can always use single quote to verify that is it vulnerable or not. So you can just put a single quote at the end of the query. If the application become broke, if it gives you an error, that it means that it is actually vulnerable with SQL injection. So when you hit enter, you can clearly see the application is broke and it is giving me an error with internal server error. Okay, so it means that it is vulnerable with SQL injection. So firstly, first verify the application with single quote to confirm is it vulnerable with SQL injection or not. Okay, this is going to be the first step. Once you done with it, then it means that the application is actually vulnerable. Now the second thing is you can do is find out the number of columns. Okay, how you can do it? You can actually perform a union based attack, like single colon, and then you can just type plus. Okay, union plus select plus all, and then you can just type plus null and dash dash. Let's verify this in the solution 2 to check that are we going good or not. Union plus select plus null. Okay, I just got it. So union plus select, you just remove the all, we do not need all right now. Union select plus null. Now you will be confused that what does this actually means. Actually what I'm trying to do here, let me simplify it. I'm performing a union based attack, like I'm just doing union select. I'm using select statement in order to check for the number of columns. Okay, union select will be always included in this kind of queries, and this null means that is the application contain only one column. If it give me an error, then it will be means that no, there is more than one number of column. So the null value by default representing the one number of column. I'm just asking to the server that hey, to the backend database, that hey, do you have one number of column? At the end I'm just putting this dash dash. It is compulsory, you have to use it. This is how the SQL query works whenever you will try to run the query. And in the beginning, remember, you will need to put your single quote. Okay, after that those plus signatures representing the URL encoding. So it is basically web based URL encoding. You can always use it, or even though if you didn't use it, the browser will add it by default, so it doesn't matter at all. So you can just copy it and paste it here. Just remove the single quote because our query already containing a quote, a single quote, so you just can't upload multiple quotes. This is how it looks like. You can see single quote, union select, null and dash dash. Okay, I'm just asking to the server that to the backend database that hey, you have one number of column, and when I hit enter, you can see it is giving me an error, which means that there is more than one number of column. So what I'll do, I'll copy the same query. Remember, I'll copy the same query and paste it here. After this, I'll just use comma and one more null value in order to verify is it contain two number of columns. yeah, those two nulls representing the number of columns. So I have put two number of columns. I have put two columns, which means that there might be possible if it contain two number of columns, so then it is not going to give me an error. So if you put enter, still it is giving me an error. The recommended thing is that you always need to go with this one method. Okay, always use plus signatures, plus samples in your query. That will be good. So let's give it a try with it. It didn't work for me. Just increase the number of null value by typing comma and null. It is still giving me an error, which means that there might be possible there is more than two number of columns. So I'll put null for the third time, and you can clearly see I got the number of columns, which is basically 3. So in this case, at first I try with one number of column, it gives me an error. Then I try with two number of columns, it gave me an error, which means that there is more than two number of columns. And at the end, when I try with three number of columns, then I literally got the result, and I didn't get any kind of error, which means that there is three number of columns. So you can use the above one query too by just putting the third one null value. Let me show you. You can just copy it and go to the application, and then you can just remove the old query and place this new one. And remember, I just forgot to put here single quote in the beginning. So now you can see that I'm still getting the same result, which means that this application contained three number of columns. So I just come to know that it contained three columns. So this is how you can determine the number of columns in any web application. We are going to go step by step. Now we have learned about how to determine columns. Now we will go each step one by one to upgrade our queries. Like it was just a beginner level query. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright, beautiful people, let's solve the third lab, in which we are going to perform a SQL injection union attack. At first we will need to find out the columns, then we will try to check out which column containing text data. Okay, because in future we need that particular column to grab data from it. Okay, so basically we will go step by step. At first we will find out how many column the web application contain, then we will look for which column containing a text or string based data, because that text or string based column can be used to grab other data from the database. So I'll just type Control F and search for the particular third lab. Here we have, so just open it, and after opening it, you can see that we have a new lab. Just access it. Basically this lab contains a SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. The result from the query are returned in the application response. You can use a union attack to retrieve a data from the other tables. As we have learned all this stuff in our previous labs, basically we have to retrieve the data from the tables, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. To construct such an attack, you first need to determine the number of columns returned by the query. You can do this using the technique you have learned in the previous lab. So definitely you can do it. The first thing that we will need to determine is the number of column. The next step is to identify a column that is basically compatible with string data. Okay, so this lab provides a random value that you need to make appear within the query result to solve the lab. Perform a union attack. Okay, so basically we will need to perform a union based attack, and here you can clearly see that we have gifts we have a product filter categories. All this are filter category. You can just click on anyone you want because these all are vulnerable. To confirm the vulnerability, the first thing that you need to do is you just need to provide single quote. If the application throws you an error, if the application broke, then it means that the vulnerability, the SQL injection vulnerability exists there. So basically this is how it works. After this, when I come to know that yes, it is actually vulnerable, if you remember last time in our notes, I have created some query in order to confirm that how many column it contain. So basically you can just copy the first one and just paste it here. Okay, just paste it here to look that how many number of column it contains. So I have just confirmed that it contain more than one number of columns, so I'll copy the second one. Yes, copy the second one to check that is it containing two number of columns, the null value representing the number of columns actually. So just copy it and paste it here. What I did, I just okay, paste it here. So I just confirm that no, is it contain more than two number of columns. So I'll go with the third one, and I'll just remove the previous query and I'll add the new query. So I just came to know that yes, it contained two number of columns. So I successfully verified that it contained two number of columns. Now the next thing that I'll need to do, you can just use this technique without plus, and it is recommended to always use this technique as it is professional. Okay, so yeah, you can always use this one. I'll highly recommend you to always use this one. The above one was just simple to teach you how it works. So I have just come to know that the application containing basically three number of columns. So now let's find out which column contain text data. Okay, so we need to identify this. For this, I'll just put this query, this old query that I the one that through which I just discovered that it contains three number of columns. Now I'll remove the first null value and I'll use two single quotes here, and I'll put some demo data in it. For example, ABC as a text data. Remember, if it returns me that text data, then it means that the first column contain string data, text data. It have the ability to return me the string based data or text based data. So I'll just copy it and I'll go back to the application and I'll just remove the previous query and add the new one. And you can see that it gives me an error, which means that this first null value is not able to give me the output of string or text based data. Okay, it is not going to give me the string based or text based data. So what I'll do, I'll again copy the query, I'll again copy the old query, and this time I will test the second number of columns. So I'll go with the second column. Let's call it ABC. For example, you can put anything you want, it doesn't matter at all. So I have just copy it. The first one I just maintain as it is because it is giving me an error, so that's why it is useless for me. So I'm just trying the second number of column, the second one. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. After pasting it, you can clearly see it gives me the text data, which means that the second column containing string based data, text based data, it is very useful for me. Now let's also verify the third one. So copy the same query again, and now this time verify the third number of column, which is this one. So just remove it and type two single quotes and put any dummy data in it just to check is it returning me the error value or not. So I'll just paste it here and it is also giving me the error, which means that the only working you can say SQL query is this one. Okay, so let's use a hash working query for us. So I'm going to use this query to perform further attacks. I will go with this query. Okay, let's say I will go with the below query. Okay, so this is going to be our query that we will be able to grab username or passwords from this through this column which contain a string data. But you can, what they told me, to solve the lab just put this one. So you can just put this one instead of ABC. It doesn't matter at all, it is just for the solution of lab. So just copy the same query and make a copy and just replace the ABC with this one. Okay, it doesn't matter at all what you put, but it is just for the sake of the lab, that's all. So as they have told me to solve the lab, make sure to retrieve this number of this string. So just paste the query and hit enter, and you can see that it returns me the same query, and they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how you can find out. At first we have learned how you can deep dive into admin panel to bypass it. Then we have learned how you can perform SQL injection attack to find out is the application is vulnerable with SQL injection or not, with the help of single code. Then we discover how to determine the number of columns. Now in the third phase we just learn how you can find out those columns who contain the text data or string based data. In the next lab we will learn how actually you can perform SQL injection attack. So we are just going step by step. Okay, I'll see you in the next lab. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the fourth lab of our SQL injection. And in this lab I will actually demonstrate you how you can grab data, how you can pull data, okay, how you can retrieve data from the tables. Like for example, we have different tables in a single database, and it might be possible, but it definitely possible that there will be a users table which will contain definitely username and password regarding users. So this is what we are going to do. We will retrieve the data from the user tables. Okay, so basically our fourth lab is SQL injection attack. We will do it with the help of union attack, and our ultimate goal is to retrieve the data from the other table. So this is our ultimate goal. Here is our lab. You can just search it by finding it. I have already showed you in the second tutorial how you can do it. Okay, after this we have this lab. So basically let's give it a try. Let's read it. This lab contains SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. So there is a product category filter which basically contain which is vulnerable with SQL injection, and the result from the query is returned in the application response. Means you will get the response in the response tab from the server. So you can use a union attack to retrieve the data from the other tables. Remember, we need to retrieve the data from the tables. To construct such an attack, you need to combine some of the techniques that we have learned previously. So if you didn't watch the previous labs, I'll recommend you to do it, because without knowing them you are not able to solve this lab. Okay, so basically we need some basic knowledge. We have already done. We are going to utilize that knowledge. I'll access the lab until we give it a read further. So the database contain a different table called users. So there is users table in the database. Remember, there is a users table in the database which contain columns, which have columns username and password. Means there are columns which the one is username and the second column is password in the user table. Okay, to solve the lab, perform SQL injection attack, retrieve the username and password, and then try to log in as an administrator user. So basically our ultimate goal is to get the username and password that belongs to administrator user. So I'll access the lab as I have done it already, and we have different product filter categories. You can see, you just click any one and first try to find out is it vulnerable or not. To do it, you just need to type single quote at the end. After doing this, if the application drops an error, it means that the error could be anything like SQL syntax error or anything like this. Okay, if it broke the application, then it is also vulnerable. So here we have an error, which means that probably definitely the application is vulnerable. The first thing that we need to do is what I just did. The first thing that we need to do is to open our nodes, as I have taught you how you can actually find out the number of columns. So I'll give it a try with one null value to find out is it contain only one null, is it contain only one column. So let's put it here and try. It is giving me an error, which means that there are more than one number of columns. So let's give it two nulls to find out is it contain two number of columns. And we have already written this query, so no need to rewrite it again and again. So yeah, I just confirmed that we have two number of columns. So it means that there are only two columns. The one is username and the second one is password. Now we need to find out which column contain text data. Now here it is very important to be noted, because you can grab the data only from those columns who return you text data, who contain text data. If it gives you an error while getting text data, then that column is useless for us. It might be possible that it contains something else, not text data. So what I'm gonna do, I'll go with this one query at first, not with this one, sorry. So I'll just go with the normal query. Let me copy it and let me paste it here. Okay, here. Let me do it here, from here. So this is going to be the query that I'll perform. So I'll remove the first null value. I will use here two single quotes, and I will just try, for example, ABC, to check is the first column returning me text data or not. So just paste it, and you can see that the first column is actually giving me the text data, which means that it is a good indicator, it is a good sign. We can go for the second step. So I'll just again make a copy, and I'll remove the second null, and I'll put, for example, here DEF, to check is the second column giving me a text based data or not. If it is giving me, which means that both are applicable, both have the ability to grab me the data from the database. So I'll paste it, and you can clearly see ABC and DEF, both are good to go. I can use both of them. So here is the time to grab the username and password that belongs to an administrator user. So I'll just make a query like this, union plus select, and here we have we need to create the query union plus select plus, remember you need to type plus for encoding, username comma plus password. Now why I'm doing it, because they told me that there are two columns, the one is username and the second one is column. That's why earlier I have teach you how you can retrieve the data in SQL. So what I'm going to do, I'm retrieving the username column and password column from whom, from plus from users, yes, from users table, because the user is a table that contain two column, username and password. So I'll just copy it, and I'll go back to the label, and I'll just remove the old one query, and I'll paste the new one. Now here you can see that I have successfully grabbed the username and password. So this is the username and password that belong to the administrator user, and this is the username that belongs to Carlos user, and this is the username and password that belongs to winner user. Our ultimate goal was to grab the username and password that belong to administrator user. So we have this password. Let's try to log in into the application. So I'll go back, I'll click on my account, and I'll type administrator as a username and paste the password, and boom, you can see that we have solved this lab. So this is how you can grab the data from any table columns with the help of SQL injection attack. In the next lab, I will show you a second technique that we are going to perform. Okay. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the new tutorial. And in this lab we are going to solve in this tutorial, in this lecture, we are going to solve another lab. The lab will be totally same. We will still grab the username and password from user column, but remember this time we have to use a single column because both of the columns will not be acceptable to get string based data. That's why we will need to use only one column. So let's search about it. So when you just control F and paste, you will be able to get it here. So just right click on it, you will be able to get the lab from here. After that you can just access the lab. So let's give it a let's start it. SQL injection union attack, retrieving multiple values in a single column. So we will need to retrieve multiple values in a single column, and we are going to use here string concatenation. Okay. And if you have a little bit programming background, then you know what a string concatenation means. If you don't know, don't worry, at the end I'll tell you. So basically this lab is vulnerable with SQL injection vulnerability, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. You will be able to see the response in the application interface, and you will need to retrieve the data with the help of union attack. Okay, from the tables, and the database contain the same user tables, the users table, and that user table have a two column, basically the username and password. And you will need to solve the lab and try to get the administrator privileges, sorry, username and password, get the administrator password and username. So basically we have different columns, so just you can open any one of it, and then you can just test the application. If it returns you an error with single quote, then it means that this is vulnerable with SQL injection. So after this you can just construct an attack by just remember SQL injection. SQL is a case is not a case sensitive, which means that you can type union in this way, and you can just type select and this way, like it doesn't matter at all, you can type, but I'll recommend you to go with a particular method so it will be easy for you. Let's construct an attack, but before constructing an attack we need to verify that how many column is there. I just already come to know that there are only two columns exist, so I'll not waste your time. I'll just go with this one query. So union select plus abc and comma null dash dash. So basically what I am doing here, I already discovered that there are only two columns, and I am checking the first column, that is the first column contain text data or not. And when I press enter, you can see that it is giving me an error. Before putting the data, I need to show you that actually it contain only two columns. So you just need to type null again, and you can see it actually contain only two columns. Okay, so this time I'll replace the first null with abc, let's say abc, and it is giving me an error, which means that the first column have no ability to grab me the string data from the database. That's why I'll check the second one. So I'll put some data in the second column to check and I have discovered that yes, the second column is returning me the data, the string, which means that it have the ability to give me the string based data. I'll remove the old administrator username and password, and this time I just discovered that this is going to be the command that I am going to use. So I just discovered that the second column have the ability to give me the text based data. No, I'll use only the second column because the first column is not usable, so I'll leave it as it is. That's why I need to use the second column in order to grab the username and password from user table. So let's construct an attack by just typing union plus select plus, remember the null will be as it is because it is useless for me, then comma, then what I'm trying to do, I'll grab username and after the username you just need to provide pipe, and then just 2 times single quotes and just type tilde in it, and then again close it with 2 pipes. Now you will be confused that what is this is basically a string concatenation. So in SQL, with the help of string concatenation means you can combine multiple strings together in a single column, in a single row. Here what I am trying to do, I am trying to grab username and password with a single column, yeah, from the single column. So after that I just need to type password. Remember, it was not possible at all to just type username and comma password from user table. Why? Because this is the second null value. If you remember, this is the second null value, which is basically the second column, and column will give you only one time data. You can grab only username or you can grab only password at once, but I do not have any other way. That's why I'm using string concatenation. Okay, with the help of string concatenation I am able to grab the username and password from whom? From users tables. So this is how it works. Then at the end just type dash dash. So just copy it, and after copying it just go back to the lab and paste it here. I hope you got the meaning of string concatenation, where you can combine, two records together, or two strings together. So this is how it works, and you can clearly see it gives me the password that belongs to the Carlos, it gives me the password that belongs to administrator, and it gives me the password that belongs to the you can call it the administrator. So I'll copy the password of an administrator user. I'll go back to my account and I will type here, I think administrator as a username and password as a and I just paste the password, and you can clearly see I just solved the lab. So this is how you can retrieve multiple values in a single column with the help of string concatenation. And remember, this is the string concatenation sample that you can use in SQL. 2 pipes, then 2 times single quotes, just type tilde in it and close it, and then just before just give a data, just give a column name before the string concatenation and after the string concatenation. So you will get your result. Okay, I hope you have got some basic idea about it. I'll see you in the next lab. Alright guys, welcome back to the new lab, and in this lab we are going to cover about what we have learned in our previous labs. Like, we will collect all of the learning and we will put them together in one lab. So basically we have the lab SQL injection attack listing the database content on a non-Oracle database. Well, we have two kind of databases, Oracle based databases and non-Oracle based databases. If I go to ChatGPT and ask list me the names of non-Oracle databases, you will be able to see that it has so many, like MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, MongoDB SQLite, so many and so many. So basically we are going to cover this for non-Oracle based databases. We will do all the steps one by one in order to achieve it. So what I'm gonna do, I'll just copy the name of the lab, and then just go back to the labs of SQL. Just search about it, you will be able to see them here, see it here. Just right click on it and open it in you can just open it in a new lab, new tab. So once you open it, everything will be something look like this. So here we have a solution tab, you can just go through it if you are not able to solve it, and you can just access the lab. But before going through the lab, going into the lab, I think we need to read the description. So basically this lab contain SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. The result from the query are returned in the application response. As always, you will be able to see the response in the application and Moreover, the product filter category is basically vulnerable with SQL injection, okay, vulnerability, and you will need to perform union based attack in order to retrieve the data from the other table. And the application has a logic function, and the database contain a table that hold username and password. Remember, if you remember last time, they have provided me the users table and the username and the password column, but this time they are not going to provide me anything. We have to do everything by ourselves, means we will need to find the table that contain username and password, and then we will grab the username and password from that particular table. So you need to determine the name of this table and column it contains. So we need to determine the table and the name of the columns that it contains, then retrieve the content and obtain the username and password for all users. So this is what we need to do, and at the end we need to grab the administrator user login credentials, and they have also provided me SQL injection cheat sheet, so you can just go through it if you want it. Like here we have all the cheat sheet that you might need it in future, or you need it while solving the lab. So I'll recommend you to just save it with yourself. You should know at least about it. Okay, here we have different categories. Like I click on pets and I'll check the application by using single quote to check is it vulnerable or not, and the application broke down. It means that yeah, it is actually vulnerable with SQL injection vulnerability. So if you remember, we are just doing each and everything in the notes format. What I'll do here, I'll go the first thing I'll need to find is the number of column. So I'll go with one null value to check whether it contain one column or not. So union plus select plus null and dash dash, and it is giving me an error, which means that there are more than one number of columns. So I'll go with the two number of columns, union select null and null. I'll just increase it with the null value, yeah, from 1 to 2. That's all you need to do. So you can see I just discovered that there is two number of columns, which means that we are good to go now. I have just find out that yes, actually it contain two number of columns. The next thing I need to do is to remove the first null value and check is it contain a text or string based data. So I'll use two single quotes and I'll put some dummy data into it to see that if it is returning me that value, then that data, that string or text, then it means that it have the ability, it is useful table, it is useful column, so we can utilize it, and it is not giving me an error but returning me the string or text. Then it means that yeah, we are good to go with it. Then I'll check for the second null value. Let's type def here. If in case if it gives you an error, then you have to leave it as it is a null by itself, because you just cannot put anything into it, because the application will give you an error and you will not be able to perform SQL injection. So in this case, both tables, both columns have the ability to give me the data. So this is a plus point for me, like, to be honest. The next thing I'll need to do is, let me do it here. I'll recommend you to write the queries rather doing copy paste, okay, as I memorize everything. So the next thing is we will create a payload that will basically list the database, that will basically list the tables in the database. Okay, so just union plus select plus, then for the I just need tables. So by default the table names in non-Oracle databases is table name. So just type table and then just type name, and then just type comma name, 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 then just type comma and plus, and the second null value should be as it is, because I'm only interested in to view the table names, that's all. Okay, right now I need to perform only one query. Okay, then we need to perform from where I need to grab it from, plus there is a by default table in tables in the database of non-Oracle databases. Basically you can just find out them by just typing information schema.tables. So you just need to type info information schema dot tables and dash dash. That's all you need to do. Remember, this information schema dot tables is by default for all the tables of non-Oracle databases, and this table name is also by default, so you just cannot modify it. You can use it for all the websites that are basically non-Oracle. So just copy it and go back to the website and remove the first query and paste the new one. And you can clearly see I literally listed all the tables that are in the database. So all I'm interested in to find out the user table. So let's type let's find out users. Okay, users table. So here I only got one match, and this is going to be, I think it is going to be the user table. So here we just got the user table, and we will list it here. So it is a user table. After this, what we can do now, we need to find the name of the table containing user credentials. Okay, we will find out. Okay, so we will create a new payload that will retrieve the details of the column in the user table. This one that we have discovered is a table. It will definitely contain so many columns, and we need to grab those columns in order to check what kind of column it have. If it contain username and password column, then it will be easy for us to grab the username and password. No, just this query is going to be a little bit long, but it will be easy, don't worry. So just type the union select statement as it is, union plus select plus. Remember, this time we are not going to use the table name, as this time I'm interested in column, so that's why I'll type column name. Okay, in union select column name from whom. Basically you need to provide the null value to, because we have two columns, if you remember. Okay, null. No, you can type from. No, you need to provide the default schema of column, so you just need to type information schema dot columns. You know, these both queries is in same. For tables you just need to type table name, and for column you just need to type column name. And for by default tables in non-Oracle databases, you just need to type information schema dot tables, and for columns you just need to type information schema dot columns. That's all you need to do. No, you need to specify the condition, like you need to provide the condition to from where you want to grab the columns, from where you want to grab the columns. Now here I will set a condition where table name equal to this. Just paste it, and at the end use dash dash as it is. So you can see that let me minimize it a bit. If I unwrap it, okay, so you can see union select column name, that hey, I want to select column name null from information schema dot columns, where basically where the table name is the one that we have discovered which belongs to user table. So this is what we actually did. We just created a query with the help of which you will be able to find out the yeah, I think it should be like this. That will be more fine, but yeah, this is fine. So you can just go through it. Union select column name null from information schema dot columns, where the table name equal to the user table that we have discovered. So just copy it. Okay, I just copy the entire one and I'll paste it here. And boom, it gives me the error. Alright, we just did a mistake. You need to find out the mistake, that where we actually did the mistake. So let's copy it. Let's copy it, repaste it here, or just open the notes. Okay, so union plus select plus column name, union plus select plus column name null from information schema dot columns. Yeah, columns where table name equal to this one. So let's do one thing. Let's enclose it in a single quote. Let's enclose this string in a single quote and then see is it fine with us or not. So I'll just make a copy of it, and I'll go back and I'll just open this. So let's go through it, remove the old query and paste the new one, and it is still, yeah, the error has been removed. It is now returning me valid content, which means that we need to use this single quotes yeah, this is basically a string that contain a special character. That's why we need to encode it. We need to close it in a string. So basically we got so many things, like you can clearly see we got the column. So basically there are two columns. The one is basically users column and the second one is password column. So we just come to the conclusion that yeah, there is two number of columns. This is going to be the username column and the password column. So I'll paste it here. As I discover, no, I have successfully the user table name and I have the the user name column and the password column. No, I need to grab the password and username from this user table from the above. So let's create the final payload for it. You just need to type union plus select plus now we need to select this username and then just put comma, and then just remember you need to type +2 and then just paste the password column from whom, from user table, definitely from this table, and just type dash dash. You can clearly see it is a very simple query. Union select username and password from whom, from this user table. So I'll just copy it. It might be possible it give me some error, but we're gonna fix it if it is. So just remove the old query and paste it. Union select plus username password from user table. So just hit enter and you can clearly see we got everything without error. So this is the administrator username and password, this is the winner username and password. It might be possible it contain Carlos. So yeah, we just got it. So just copy it, make it a copy, and just go to the my account and try to logged in with administrator and put the password and hit enter, and you can see that boom, we have solved this level. So this was just a bit complex, not that much, but it was just a lengthy. I'll recommend you, if you do it multiple times, you will definitely solve this. So let's give it a quick recap. At first we discover it contain only two column, both column have the ability to return me text data. Then what I basically did, I just used the attack vector to grab the table names from information schema table, which is basically by default table in the non-Oracle databases. So I just type union select table name null from information schema dot tables. It gives me all the table. Then in the table I discover that there is a user column, which might be able to contain users username and password columns. Then I created an attack vector to explore this, that what kind of this columns this table contain. So I just type union select column name null from information schema dot columns, where the table name equal to the above one. So basically it gives me two columns, the username column and the password column. Then what just I did, I just type union select username comma plus password from information schema, from basically from the particular users table, and dash dash at the end to comment out the rest of the query. So remember this, there is no spaces in this, so you can just do it like this. You just need to type comma. So by default it is redirecting me into the next line, but if I maximize it like this, you will be able to see that it is in a one line. Yeah, I hope you can see it without any issue. Okay, so this is how it works. We just done with it. I'll recommend you to go through the non-Oracle database as a homework if you can do it. Otherwise you can skip it. This is not compulsory at all. Like not compulsory, not in a sense that you don't need to do it, but you got a non-Oracle database, you can just do it with Oracle databases. There is not a big deal. It is going to be your homework, and after that I'll just do one or two more labs. It might be possible I skip the third one, the last one, or if it needed, I'll just do it. So this too is compulsory for blind SQL injection. I'll see you in the next lab to solve the blind SQL injection vulnerability. We just done with SQL injection in a normal way. So take care, bye. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the new lab of SQL injection, and this time we will perform blind SQL injection, which means that you will not be able to see the response in your solution tab, in your response tab. So then what we can do, basically our lab is blind SQL injection with time delay. You can just search it and open it in a new tab, as I did it already. To avoid the waste of time, we need a burp suite for it too. Okay, so you can clearly see that we have some description. Let's go through it. This lab contain a blind SQL injection vulnerability. The application use a tracking cookie for analytics and performs SQL query containing the value of the submitted cookie. So basically there is a tracking cookie. Basically the application use tracking cookies. They use tracking cookie for analytics, to do some analytics stuff, and then they perform SQL query that containing basically the value of the particular submitted query. The result of the SQL query are not returned. That's why we call these vulnerabilities blind vulnerabilities. Whenever there is a blind in vulnerability, then just remember, you will not be able to get the response in the application response tab. So all you can do is to use the third-party server, or you can use Burp Suite collaborator in order to confirm that particular vulnerability. Okay, so this is how it works. Our basic goal is basically that we need to find out this vulnerability and then just trigger it. Okay, but remember what we are going to do. We will use a time delay command on the server in order to sleep the server, or in order to shut down the server, in order to cause the delay of 10 second or 30 second, or whatever you call it. So basically let's access the lab. And after accessing the lab, the next thing you will need to do is to check out your burp. It is being a long time, I didn't restart it, so I need to do it until my lab will also being opened. So yeah, we have this lab. I think I need to refresh it for one time. Okay, I just closed my burp, that's why it is giving me the error, but no worries. Yeah, everything is fine. So let's reload the burp. reload the page. Our page will be reloaded. Until the page get reloaded, yeah, so basically this is the application that we are interested in, and we need to perform an attack over it. That's why I'll need to go to the I'll need to go to the proxy, and in the proxy I'll need to go to the HTTP history. So just close, remove the old record, and just reload it at once, and then just click on any particular product. So you can clearly see every request in its body using tracking cookie, and this tracking cookie is basically vulnerable. Okay, you can also see that it is also containing a tracking cookie. It is from YouTube, so just leave it. Yeah, these are the requests that I just did, and it contained tracking cookies. All these tracking cookies are tracking IDs are vulnerable, so just click any one of it, like anyone means anyone that related with the particular lab, and then send it to the repeater. Okay, when I send it to the repeater, now here is a thing. This tracking cookie is basically vulnerable with blind SQL injection. We need to, when you send the request, you will be able to see the response, or you will be able to see nothing. But the main thing is you will be able to get the response in few milliseconds. Here I need to crash the server for few seconds. So what I can do, I'll just use double pipe, and then I'll use sleep command, pg sleep, and then you just need to specify the time for how much seconds you want to shut down the server. Let's say for 20 seconds, and then type dash dash. That's all you need to do. Just copy it. This is a command. You can execute this command literally on anything. So the next thing is, let's remove the tracking cookie entirely, and then just provide this command instead of tracking cookie, and you can see it gives me response so faster. But the thing is, I think I just forgot to put here the single quote. If you remember, it is compulsory before exploiting any SQL injection vulnerability. Now let's do it again, and it is just giving me the response so much quicker, which means that I am actually not able to exploit this vulnerability. Let's provide any value. For example, let's say x, and then single quote, double pipe, pg sleep, 20 dash dash. Okay, it is giving me fast response. I need to check the exact query. So to check the exact query, here we have. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this one, tracking ID. Remember, this tracking ID already exists there, so we do not need to to type it again. So just for the sake of the tutorial, I'm doing this. So this is the original query through which you will be able to exploit it. So let's copy it, and then just paste it after the equal to. And you can see I'm getting a fast response, and if I open the lab, yeah, I think I need to capture any particular request. It might be possible that it is because of the request. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the proxy, and then I'll click on interceptor, and I'll turn on the interceptor, and I'll just refresh it. After refreshing it, you can see that I just got the request. So just send this request to the repeater, and then turn off the interceptor, and then just remove the tracking ID, and paste the paste that particular command. So hit enter, and yes, it is working now. Do you know why we were facing errors? You have to put this single you have to put the single you have to put the semicolon, and you can clearly see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. Our command was working perfect. If we go back here, everything was fine. The only thing that we were missing is basically the semicolon. So you just need to type as it is the part of the query by itself. By default, you have to terminate the query in this way. So if you type this, you can see that I think this belongs to anyone else, so you can just I'll shut it down for a while, and I think this one is fine. We just messed up with that particular one. If you remove the value of x, let's see what's happened. Still you will be able to get the response delay. So there is no need to type x. You can just type single quote double pipe pg sleep and then provide the time delay. For example, if you provide 30 seconds and it will be delay for 30 seconds, you will not be able to see the response in 30 seconds. As well as you can just type dash dash and semicolon. So this is how the blind SQL injection vulnerabilities work. With time delay, you can confirm the SQL injection with time delay. You can shut down the server temporarily. So yeah, basically this is how it works. You can basically confirm these kind of vulnerabilities with these kind of commands, with sleep commands, if you are interested in finding blind SQL injection vulnerabilities. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new module. I know that you are super bored from those manual techniques that we have learned, like exploiting and discovering different web security vulnerabilities. But I'll be very honest with you, they are very important, not only but very very important. That's why you should have the knowledge how to exploit vulnerabilities manually, how to discover vulnerabilities manually. But here we are going to automate the process of reconnaissance and finding vulnerabilities, exploiting them with the help of automation. As you are living in 2024, or you might be possible that you are watching this course in 2025, I am going to give you something that will be worthy throughout of the course. Okay, so we are going to automate so many things. Your recon methodologies will be cleared in this module, as well as the way of hunting bugs in web application, or you can even though apply these techniques in web security, in bug bounty platforms, in bug bounty programs, in order to find different vulnerabilities. No, if I started doing these steps, you will be get confused. That's why we need to go step by step. Okay, so basically you should have some basic knowledge about reconnaissance. Today we are dividing into the exciting world of reconnaissance and automation. We will be learning to find subdomains and using cool tools to make our lives easier in the ethical hacking and security testing. Okay, security field, testing field. This guide will make you through the steps of exploiting, collecting data, checking for the vulnerabilities. By the end, you will be better at spotting security, spotting the vulnerabilities and securing the weak spots. So basically, what we will do at first steps, we are going to do install some tools. So here is a list of tool, and remember, if we need other tools, we will add them with the time. Right now, the first thing that you will need to do is to install Go language in your Linux machine. Go language is important because most of the tools is developed in Go language. That's why you should have Go language installed in your Linux machine. If there is no Go language, then it means you will not be able to execute Go language based tools. It is similarly like you have Python tools, and if you do not have Python language in your operating system, then how you gonna run them, execute them? That's why it is important. So you just need to type apt install golang. It will give you the I think if you face this kind of errors, then all you need to do is to just copy it and paste it. Okay, so apt install fix broken, and it seems like we are facing some errors, but we have to see that is Go language installed or not. Okay, so Go language is not installed. We need to go to the Google and we will type uh, in short, the best way to do it, just open your Chrome browser and just open the uh, chat GPT. As always, you must have an account there, free account. Okay, just give me the command to install Golang in my Kali Linux machine. That's all. It is hard to memorize commands, that's why you just need to type. So sudo apt install Golang. The first thing, you need to update your machine if it is not, so just go with it. It is compulsory. Yeah, it is compulsory, you must have updated. Let me see, am I able to pause the video for a while or not? Alright, it seems like I do not have any option like this. Studio module hotkey push recording. Yeah, seems like I have, so I'll just F1 and F2. So once it get done, I'll come back. Okay. Okay, seems like it is not working for us. It's okay, totally fine. We will wait until it get completed. Okay, as it will be done in few seconds. We are almost there. Okay. I think we are good to go. So now let's paste our command sudo apt install Golang. It seems like it is giving me an error. I think I need to type Golang go. So let's copy this command. Golang go. Alright. Yeah, apt install gcc go dot. Okay, apt install Golang go. I think I need to hit a command apt upgrade. Okay, so let's copy this error and just paste it in your this. So I think we will solve this error. Sudo apt install. Yeah, there is something missing, so we just need to fix it. Sudo apt fix broken install. Seems like it is installed. No, the next thing, let's again go with sudo apt install Golang. So it seems like it is not working for us. Remember, I'm not going to pause this video or cut this method, so because it might be possible sometime you face problems. So this is the solution how to deal with them. Okay, there was some packages missing in my machine, that's why I tried to install Go language first, but it didn't work for me, and then I just fixed them. I tried to update it, it done for me, then I tried to upgrade it, it didn't work for me. I just copy that error and paste it in my chat GPT. Once it done, then I just when I try, this is your command apt install golang go. So this is your ultimate command. After hitting this command, if it directly work for you, just reply with y, and the Go language will be installed for you within few seconds, within few minutes, depending on your internet connection. If it didn't work for you, if it gives you some sort of errors, then remember you can always go with the refer to the techniques that I have showed you here, how you can deal with the errors. Still, if you are getting problem, ping me. Okay, so let's check Go version, and you can see that Go language has been installed successfully. So this is how you can actually install Go language, and after this we are going to install the rest of the tools. So we will go one by one, step by step. Okay, so let's proceed with the tools. The first tool that we need to install is Subfinder. So you just need to go to the Google and type Subfinder GitHub. Okay, so Subfinder is a tool with the help of which you can actually grab subdomains of your target. So this is the official repository of Subfinder, and these tools are created by Project Discovery. So let's go through it, and here we have the install feature. So just click on it. Once you click on it, you can see that they just provide me how you can actually install it. So just copy the command and after copying the command, go back to your Linux machine and paste the command here. Once you remember, you can just paste it anywhere on the terminal, it doesn't matter at all. So by default the tool will move in root go inside that directory, so just don't worry. Once the installation is done, then I will teach you how actually you will be able to execute this command, this tool anywhere from the terminal. Like literally there will be no need to give the full path of the tool in order to execute it. You will just need to type Subfinder, and Subfinder will work for you. So this is how it gonna work. We just need to wait a bit until the Subfinder get installed. Once it get installed, we will proceed with the other method. And don't worry, once we're done with all these tools, I will create a tutorial how you can use all of them. The first priority is to install all the tools so we have the good environment to work with. Okay, so definitely it will take a little bit time because it is using a lot of resources. Just give it some time. Okay, it is using so many resources. You can see that my CPU and my GPU. Yeah, so just give, yeah, I think we are just done with it. No, the main thing is if you ls there, you will find nothing. The most important thing is, like literally if you type Subfinder to execute this tool, you can see that tool is not installed currently. So but I know that this tool has already been installed. The only thing is I need to provide the full path. Now to avoid this, remember this tool, this method, you gonna use it for all the tool. You have to push those tools, you have to move those tools to user bin directory in order to execute it anywhere from the terminal. So the thing is, you just need to go to the root directory. and ls it, you can see we have a go directory. So just go inside it, ls it, and you can see we have a bin directory. So just go bin into the bin. When you go to the bin directory, this is the directory where your go based tools will be installed here. So you just need to make it copy or just move it. I'll recommend you to move it to avoid extra space. So move, then sub finder like this tool I want to move. Now where you want to move, just provide the specified directory, user bin. This is the directory where I want to move this tool. Now why I'm doing it this, once I'm done with it, then it means no, I have the ability to run the sub finder anywhere from the terminal. Now you can see that the tool has been moved. If I go back to my previous terminal and type sub finder, you can see that the sub finder is now working from anywhere of the terminal. Literally you can just type sub finder in any directory and it will work for you. So this is how we have just done with the first tool, and after this we will go with the second. Alright, so now we are going to install asset finder. Just copy it. Asset finder is also a tool that works like a sub finder. So you just need to type asset finder github, and no, the thing is, wow, I'm installing multiple tools to find subdomains. Well, it is important. I'll teach you in the next upcoming tutorials that why we need multiple tools. So the thing is, we need to just we need to copy the command. But the thing is, yeah, they have given us this, so just copy it. Here we have install method, so just copy it and then just paste it in the terminal. Just control shift and v. So basically I think the command is pretty not working for us. The most easy way to do this, you just need to type AWSET asset finder, and it will tell you, hey, it is not installed, but do you want to install it? I will say yes, I want to do it. So it will automatically install asset finder for us, and literally there is no need to move this tool because it will be already moved to user bin directory. Just type asset finder for the second time, and you can see that the color has been changed, which means that the asset finder is working for us. So this is how you can install asset finder to discover subdomains. Alright, the third tool is basically find domain. So just copy it and hit it on the terminal. If it works for you, fine, otherwise you can always go through the Google. So just go to the Google, type find domain GitHub. That's all you need to do. You will be redirected to their official directory, and here when you started scrolling a bit, they will definitely provide you some sort of installation techniques. If it is available, that's cool. Like you can clearly see that they have installation. Yeah, like I want to go with Linux installation, so I'll just go with it. And here is the thing, so they just give me the commands, just use them one by one. Copy it, and after copying it, just paste it here. It will be downloaded for you, and after downloading, you just need to unzip it. Okay, so just unzip it with unzip find domain Linux. It will be unzipped. After unzipping it, the next thing you will need to do is to give it a executable permission, which is basically chmod plus x. If you ls it, you can see I'm inside. Let's give it a executable permission to this particular file. So when I ls it, now you can see it is, the color is changed, it is executable. Now the main thing is I will move this particular domain to user bin directory in order to execute it anywhere from the terminal. So just paste it. OMG, what I just did. So just it's okay, it's fine. Just open the new terminal whenever you just face this kind of errors. No worries at all. So if I ls it, I'll just go back to the root directory. I mean where I executed the tool. Seems like I just messed up with okay, so let's uh, locate find domain cd root cd go cd bin. Yeah, here is the tool. So it has been executed in the bin directory, so we need to move it to the user user bin directory. So just copy the command and hit enter. After hitting the enter, it seems like we're done with everything. Now the next thing is you need to you just need to confirm that is it working anywhere from the terminal. So I'll just go back, for example, to the you know just go to the root directory. Here we have no tool, you can see. If I type find domain, you can see that find domain is working for us. So we have literally installed 3 tools: subdomain, subfinder, asset finder, and find domain, in order to do active and passive subdomain enumeration. Okay, we're done with it. I'll see you in the next tools. Alright, beautiful people, let's install our fourth tool, which is basically more URLs. So we have so many alternatives, like there is webback, archives, and so many, but remember, more is all in one. It is one man army. It will fetch you all the URLs, all the endpoints from the internet regarding your target. Okay, so you just need to type more just github. After that, more github, and after that just go to the first directory and scroll it a bit. Now here is the thing, the main thing is you can literally just I'll recommend you okay, so install more default global Python environment. Just copy this, and after copying it, here is the thing is, we have to document everything. So to document everything, I'll go to my home, Kali, and desktop, and here I will create a directory. Okay, and I will create a directory. I'll name it automation. Let's call it automation. You can see I'll go inside it, cd automation. I'll perform all my work here. Okay, it is a kind of workstation directory for me, so I'll paste the command here, and what it will do, it will basically clone that entire directory for me about you can call it, yeah, about more. So seems like it have just done. Okay, so they just told me, hey, please it is not recommended way more. I think it worked for us. It has been installed for us. We do not need to provide anything extra. Sometime they will clone the directory, so you will need to execute this manually, but they have updated to the next level. That's cool. Now we can execute way more directly like the rest of the commands. We do not need to provide anything extra. Okay, like no path. So we have just done with the way more, and now let's install httpx. So I think I have to create a separate video for each tool, so you will have the separate commands. Alright, so we have httpx tool. Let's install it. So just type httpx. You need to type github with it too. Okay, so basically with the help of httpx tool, you can always grab active subdomains from the dead domains. Like you can check for the technologies about subdomains. For example, if you want to see the details, if you have a list of subdomains and you want to see their status code, is they active or dead, the titles about them, what kind of technology they are using, so you can provide each and everything to them. You can see in the response, and we're gonna use it, so just don't worry. Right now we just need to install the tools, how they're gonna work for us. So I'll just copy the installation instruction command from here. Okay, after doing this, I'll just need to go to my Linux, and I'll just paste the command. After pasting the command, it will take few seconds, and the httpx tool will be installed for us. Until it start getting installing, I need to go to my go bin directory to push this tool. You can right now you can just remove this find domain.zip because we have already done with it. Okay, so I'll remove everything extra that we have. Remember, this is how you can uh, send the files. Okay, tools, whatever you call it. So just wait until it get done. Once it get installed, we will need to move this from go bin directory towards user bin directory, so we will be able to execute anywhere from the terminal. If I ls it, you can see now you will be confused where this directory is. So you just need to go to the root and go and cd bin. I'm doing it again and again just for the clarity, so you make sure. Okay, now you need to move this file, so just type http move httpx, just move it to the user and bin directory, that's all. After this, if you type httpx anywhere from the terminal httpx, you can see that httpx is working perfectly. So we just done with httpx. Okay, it's time to install Katana. We have done with httpx last time, if you remember. So let's type Katana GitHub. That's all you need to do. These all tools are created in Go language, and most of them are created by Project Discovery. So you can just scroll it a bit. Here you will be able to see the installation guide. Just click on it. So we have a link to install this. Just make it a copy. Basically, with the help of Katana, you can grab the active endpoint of your target machine website. So you can grab the endpoints, urls, all those stuff. They will be active. It will crawl the website. It is basically a crawler. Okay, so I'll paste this, and within few seconds it will be installed, or within, yeah, it's depend. So let's give it a wait. Once it done, we will need to go to the directory, which is basically root go bin. Here we have all kind of tools installed. We need to move it to the user bin directory in order to execute it anywhere from the terminal. So we're gonna wait a bit. Okay, let's wait a bit. I think we just done with it. Now I'll go to the folder, and you can see that we got it. You just need to send this to the user and bin directory. Now when I type Katana from the terminal, you can see that the Katana is working perfectly. So basically we have just done with the Katana. Let's do the second one. Alright, it's time to install Nuclei framework. So basically, with the help of, it is an open source framework that you can use in order to find out different vulnerabilities in the, you can say, in any web application. So yeah, it will do perform so many attacks. Active scan, it is basically a scanner. Okay, kind of scanner which find out CVEs, different vulnerabilities for you. So you just need to go to the Google and type Nuclei GitHub. That's all you need to do. So it is also discovered created by Project Discovery in Go language, so you can just go through it. Here we have the install guide, so you can just, as always, copy the URL and go back to your machine, Kali machine, just paste it. It might take some time because the framework is heavy a bit, so definitely it will take some usage, approximately to 50 to 300 MB, depends on yeah, it have a bit extra resources as compared to the other tools. So it will download everything for us. then we will need to run it in order to it basically the nuclei framework always scan the target based on templates. So there is so many templates, and it will run all kind of templates on our target in order to find out vulnerabilities in the target. And to be honest, you can run this nuclei template on multiple targets. You just need to provide the list of the host. For example, I have 10 target and I want to find vulnerabilities into them. I can literally put all those targets or host in a file, and then I can provide the file to the nuclei, and the nuclei will basically scan all those hosts or targets for me. So let's wait until it get completed. Okay, so it might take time. It's also depend on internet connection too. If you have a slow internet connection, make sure to wait. You have to wait a bit extra. Okay, so I hope we are closer enough. Yeah, seems like we are close. You can also see the usage. So basically it is using 100% my CPU. Definitely these kind of tools take so much processor and you know and other things like internet. So it is always recommended to use these tools in VPS, virtual private server. I will try to cover that topic too, that how you can set up all these tools in your VPS externally, so it will not put any kind of stress on your machine, on your own machine. But if you have a good system and if you have a good internet, then you can just go with it. There is no problem at all. Okay, so I hope it get done soon. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we just done with it. So let's check that everything works. Yeah, we just complete the nuclei. So the next thing is just move it to move the nuclei to user bin directory, and then try to run it. Okay, you just need to type nuclei on the screen and you can see that it run. But remember, there is no template inside it, so it will automatically started installing all the necessary templates. Yeah, you can clearly see that it install nuclei templates for us. So it have almost 7,000 plus nuclei templates, means that 7,000 plus attacks will be performed on the target in order to find vulnerabilities. So yeah, it's usage, we are not learning its usage right now, we are just covering the tools. Once we done with it, then we gonna cover up the rest of the stuff, how to use them, etc. Alright, the next thing we need to do is to install nuclei fuzzing templates. You just need to go to the Google and type nuclei fuzzing templates GitHub. You can fuzz these templates on any target endpoints in order to find vulnerabilities like open redirect, cross-site scripting, blind SSRF, SQL injection, and so much. So basically this will help you to automate the process of finding different vulnerabilities. Just copy the installation file. I mean, you know, you can just install it with the help of this command. once we just I think I'm just doing it in a wrong directory. I should do it in my automation folder. So if I ls it, there here is nothing. And remember, we can just we will clone this instead of doing anything else. So I just we copy it, and after that what I'll do, I'll just seems like I'm doing in a wrong way. So basically I'll type git clone and then I'll paste the command, and you can see it has been cloned. If you go inside it, you can see we have different templates for command injection, crlf, lfi, rfi, redirect, sql injection, xse, ssti, and so much and so on. Okay, we just done with it. Alright guys, welcome back. So we just done with so many tools. Now it is the time to install parallel, qs replace, and qurl. So let's do them one by one. I'll just type parallel, and we need to install, so by just typing apt install parallel, and this gonna install within few seconds. After this, the second thing that we need is qs replace tool. Okay, so we can always just go to the google and type qs replace qs replace github. Now you will be confused why we will use the parallel tool. With the help of parallel tool, you will be able to send the traffic from your terminal or your local network into your burp suite for further testing. So what I'll do here, we have the qs replace tool command here. So you just need to type qs replace github. Here at the end you will be able to see the installation. Now you can type parallel in order to confirm it is working. Yeah, it is working perfectly. So you can just clear the screen and then go for qs replace. After going for the qs replace, now it is the time to do with qurl2. So what I'll do here, I'll do the same url github. Okay, so you can see that we got it. And here is the thing, I hope we got the installation, otherwise I'll teach you at the real time. So it seems like we have to go through the documentation, so let's do it. Okay, yeah, it seems like I got it. So here you have to install it, so you just copy it, and then the next thing is just paste it in the terminal. Okay, I think the command is not working for us. Don't worry, we will install it on the real time. I'll check it why it is not working. So right now just send the qs replace to user bin directory, and now give it a test, is it working for us or not. So just type qs replace. Yeah, it is working for us. If it show you this kind of um, color, then it means everything is working. So we just learn how to install all these tools. Now it is the time to demonstrate them, to use them one by one. So we will use them one by one in order to learn how actually they work, and at the end we will automate this entire process. Alright guys, so this is the time to use those tools one by one. I'll try my best to cover this process in 2 lectures or in one. So let's see how much further we can go. So the thing is, we actually need to go few directories back in order to see. Just I'll go to the desktop in my automation. Now in automation folder, I'll create a directory and I'll name this target. For example, let's say I'll work with my targets in the target directory to reduce the spam. Okay, so I'll just go inside it and after going inside it, I'll use all my commands here. Now the first thing is we need to grab subdomains of our target. Let's say that wallenweb.com is our target. Let's say if you google it, you will be able to see it like wallenweb.com. So you can see that yeah, it is the target basically created for the security purposes. You can test it, there is no restriction, you will not face any issues. I'll not recommend you to use this kind of tools on real targets without written permission. You might get in problem, so fall in problem basically. So the first thing is we need to grab the subdomains of wallenweb. How we can do it? You can actually use subfinder -d, and then you can use the like sub finder -d to specify the target. So to specify the target, you just need to type wallenweb.com. okay, after that you just need to type -o for the output, and you can name it, for example, sub finder.txt. What it will do, it will grab all the subdomains that belong to wallenweb.com, and it will store them in a subfinder.txt folder file. Yeah, txt based file. So definitely it will take few seconds. You can clearly see it discover 23 subdomains for us in 12 seconds. So these are the subdomains belonging to the wallenweb.com. A subdomain basically is the part of main domain. They host multiple services on multiple subdomains. So for example, we have facebook.com. Similarly, we have business.facebook.com, mobile.facebook.com, and so much and so on. After this, like I know I want to use the second command for asset finder. So remember, you can always use it to avoid the waste of time. What I will do, I will just copy it. Okay, yeah. So basically asset finder dash dash or asset finder space hyphen sub only for subdomains, and then you just need to type the name of the target. Then you can use pipe. You can use pipe. It will work like this output. So you can always use pipe, and then you can the output. You can basically save the output in asset finder.txt. So you can paste the command, it will something look like this: asset finder hyphen sub only, and then name of your target, I mean url of the target without http or www. So just provide the domain, and then pipe. Like with this pipe, we use the pipe to bind to run two commands together. I want to use another command too with it, and the other command is actually I want to the result, save the result, redirected the output of this into a file called asset finder.txt. So what it will do, it will grab all the subdomains for me, and it will store them in asset finder.txt. So you can just get it, and you can see that it contain output, and literally it has so many domains. So this is how you can do it. After this, we have the third tool, which is basically find domain, if you remember. So you can always use the find domain in order to find out the subdomains of any target. So what I'll do, I'll just copy it and I'll paste it here. Please do not call me copy paste kiddie. I'm just doing it to avoid the waste of time. So basically we have a command, and it is basically find domain -t. You can specify the target with the help of -t target, and then you just need to type the domain of the target, then use -q and pipe, because I want to bind another command with it. So I'll type t subfinder.txt. basically what it will do, it will redirect the output of this command. So basically what we are doing is we are using multiple tools in order to grab the subdomains, and you can see it also work for us. So we literally got 3 different files that contain subdomains. If you just cat ls hyphen al Yeah, you can see that some of them contain extra results and some of them contain less result. Now the thing is why I use multiple tools. I use multiple tool that because the reason is I need some extra result. It might be possible one tool give you less subdomain and the second tool give you extra result. That's why you can always use multiple tools to get the maximum amount of results. So we just done with it. After this, we have three different files. Like if you see it, we have three different files. I want that these all the results inside these files should be stored in one file, that is all.txt. After that, all the duplicates means the same result should be removed from that particular file. Okay. And how it is possible, I have created a command for you so you can use it. Like, you know what this command will do. Basically, at first it will get the it will get all those txt files that are there in the folder. Currently we have only 3 files, so basically it will get them all and then it will store them in all.txt. And after that it will use and this redirect sample. I have already teach you about this redirect and and samples in our Linux tutorial. So I am using this and to run a second command with it too. Once this first phase is done, then it will literally use sort -u to uniquely sort all the result, means remove all the duplicates and then again store the output in all.txt. So let's copy it. I have already written the description with it. When you collect all the subdomain, store all the subdomain in a single file, name the file as all.txt, then simply remove all the duplicate subdomain from all.txt and store the result in a file called all.txt. And this single command is enough to do the entire job for you. Okay. And it seems like just paste it and run it. After that, you can literally see that we have no all.txt. If you get all.txt, you can see we have a bunch of result. Okay. Yeah, it is perfect. We are going good. No, to be honest, we do not need the rest of the files. You can just remove them if you want, for asset finder, for find domain, and for sub finder. And the reason is because I get everything in a one file that I need. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so after that, the no all.txt contain unique subdomains, so you are doing great. Let's proceed it with the third phase. The thing is, no, we have got so many subdomains, but the thing is, it might be possible some of them are live and some of them are not live, means dead. So we are only interested in live subdomains, because dead subdomains are useless for us. What we will do with the domain that give us an error, means not accessible domain, so they are junk for us. That's why we have installed httpx tool. Okay, so the thing is, no, we need to use it. So you can just type cat all.txt and then you can use this http -l all.txt and store the result. So you just type cat all.txt and then use pipe that I want to run another command with it. What is the command? Like, it is basically httpx -l, and after that the next part is basically you need to specify the list. -l stand for list. You just need to provide the list, which is basically all.txt, and then you can literally store the result in live domains.txt. Okay, so you just need to provide the list, which is all.txt, then store the output in a live domains.txt. What it will do, it will list the all.txt domain list and it will run httpx over them, and after that it will give me only the live subdomains. When I hit enter, it will take few seconds and or minutes depending on how much subdomains there is in a list of all.txt. So basically what we will do, we will wait a bit. I hope now you are learning a lot and now you have come to know to the conclusion how to use those tools. So literally you can see it is grabbing me only live domains, live subdomains of my target. Once it grab them, then it will simply store them in subdomains.txt, live subdomains.txt. All we can do is to wait. Actually we have to wait a bit. After this, what we can actually do, okay, so basically what we can do is like literally you can use this httpx to grab the version and technologies regarding the target. If you want to explore your target, if you want to know more about, and you can see the result, it only gives me so many less domains because these are the only domains that are basically active. The rest of the domains are dead domains. So ls-wc, okay, I just forgot the command, no worries. um ls-al, and you can literally see the difference between all.txt and live subdomains.txt. So this is now the live subdomains that contain only live list. After this, I think I need to teach you one more thing that is pretty important. If you go to the Google and type httpx github, and it is multi-purpose tool, so you can always use it like in this way, status code. Yeah, I should teach you. If sometime if you want to learn about your target, like what kind of technologies they are using, xyz, so you can type httpx hyphen status code, and then you can, for status code means it is active or dead, then you can learn about the title, and you can detect the technology, what kind of technology they are using, and then you can just provide the list of live subdomains.txt. I think I just status code, status status code, okay, t t t detect, just copy it and paste it. I hope it will work for us. No, it is not working for us at all. So basically, let's see why it is not working. So let's remove the tag for the sake of the tutorial right now. Yeah, it seems like it will start working for us. To detect the technology versions etc, you can use Webalizer, and we will see it in our upcoming tutorial. And you can clearly see it is giving you that these all are 200, okay, means live domains, and these are the technologies, basically tech details, test, it is a test website, each and everything, means it will give you a bit of information if you want to know about your target. So after this, the most important thing is that now you can use the way more as well as you can use the katana. So right now you can just type, you can remove the full path like this. So how you can do it, you can literally type way more hyphen I, and then you can specify the target simply you can specify the entire target, and then you can for the mode u means that it will discover each and everything for you. After this you can just redirect the output. ou means output in a vmore.txt. what it will do, it will grab all the endpoints, all the possible urls that are on the internet till the target is created. To know, it will grab each and everything for you. So you can just copy it and paste it here, and this is how it works. And you can see it has started scanning for us. It will look for the url scan, it will look for the virus total, it will look for the webback machine, archive.org, common crawler, and a line vault. Like you can see, it is discovering endpoints, urls for us that might be possible they are dead or active. It is basically not a crawler, but what it do, it actually grab all the endpoints urls of my target that are on the internet using different technologies like archive machines and so much and so on. And you can use it way more, hyphen I, and then specify the target. Remember, you cannot provide it a list, you cannot just provide the list of subdomain etc. You just need to provide the main domain, and even though it will grab the subdomains endpoints for you to in this way. And then hyphen u mode stand for everything, means it will possibly grab all kind of urls for you including the subdomains. And then you just need to type the hyphen o you for the output file, and you can clearly see it just discover each and everything for us. If you ls it, you can just list the way more urls.txt, and boom, it is a list of so many and so many endpoints. Later on we will test them one by one in order to find out how many vulnerabilities it contain. Okay, we just done with it. After this we can always use the katana. To know, katana is not same like vmore. Katana is a web crawler. Basically katana will with the help of katana you can actually grab the it will basically crawl the website domain as well as subdomains. Remember, katana, you have to provide a list of subdomains to the katana. Like here I have just type cat domains.txt, so you can just type subdomain.txt. in our case, if you remember, we created a list of subdomains. So what it will do, basically just ignore the rest of the command. In short, it will go deep into the web application, and it will try to grab all the, it will crawl the website and fetch you all the possible endpoints that it can. So just copy it. After copying it, paste it here. Okay, and the result will be stored in katana parameters or katana params.txt as an output. It will go file directories deep, and it will use all the possible techniques that it have in the documentation. I have already created the you can say command for you, so you do not need to do it. Or even though you can just go through the documentation if you want. No, the thing is, I want to provide a list, so you just need to type live subdomains.txt, and you can see how it works. So now by typing enter, what it will actually do, it will actively crawl the website and started grabbing the endpoints or url for us. It is like a crawler. It is not crawling the a list of live subdomains, and it will try to find out all the possible endpoints for us, like, to be honest, each and everything that we need. Okay, it will do it by itself. So I think we are doing great job. And after that, once we have done with this katana thing, then the next thing is, remember, it will store the result in katana params.txt. Okay, so we have the fifth step, and in the fifth step, in step number 5, grab all the interesting parameter from katana and way more result. Those interesting endpoints parameter can contain backup files like javascript files, php files, and much more. Now I think I need to split this tutorial into two phases. The first 5 steps has been done to avoid the complexity, I'll continue it from the fifth step after this method. So it seems like it is done. So you can just get the katana result, and you can see it contain active endpoints urls. Later on we will use them in order to exploit the vulnerabilities. So I think it is enough for this tutorial. I'll continue after this. Take care. Welcome back to the next part of the upgoing series. So basically this is the fifth step, in which I will grab all the interesting parameters that might be possible. Those parameters could possibly contain backup files, javascript based file that contain some data, php based file. So interesting means those interesting endpoints that are lookable, means that you should must look into them. Now this is the command. Basically what will it will do, it will grab the interesting parameters from Vemore results and from Katana parameters result, and it will uniquely sort them out in interesting.txt. Moreover, it will look for the backup files, SQL databases based extensions files. It will look for config files like backup CGI bin config and JavaScript based file, zip based file, each and everything. Okay, so basically let's copy this, and after copying this, just paste it here. After pasting it, you can clearly see it works for us. And if you can see that no, we have an interesting.txt file, you can get it, and you can see it contains some login.asp based file, php based file, and so many other files too. So if you are facing background issue, noise issue, please ignore it. Okay, after this, the next thing we need to do is basically let's go to the sixth step. So in the sixth step, basically the sixth step is all about, once the result of Vemore and Katana in one file, like once we combine the result, no, we need a lot of URL to test them. So that's why we need to remove the duplicates URL. And to be honest, I'm only interested in those results that contain that do not contain useless extensions. Like I'm not interested in png based extensions, in icon based extensions. So you can just read it, combine the result of Vemore and Katana in one file, because we need a lot of URL for testing. So yeah, we need URLs for testing. Once you combine them, then remove all the duplicate and useless extensions based files like png, jpeg, etc. So the usage is pretty easy. Just copy this, and what it will actually do, it will basically grab all those endpoints from let me show you in a practical. It will grab all the endpoints from Katana parameters.txt and Vemore.txt, those extensions that can be used to test, and it will literally remove the useless extension like css based extension, php based extensions, and other useless based extensions, and it will give me only testable endpoints. So just enter it, and now you can see that we have way more Katana unfilter urls.txt. If you get it, you can see that it contains those endpoints that are usable and that have equal to signatures into them, because in future you can literally test them for different vulnerabilities. Now why I call this Vemore Katana unfilter URLs, why they are not filtered, because it might be possible some of them contain dead endpoints. Okay, that's why in future we will filter this result, the combination of Vemore result and Katana result, so they will be combined together, and by removing the useless extensions too. So this is the combination of Vemore and Katana parameters.txt, by removing the useless stuff into them. After this, we need to filter the final result, which is vemor katana unfilter.txt, because it contain a lot of dead endpoints URL that we need to fix it. And to do it, we can run, always you can run httpx. So what I'll do, I'll copy this command. Let's copy it and paste it here. Don't worry, I will teach you how it works. So basically, it will basically at first create the vemor katana unfilter .txt, and then it will on the second phase by using pipe, as we are running multiple commands, that's why you have to use pipe. Then we are just setting up httpx to run over it. Now this -t150 is basically a speed, it will run 150x faster. By default it have 30x speed, so like it will definitely scan 30 requests per second, but currently I'm increasing the speed, so it should work properly. And the result will be stored in vemor katana filter urls.txt. remember, the upper one is unfilter, and this time we are using filter urls.txt as an output. So it will grab for me all those active endpoints. It will filter those unfiltered urls endpoints for me, and it will return me. So when I clear the screen, you can clearly see that we have no filter results filter urls.txt that contain active urls. Those urls are literally usable. You can just use them for testing. You can literally test vulnerabilities, you can test it for different vulnerabilities. So this is how it works. Like at first I grab some endpoints using vemor, then I crawl the target subdomains with the help of katana, and then I combine their result in an unfiltered way. No, I have combined, I just grab the filter this unfilter this, then I just filter the result using httpx and remove each and everything junk data from it. No, I have very neat and clean result. I hope you got the point. Okay, now after this, now we have filtered the result, and now we have filter and unique urls. So literally we have filters and unique urls in the form of vemor katana filters url.txt. No, in step 8, no, grab the urls from the filter list which contain equal to signatures. Those endpoints, those urls that contain equal signatures, we have to grab them, because we can test vulnerabilities like SQL injection, LFI, cross-site scripting into those parameters. Those URLs are called parameters based contents because some values are passing into them. So you can literally remove the value and put your own payload in order to test it for the different vulnerabilities. So basically what I'm gonna do here, I'll use this command which will grab the equal to urls from filter results, and then it will paste the result into where in parameters with equal to .txt. So I'll copy this command, and even though if you use grep, and then you can just use equal to sign, and then you just need to specify the filter file, paste it. After doing this, just save the result in what, I'll just check. You can give it your own name, but right now I have to document everything, so the name should be parameters with equal to .txt. So I'll just enter it, and now you can see that I have parameters with equal to 2. So if you ls it, it will only contain those parameters that have equal to signatures, those endpoints that have equal to signatures. I think we are doing a great job, and if you are still here, then congratulations, you are learning a lot. After this, like, this is the most important phase. Like, we have collected so much data. No, the main thing is we have filter urls, we have unfiltered urls, as well as we have literally we have parameters with equal to sign. Now, what to do with them? The main thing is like what to do with them. you can test them for different vulnerabilities. I will use here nuclei fuzzing templates, I will use here nuclei templates by itself, and on the third time we gonna send all this traffic to the Burp Suite in order to investigate it further for different vulnerabilities. And this phase, the 9th and 10th phase, is going to be one of the most important phase, because it is the phase where you get the fruits and this is the time to eat them. Means you have done so much job only to perform this 9th and 10th step in order to look for the vulnerabilities, because in this phase you will actually get the vulnerabilities, you will actually scanning your target what you have achieved. No, it is the time to find vulnerabilities into them. It seems like the lecture is going longer, that's why I have to stop it, and the practical scanning phase I'll show you after this. So take care, have a good day. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the next part. So basically last time we did so many things, and at the end I told you that this is the time that where we will scan our target, our the endpoints that we have discovered for different vulnerabilities. So the main thing is how actually we can do it. This is the time to actually hunt for the vulnerability. So step 9, we are going to use nuclei fuzzing techniques, nuclei framework by itself. We will send all the requests to the Burp Suite to scan it further, and what we will get, we're gonna apply it. So if I ls it, you can see that I have live subdomains, those domains that they are live. I have way more and Katana filter URLs that are active. The combination of those parameters that we grab with the help of way more and Katana web crawler. Okay, it contain parameters, and we have so many other things like parameters with equal to those parameters that have equal to signs that can pass query to the server. Okay, like if I get params with equal to, you can see every endpoint contain equal to somewhere in it. Means that you can fuzz those endpoints, you can fuzz those equal to signatures in order to automate the process of hunting vulnerabilities. But the first thing I need to teach you how you can scan those live domains. Remember here what I'm trying to do, I'll do mass scanning. So for this I'll use nuclei framework, and I will provide you -l with the list of live subdomains. Okay, here I am providing a list of live subdomains in order to find vulnerabilities into those live subdomains that we have discovered. And if you remember, the live subdomain list contain if I get it, you can see it contain a list of subdomains that are live, and then you can just store the output into a file called you can give it a name like vulnerabilities.txt. Okay, and what this nuclei template with nuclei framework will do for me, it will started finding different vulnerabilities into those subdomains, and it will started giving me the results. Like you can see, it has been started. It will give you informative based result, it will give you medium based result, it will give you high and critical based results. Here you will be able to see the vulnerability type, is it informative based, critical, high, the severity basically. And here you will get the endpoint that is basically vulnerable. For example, if it discover a zip file for you or a backup file for you, literally it will give you the backup file here in this way. So far it will discover different vulnerabilities for you in that particular, you can call it live subdomains. Now after this, I want, if you remember last time, I have also installed the if I go one directory back and ls it, you can see I have nuclei fuzzing templates too. So you can also run nuclei fuzzing templates on whom, on parameters with equal to signatures to find different vulnerabilities in those particular endpoints. No, the thing is how you can do it. You can just go inside the target. So we have this params with equal to .txt. I can literally run it. To do it, it is pretty simple. You just need to type nuclei -t, then just provide the path. Remember, path of path where the nuclei fuzzing templates exist, and then you can provide the list. So to do this is pretty easy. You just need to type nuclei -t with templates. You need to provide the template. So my templates is in home directory, Kali, desktop, and then nuclei fuzzing templates. If I ls it, it is in the automation folder directory, and here you can type fuzzing templates. This is going to be the full path of the fuzzing templates. So you, in this way you will need to provide the fuzzing templates path of those templates that are basically used for the automation to find out vulnerabilities. And no, it is the time to provide the path of params with equal to, so you can provide it with -l with the list, as you can clearly see in the command. So -l params with equal to, and just hit enter. What it will do, it will start finding the vulnerabilities for you. Once it discover, it will started giving you the result. So it might take some time, but at the end of the day, if it is vulnerable, you will get a bunch of result here. So currently I think we didn't get anything, that's why it didn't work for us. But if the target is vulnerable, you will get so many and so many vulnerabilities in that particular target. So yeah, after this I think we will perform this step later on too. So here you can also see that our nuclei template, our nuclei framework is running, and it has started finding different vulnerabilities for us. I will just stop it and clear the result. You can clearly see that here we have vulnerability.txt. so you can just copy it, and you can cat vulnerabilities.txt. I think I just type in so cat, and you can see that what you will get, you will be able to store them in a txt file. So I hope you get this point. That was pretty important. Now I need to open my Burp Suite. So I'll go to home directory downloads, which contain my Burp Pro. So I'll just open it with java-jar and Burp Pro, because I want to send this traffic to the Burp Suite. So Burp Suite will scan this kind of Burp Suite will scan all those endpoints, and it will basically find different vulnerabilities for me. So here we have a Burp Suite. Now here you can clearly see that I have live audit for from proxy. What I will do here, I'll just click on it, and I'll go to the settings, and here I'll go to the scan configuration. I'll click on audit, and I'll just click on edit. Here it is only passive, so mark it for all. It means that it will find out each and every vulnerability for you. Each and every means all kind of vulnerabilities for you, even though you can go for the individual vulnerability. For example, if you are interested to find out only SQL, you can just check mark the SQL injection and uncheck the rest of the other. Here I'll just teaching you how you can do mass hunting. So after selecting all this, just click save. Okay, that's all. Then just go to the target scope, and just click on use advanced scope, and click here add. Now here you just need to provide the name of the target. So I'll type Wallen web. It will look for the Wallen web in those endpoints. If it exists, it will take it as a in scope as an in scope target. So after this, the next thing I'll need to do is here make sure to enable it. Now the next thing that we need to do is to the final step. Basically the final step, now we will create a project in Burp Suite in the earlier when I was configuring and teaching you, I was teaching you about Burp Suite. There I just clear those steps how you can create projects in Burp Suite, so please refer to that video. I'm not gonna teach you here, but this is not the part of this step. Remember, here what we are doing, I'll send the endpoints to the Burp Suite in order to find out different vulnerabilities. So this is the first command that you will need to run. I will use a parallel tool, and I'll just connect with my proxy to the local host in order to that. So because of this, you can say you can run it anywhere from the terminal. Actually what we can do, what we are doing here, I'll just enable my parallel. So I'll after this command, no, I will be able to send all the traffic to the Burp Suite. That's all. Okay, after this is the first command. Then you have to do something. The first thing that you will need to do is you will need to send all the parameters with equal to the Burp Suite. And how you can do it, you can just copy the second command. Remember, copy it. After copying it, click OK, and here you can see in the HTTP history it is totally clear. Okay, I just need to go to the particular folder where the params with equal to exist. So here is in the target folder. I just need to paste this command. Okay, I just need to paste this command, and you can see that it has been started. Okay, the request has been started and it is done. It has sent all the possible requests. As the target is very small, it contains few requests, that's why it done faster. And in the dashboard you will be able to see that it has scanned for us, and it literally find out different vulnerabilities for us, like you can say clear text subdomain password. You can look for the details about it. Literally here it will do live time scanning. You can see total audit items is 39, and the task log is still under running, means it is still discovering different vulnerabilities for us, and it is sending the request to those endpoints to find out all the possible vulnerabilities. So the request that we have sent through our terminal to the Burp Suite is now active. He is finding different vulnerabilities into those endpoints. Similarly, you will send those unfilter URLs, and you will send those filter URLs too. So for the sake of the tutorial, I'm just keeping the second command. Do it by yourself, just do copy paste, that's all. After this, I'll just send the way more katana filter urls.txt. I'll use parallel with a speed of 10. You can increase it if you want. I'll not recommend. You can just go with 20, 30 maximum, or 50, that's all, and then just send it. So you will be able that the request will be started. From here you will be able to see all the requests, and in the dashboard you can see that our task log is running. Basically what we are doing, those endpoints that we have discovered, that we have stored, for example, way more katana filter URLs, way more katana unfilter URLs, parameters with equal to .txt. These are the files that contain you can call it endpoints, URLs, parameters. We are just sending those endpoints, parameters, endpoints to the Burp Suite in order to check the vulnerabilities into them. If we have automate our Burp Suite here, so basically Burp Suite will find out different vulnerabilities for us. Okay, if you go to the edit log, you can see it is the discoveries that they just did for us. So if you keep you have to wait for it until you get the complete result, and you will get a bunch of vulnerabilities. Literally you will get a bunch of vulnerabilities, I'm 100% sure about it. And if you go to the open window in new tab, you can literally see audit items, issues that has been discovered. You can go for the event log, audit log, the vulnerabilities log, basically the scanner, and similarly you can just go through the summary. it is still in the running mode. You can see that it is trying to find out different vulnerabilities into those requests, like SQL injection, HTTP request smuggling, XSS vulnerabilities, CSRF, command injection, code injection, so much and so on. So this is how you can automate the entire process to find out different vulnerabilities. Now the main thing is coming after this vulnerability, after this phase, like we just done the 10 steps. No, if I told you that those 10 steps are so much painful, it will take so much time by doing them manually. I want to automate this entire process. That's why I name this Recon and automation. No, I have created a script for you that is my own personal script in Bash. What this script will do, this script will basically do the 9 step by itself, 8 step by 9 step by itself. At first, by itself, it will run subfinder, asset finder, find domain, all these steps to find subdomains. That it will then I think I need to create a separate tutorial about it in the next. Yep, just stay with me. It should have its own tutorial, the automation one. So I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, I have a script for you that will do everything for you that we have done so far and so on. For example, it will do the first step for you by finding subdomains through different technologies, different tools. Then it will gather them together in a one file by uniquing, sorting them and removing the duplicates into them. Then it will by default run httpx to grab the active domains, and then it will run way more and katana, on the target to find out the different endpoints for you to crawl the website. And basically after that, it will just grab all the interesting parameters with the help of this command. After that, it will combine the result of Vemore and Katana, and removing all the junk data from it and storing them into unfiltered result. Then it will filter those results by running httpx over them again to make sure that only we have active endpoints URL. And at the end, literally, what it will do, it will grab all those endpoints that have params with equal to, that have parameters with equal to signatures into them. After that, it will automatically do nuclei fuzzing, and then it will do run nuclei on the target subdomains. The nuclei framework will run on the subdomains, and nuclei fuzzing templates will run over the params with equal to. So if I told you that those 9 steps were manual, and no, I have automated each and everything for you, so you can do it by yourself. Yes, you heard me right. So the thing is, I'll go to my automation directory. I'll create here a directory, a file. I'll call it nano, let's say recon.sh. Okay, and I'll paste the script, entire script. And don't worry, just don't worry, I'll provide you the entire script right now. I'm just teaching you how actually you can use this script. So let me teach you something about it. What it will basically do, at first it will create a directory uh, with the name of domain that you are going to provide. It will create 2 directory. The one is sources, the second one is recon, and it will store each and everything in the recon directory. What it will do basically, at first it will run subfinder, then it will run asset finder. You just need to provide one time the target. Then it will run find domain, then it will run webback URLs. It seems like webback URLs is not installed with us currently, so you can just ignore it. Right now you can ignore it because you do not need it here. We have way more which is better than webback. You can just grab subdomains with the help of way more, but it is not recommended. So what it is recommended but not here. So I'll remove this step. Yeah, it is cool. Then it will basically save all the result in all.txt by sorting them, doing so many things that it will, then it will run httpx over them to give me only live subdomains. Then it will run basically vmore.py. So vmore.py have a full path. The only thing I need to do is to remove the extensions from it, because right now we have directly installed the vmore, so there is no need to provide the path of vmore. It will be directly run with only vmore command -i, and then you just need to specify the target that it have done by itself, and after that, it will do the rest of the steps. But remember, at the end, what it will do, if you watch the end point clearly, after doing all the steps, so like grabbing all the endpoints, so you can see it filtering those unfiltered results, collecting those vmore and katana results together, and grabbing endpoint parameters from them. At the end, one time it will run nuclei fuzzing templates on parameters with equal to. Once the scanner is done, then on the second time it will run again nuclei framework on live subdomains. And it will store the result basically for you, or you will be able to see the result on the screen. So the only thing I need to do is to provide here a valid path for fuzzing templates. You have to check that where your fuzzing templates exist. Right now I'll go to my home, Kali, desktop, automation, and if I ls it, here is my fuzzing template. So if I ls it, you can see my fuzzing templates is exist in automation directory. So I'll just copy the path, and after that I'll just remove this path. This is how you can do it. I just provide the valid path of fuzzing templates. It will run the fuzzing templates on parameters with equal to .txt. Seems like it is okay, we are not with any mistake. Then it will run the nuclei template for you, nuclei framework on the live subdomains. I think it is okay, so just save it with Control S and close it with Control X. Then ls it. No, give it a executable permission, so chmod +x recon.sh. Now you can see that recon.sh is in working format. You just need to type bash recon.sh, then you need to provide the target. For example, wallenweb.com, this is going to be my target. Okay, you can clearly see it have start working for me. At first it is basically doing subdomain. It have grep, seems like it have grep subdomains with the help of subfinder, asset finder, and find domain. Then it is basically running httpx over it. This is how the beauty of automation works. All right, so it is grabbing only active subdomains from the list that we just did it before. And you can see it has start. It is literally doing each and everything that we need. Means all the steps that we did, it took basically hours to do those steps manually, one by one. If you are a beginner, like nobody have a time to do that much. You can run this script on big targets and just leave it on the machine or leave it on the vps. It will do each and everything for you by itself. Like, you can just wait for the result. And now you can clearly see it have started grabbing the endpoints from way more. So yeah, it is a cool script that I have created. Remember, it is my own personal script that I am sharing with you. Nobody have it. Those bug bounty hunters and the rest of the pro hackers, they have better script, I agree with you, but this kind of things are pretty private, so nobody share it. And you can see the katana is under the process. We just literally reach to the step of katana, so it is so easy. I mean, we do not need to put any command. It is just one type setup and installation. And if you are facing issues while configuring it, please let me know. I'll fix those issues for you in case if you are facing. So the katana is under the working mode. That's cool. All right, we need to wait. the main goal is just to teach you how automation stuff work. I'll recommend you to go with batch scripting in you know and now you can see it is basically grabbing the active endpoints from unfiltered result, and it will stare them into filter, and we have done, and literally it is the ninth step. We have done 8 steps so fast, and you can see the ninth step has been done. The nuclei fuzzing templates has run, they didn't discover anything. And after that you can see that the second scanner has been started off nuclei, which is basically doing a great job. It will try to figure out all the vulnerabilities for us, but the main thing is I need to show you what is happening there. So if I ls it, and you can clearly see it have created a directory with the name of my target. So I just go into it, and then I'll ls it. Then we have two main folders, recon and sources. So I'll just go to the recon and ls it. No, in the you can just go into nuclei and ls it, you will find nothing. So just go some directories back, it's okay, no worries. You just need to go to the sources. The sources contain each and everything. So you can see it is the sources that contain all.txt, the domains of with find domain, subdomain. It contain interesting.txt, literally it contain live domains, live subdomains.txt or live domains.txt. Similarly, it contain parameters with equal to. If you get param with equal to, you can see that I think we just did one little bit a small mistake. I'll fix it at the end. We are just storing the result of nuclei into the params with equal to, so we just need to provide a separate file. You can also see the way more result. Let's go with get way more filter result. You can see it contain filter endpoints, and if you ls it, you can get the interesting.txt, and it contain the interesting parameters. Similarly, you can get the way more like all.txt, it contain the all domains. So this is how basically it works. Like, it is pretty cool. So I'll stop the process right now because I know everything is working fine without any error. So I'll just go one directory back, and I'll just go again on automation. Here I need to edit it by just type nano recon.sh, because the nuclei result it is storing for me in params with equal to file. It should store it in a separate file called vulnerabilities.txt. Yes, remember, it will store the result in vulnerabilities.txt. And sometimes these steps might didn't work for you, but in most of the cases it worked. After this, I just need to copy it, make sure, right? Just need to put them in the nodes, so later on you will not be confused. I just don't worry, I'm gonna provide you that. Okay, so basically I think it is no perfect. Just save it and control X, you will get this script. So you will be able to run this. After that, we have just the 10th one step left. You will do that 10th step manually. So you just need to send those 3 files, parameter with equal to, way more katana unfilter and way more katana filter urls.txt. You just need to send those files manually to the Burp Suite. This is how you can do it. Here I have already wrote 4 commands for you. Just go into the first, run this command, then just go to the directory, run this first command. Once it done, remember you have to configure the Burp Suite the way I have teach you, okay, before hitting those commands. After this, use this command, and after this just use this command, and everything will work for you. So yeah, I think that was pretty cool. So it seems like it is enough for this module. We have learned a lot about automation, reconnaissances, finding vulnerabilities via manual techniques, via automating each and everything for you. So after this, I'll just start a new module. Seems like it is enough for me and for you too. You can just explore it further if you want. You have internet. All the best. So hello guys, welcome back. This is going to be our 6th session that we will cover basically the sixth module. If you remember in the course outline, so far so on we have done the 4 modules up to Burp Suite. Yeah, so then this is the fifth one basically, in which we will cover the directory traversal attack. So today we are going to learn about directory traversal attack. We have started our web security from here. Let's start it. So basically what is directory traversal? It is a web security vulnerability. Okay, you have to understand that we are covering web applications penetration testing in the beginning of this course, so this is going to be our first vulnerability. Let's cover it. Basically, directory traversal is also known as file path traversal. Okay, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to read arbitrary files on the server that is running an application. So basically, if there is a website and or a application hosted on any particular server, and if you are able to read the server file using that particular application, means you are going beyond your limitation, then this is there is a vulnerability, and that vulnerability, we call that vulnerability as a directory traversal vulnerability. This might induce application code and data credentials for backend system. Okay, and sensitive information about the operating system's file. For example, you will be able to run some commands on that particular server, and you will be able to read the data of that particular server. That data can be credentials for backend systems, that can be sensitive operating system files, that can be the source code or data or anything. In some cases, an attacker might be able to write arbitrary files on the server. Yeah, in some cases you will be able as an attacker to write some arbitrary files on that particular server, allowing them to modify the data, to modify application data or behavior. So you will be able to allow the application data or behavior. Yeah, basically you can do modification and ultimately take full control of the server. So if you are able to do some modification, it means that you can on the server, you can take full control over it. So let's go to the practical, as I have promised that our practical will be started. Let's go to our Linux machine, and this is my browser. Remember, the first thing you need to do is to go to Google and search for port swagger web security. That is the first thing you will need to do, and once you type it, you can see that we have the first link, basically Web Security Academy. So you just need to open this. This is basically the official Port Swagger Web Security website. If I open it, let me open in a private tab, so you will be able to get in a good way. Okay, so this is how it will look like for the first time. What you will need to do, you will just need to click on login, and for the first time you will need to create an account. Okay, once you create the account, it is very simple. Just paste your email address here and click registered. You will get the email and password there, or you can just create a new password. There will be a simple instruction. Once you done it, then you can simply come back to this Port Swagger Web Security portswagger.net and simply log in here. Okay, so I have already an account and I am already logged in into my account, so I am assuming that you already done with this step. The next thing that you need to do is to just go to the Google and type path traversal. So path traversal Port Swagger web security. Just type this, and seems like you do not need to type web security. Yeah, so this is enough. Path traversal Port Swagger. Don't worry, I will attach the link in the resource section, or I will provide you the notes, so don't worry about this stuff. I'm gonna provide you. Just visit the first link, and here you can see you can just read through it, but the most important thing is lab for us. So if you scroll down a bit, here you will be able to find the labs. What I am going to do, I will open the labs path, which is basically view all labs about traversal yeah, so traversal vulnerability, we have labs. So let's open the first lab and explore it. Remember, you will be confused like how this kind of vulnerabilities work. So if I open my terminal and if I open new tab, for example, if you are able to read the files like cat etc password which contain the password for linux, this is the file on your linux machine. The location is same for all machine which contain the passwords and user details, everything. If you are able to read these kind of files on the target machine, that it means that there is a path traversal vulnerability. So you can see it contain everything, users, each and everything. So basically let's go through the lab. We have the first lab basically, which is path traversal simple lab. So we have file path traversal simple lab. This lab contain a path traversal vulnerability in the display of the product images. To solve the lab, retrieve the content of etc password file. So basically there is a path traversal vulnerability in the display image, display of product images, and we have to solve the lab using getting this file. So let's right click on the lab and access the lab. You will be able to see the lab. The lab will be accessed within few seconds. So let's give it a time. Sometime it might take time because there is a lot of other security researchers, students who also doing pen test on labs. So just keep in mind. So this is going to be our target, and this is the lab that we are going to solve. If I just click on any product, you can see it is something like grow your own spy kit, a product that have a price and some other details. So what I need to do, this is the main page. I will copy the URL of this particular target. I will go to my Burp Suite, and then I'll go to the target. In the target, I will click on scope. If you remember last time I have told you, you will always need to add your target to the scope. So just click add and paste the target, and I'll click yes. Then you can just go back to the sitemap and filter all the results, and you will be able to see only the one target that you are interested in. So this is our target. Similarly, you can just go to the proxy tab and history, and this is the history that is totally irrelevant. So let's filter the history too. I will filter the history by clicking to show only in scope items. So yeah, this is the history of our current target. So just remove it. Everything should be neat and clean and new. And the next thing that we need to do is I will refresh the website, and you will be able to see the you will be able to see each and everything here. So this is how it looks like. Now remember, they told me that the vulnerability exists in the product images. So I need images too. I'm 100% sure when I loaded this website, it didn't show me any kind of images path. You can clearly see it is showing me, but keep removing them. So there is images path too. I need to enable it. To show images or to check the images, you just need to click on the filter result, and here you can see in the second section we have images, which is basically unchecked. So you just need to click check and click apply. Now you will be able to see all the images. You can clearly see we got so many and so many images. So these are the images basically which is vulnerable with path traversal vulnerability. What I will do, I will pick any image that have file name equal to 40.jpg. So what I'm gonna do, I will send this to the repeater. If you remember last time I have told you, we use basically repeater tab to do some sort of testing, web application security testing. So if I send this request to the server, you can see I got the response, and this is basically an image. You can also see the content type. What I will do here, I will literally remove the name of the images after the file name equal to, and here I will type // etc / password to check for the password, either I am able to retrieve the password or not. So they just told me that, hey, no such a file found. What I will do, if you remember in your Linux command, I told you you can go multiple directories back to achieve what you want. As etc password file is in a root directory, so we have to go few directories back in order to achieve this file. I have already gone one directory back, this is not enough, that's why I will go one directory back. So dot dot forward slash again and forward it. You can clearly see still it is going me giving me 400 bad gateway. I will again go one directory back, dot dot forward slash, and this time you can clearly see I literally go 3 directory backs in order to achieve the etc password file. And here you can see after going 3 directories back, I am able to see the root I am able to see the etc password file which contain username and passwords. Seems like our lab has been solved. You can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, your lab is solved, which was basically the, you know, our end goal was this, to retrieve the etc password file. So we just go 3 directories back and we were literally able to get the etc password file. In this way you can just go and grab the confidential files that are being hosted on that particular server. So this was the first lab. I'll see you in the next lab. Okay, have a good day. Alright guys, our first lab has been solved. Let's go with the second lab. So I'm just literally opening the second lab, and the lab name is path traversal, basically file path traversal sequence blocked with absolute path bypass. So there is some sort of restriction, that's why we will not be able to use the previous technique that we used. So let's read the description. This lab contain a path traversal vulnerability in the display of the product images. So the vulnerability is in the same location again, basically in the display of product images, and this application blocks path traversal sequence but treat the supplied file name as being relative to the default working directory. So it will block the sequence that we provide, like dot dot forward slash. That's why we have to use the default working directory. Means we have to use some other technique to solve this lab. Pretty easy to solve. So what we need to do, our ultimate goal is to access the etc password file. This is our ultimate goal. So let's access the lab. Okay, give it few seconds. After accessing the lab, the first thing that you need to do is to copy the URL of this particular lab, go to the target and go to the scope, remove the old one and paste the new URL. We have just done with it. You can see that I'm not able to see anything in the sitemap, that's why I will need to reload it. So literally when I reload it, you can now clearly see that I am able to see the target. So the next thing I need to do is to go to the proxy tab, and in proxy I will need to go to the HTTP history. And one of the most important thing, I need to enable the image which is already enabled, so I do not need to do it again. Okay, what I need to do is to refresh the page. I just refresh it, I visit any particular file, and you can clearly see that literally I'm not able to see the images, even though it should show me the images. But sometime you will face this problem, you know, it is a very least, not always but sometime. That's why what you will need to do is to shut down your burp for a while, open your terminal, and just literally open your burp suite again. Don't worry, it will not take time. So just next go to the path, copy your target URL. I just cut it, and then go to the target, scope, paste URL, click yes and go to the proxy tab. In the HTTP history you will not be able to see anything, so that's why just refresh it for a while. And you can see I literally refresh it, just click the images, okay, and you will be able to see all the images here. So this is how those images look like. Just pick any one of them, it doesn't matter at all which one you are picking. Just pick anyone, right click on them, right click on it and just send it to the repeater, because repeater is a kind of operation theater for us, where we explore the vulnerabilities, where we do perform different attacks on the request and see the response, how it looks like, how the server is giving me response. Then what I will need to do at first, just send the image to the server, and this is the response from the server. So I will just again do the same thing, just remove the name and use // and etc password. See if it is working. No, it is not working. Again use // to go one directory, again back. Still it is not working for me. I will again go one directory back, // and for the fourth time literally I will go. It is not working for me at all, means that they are blocking the this sequence. So that's why I have to use the absolute path. Just remove everything. To use the absolute path you just need to type // etc /password PASSWD and forward it, and you can clearly see with the help of absolute path I am able to view all the results. So this is how it works. Here I just change the technique, and I just use the absolute path in order to solve this lab. If I visit my lab, you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, your lab has been solved, which was basically the ultimate goal of this particular lab. Alright guys, so we have the third lab. Let's explore this. And basically this lab is about file path traversal sequence stripped non-recursively. What does it mean? Let's read it. This lab contains a path traversal vulnerability in the display of product images as always, but we have to use different technique, and the application stripped the path sequence from the user supplied file name before using it. To solve the lab, retrieve the content of etc password file. Now here what does this lab means? Basically this lab has a security flaw that allows unauthorized access to files by manipulating the image display path. However, the application attempts to prevent this by removing certain characters from user provided file names before utilizing them. Let's explore the lab by just clicking on access the lab, and just access the lab. After this, just wait few seconds until the labs gets loaded. Okay, so just copy the path, copy the URL of the target, and just go to the target section, go to the scope and remove the old one, just paste the new one. After this, the next thing you need to do is to just go to the proxy tab, and just to be honest, click on show only in scope items, make sure that the images is enabled. After this you can see that here I'm not able to see anything. So the next thing I will need to do is to go to my browser, and I'll just refresh it for one time, and when I refresh it you will be able to see all the results in the target proxy history tab. So this is HTTP history, and these are all the images that gets loaded after loading it. So the next thing is just pick any one of them and send it to the repeater. As always, you know these steps are same, that's why I'm just doing little bit fast. So just send this to the server, and you will be able to see the response here. Okay, so this is how the response looks like. The next thing is, if you remember last time I used the absolute path, which is basically etc password, and you can see that no such a file found. Okay, what I need to do is I will use the old technique by just typing // // 4 time and then etc and password. let's see it is working for us or not. You can literally see that it is not working for me at all. So here I will what they are doing, they are just filtering this kind of this stuff, this dotted forward slash, they are filtering it. So what I will do here, I will replace this dot forward slash with double time dot forward slash. Means at first I was using one time dot forward slash, this time I will use two time dot, which means that four time dot and dot. Okay, I'm just using to bypass the security. At first I was using two time dot forward slash, and this time I'm using four time dot and then two time forward slash. Okay, this is how it works. Like what they will do, they will filter the first dot and they will filter the one forward slash, but the rest of the dot and forward slash will be removed. That's why it will be considered as dot one forward slash. So here I'm using four time dots and two time forward slash. Similarly I will again use the same technique, four time dot and two time forward slash, and I will do this for the third time, which is basically dot and two time forward slash. Then I will type etc and two time forward slash and password. Let's go with it, and you can literally see that I am able to access the lab, access the etc password file. Basically what I did here, I just play with their security. They were just filtering my dot and forward slash. So that's why to trick the server I use here extra dot and extra forward slash in each step. And even though yeah, if you forward it, you can see that the lab has been solved. And if you visit the lab, they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how this path traversal vulnerabilities works. Yeah, so that was all for this. Have a good day. So guys, welcome back. This is going to be one of the most important topic. Like we have learned about path traversal vulnerabilities, but this path traversal vulnerabilities is beyond the limitation. Means it is not that much easy as you think, because we have Windows too. You just cannot always target Linux machines. So and you just cannot use only a few payloads. That's why I have an entire list of payloads. You can use these payloads in order to bypass the security, in order to automate this vulnerability, and I am going to teach you how you can actually automate this vulnerability. And you can clearly see these are all the payloads. Okay, you can use these payloads to exploit this particular vulnerability. So these are so much, you just cannot memorize them. Literally it is for Windows as well as for Linux. So I will show you how you can automate this vulnerability. I will copy this, don't worry, you will get this file. Okay, so this is going to be the unique way. I will go to my Linux machine, and in my Linux machine what I'm gonna do is basically I will open let's say open my terminal. Okay, so clear the screen. I'm in my download section, so let's create a directory mkdir and name it payloads. Okay, and if I ls it, just go inside the payload directory. I will put everything here. So here I will create a file, touch path traversal.txt. okay, and yeah, just open it with leafpad path traversal.txt and paste all the payloads that you have copied from your window machine. So I just copy everything, just type Ctrl S to save it, or directly just use this. It will be automatically saved. And no, if you get path traversal, you can see it contains so many payloads. So we can use these payloads in order to exploit the particular vulnerability. What I'm gonna do here is I will open any one lab, and this work on all kind of labs. You can automate this process. You do not need to to use this technique manually. So I'm teaching you how you can automate this vulnerability. I will go to the target section. I will go to the scope and remove the old one, just paste the new URL, go to the proxy, and you can see I'm not able to see anything. That's why I need to reload it one time. So when I reload it one time, you can see that I got all the file names equal to parameters, basically the parameters of images. So let's select any one of them, it doesn't matter at all which. So you can just remember, this time I'm not going to send this to the repeater. If you remember last time I teach you, you can always use intruder for brute forcing. To remember, brute forcing is not only limited to username and password. You can find vulnerabilities by brute forcing the payloads. So I'll send this to the intruder, and this is how the intruder looks like. At first you will be able to see here the clear button, just click multiple times so everything will be cleared. Now you just need to select the path where you want to brute force. So I will remove the name section here, and this is the place where I want to do brute forcing, where I want to find this particular vulnerability. So what I will do, I will just at first I will make sure that the cursor is on the same place, and then I will click on add one time and then click add two time. So I have provided this path to my intruder that hey, this is the exact path where you need to brute force. Okay, I give it a path, and then I need to go to the second tab, which is basically payload, and here I will need to give the file of my payload that I have created right now. So what I will do, I will literally just click on load, and I'll go some directories back. I'm literally in my root, so just go to the home, Kali, downloads, and it is in it seems like it is, let's go on directory back. It is in yeah, I think it was in download, I was right. So in download there is a payload folder, just go inside it, and it is the path traversal.txt file. Just open it, and you can clearly see the total length is 177 payloads. So the next you need to do nothing, just click start the attack, and the attack will be start. You can clearly see this 400 status code means always error. 400 means that error you will need to find for the 200 status code, and it is very fast. Do you believe that it executed 177 payloads in few seconds? That's why Burp Suite Pro is very powerful. If you started executing those payloads manually, it is going to take hours. So just click status code one time to filter, and you can clearly see these are the only payloads that work for us, and the status code is 200. Okay, 200 means okay, 400 always means that bed request, no file found. And if I go to the 200 request, and you can clearly see it use something like this, and basically what it did, it grabbed the proc file and interrupts which contains some data about that particular server. I'm not interested in this. You can also see that the CPU is also get triggered. Proc CPU, it grab the, it is not about only grabbing the etc file. It, you know, if you click on etc file, this is the request, yeah, and this is the response. You can clearly see in the response the particular file, but you are not limited to only etc file. I just grab the proc CPU information too, so you can see that the processor, vendor, model, and model name, so many and so many things. So this is how you can automate this particular you can say a particular vulnerability. This is one of the best technique. I always use it in my day-to-day pen testing. I will highly recommend you to always use this technique. So if you have any query, let me know. Have a good day, take care, bye. Hello beautiful people, welcome back to the branded news session, and in this session there will be two parts. The first one will be I'll teach you Metasploit from the most basic level to most advanced, and once we're done with it, we will perform a hands-on, like we will hack into a machine called Blue. So at first you should learn how Metasploit work, what does Metasploit means, what is Metasploit, XYZ, each and everything. So basically Metasploit is a widely used exploitation framework. which have mainly two versions. Remember, Metasploit, we use Metasploit for automation to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, it has so many modules and so many exploits that you could use against any machine to hack into it. We have Metasploit Pro and Metasploit Framework. Metasploit Pro is basically a commercial version with a graphical user interface for task automation and management. And remember, it have a graphical user interface with the web interface too. You know, we can mainly use it for automation and management. After that, we have Metasploit framework. So the Metasploit framework is the open source version, command line based. So it is basically command line based, means you will need to use it through terminal, commonly used in penetration testing on Linux distribution like attack box. So you can use it for penetration testing in Linux distributions, and even though you can install it in your Windows machine too, but not recommended at all. So basically, to we have different components. We have mainly three components of Metasploit framework: MSF console, which is the primary command line, and then we have modules. The modules include exploits, means you can hack into the system using exploits, and we have scanners that you could use to scan your targets. Then we have a payloads that you could use against the target. So yeah, there are some more, but let's not talk about them right now. And then we have tools. So basically, Metasploit is standalone tool for vulnerability research, means you can do vulnerability research. I have teach you in vulnerability 101, if you remember. There I told you we will explore Metasploit. So yeah, basically you can use it for vulnerability research, vulnerability assessment, or penetration testing using MSF Venom. Okay, so let's use it. How you can basically use Metasploit? You will just need to go to your machine. If you are using for the first time, I'll recommend you to just update and apt upgrade your machine and wait until the entire system will be upgraded and updated. There will be so many benefits, like you will not face any kind of problems with any kind of software or application that you want to run or script. So you just need to type MSF console, and this is the command with the help of which you will be able to open your Metasploit framework. And you can clearly see it has been opened, and this is how you could possibly use it. Like you can use it for Recon, for exploitation. There is a lot of payload and so many things. So basically it have 2403 exploits, 1000 plus auxiliaries, and 42 post based exploitation. Now what does post based means, I'll tell you, don't worry. We have more than 1000 of payloads, we have encoders, and the rest of the things. So we have so many things. Now you can run normal commands inside it, like clear and so many things. You can clearly see it is MSF6 Venom. So basically MSF, yeah. After that, we have some key concepts, like exploits, vulnerabilities, payload. So basically exploit, code exploiting a vulnerability on a target system. Yeah. After that, we have vulnerability, flaw in target system. Remember, vulnerability is flaw in target system, which when exploited may disclosure confidential information or allow us to code execution. So basically with the help of vulnerability, you can just hack into the system. Okay, and exploit is basically a code exploring any vulnerability on the target system. After that, we have a third number, payload. So basically code that runs on a target system, giving desired results. Like if you want to access the system, then victim machine, then you have to run some sort of payloads on the victim machine, then you will be able to perform what you actually want. We have Metasploit modules. like auxiliaries. Auxiliaries are basically the supporting modules, means you can do scanning with the help of Metasploit, you can just do crawling with the help of Metasploit. And we have then post. So what does this post means? Useful in the final stage of penetration testing, which is basically a post exploitation. Means once you gain the initial access to the system, what next? You have to escalate your privileges, you have to further exploit that system, you have to do post exploitation. And this kind of modules are very useful in that cases when it comes to post exploitation, means enumerating the system further or hacking deep down into the particular system that you have already gained the initial level, like increasing your privileges from a normal user toward a system administrator and so many things. All right, we have then different commands in our Metasploit that you could possibly use. Remember, whenever you will hack into the system or whenever you will create a payloads, these are the things that will be definitely required. So basically, our hosts, our host means the IP address that belongs to the target machine that you want to target. So that will be the R host, and then there will be a R port too. So R port basically on the open port are vulnerable, port on the target system or target machine where the vulnerable application run. So you can just attack through ports. That's why you have to provide the ports with R port with R host. R port and R host are simply referred to the target IP address and target port address, port number, sorry. After that we have a payload. You have to set up payload, so code to run on the target system. Then we have local, basically L host IP. You can set L host, it is for local machine, means your own IP address. You can set it up. Don't worry, we will see all this stuff in our practical, so just don't worry, just listen to my words carefully, right? No, this is something really really important. Okay, you have to use the Metasploit framework a lot in your penetration testing journey. That's why I want to teach you on most advanced level and details level. So basically after that we have L host IP address and L port number. L port, so L host means your own IP address, your machine IP address. Okay, and L port means the port where you want to get the connection back, reverse connection. So that will be you will need to set up the L host and L port on your own machine. L host will be considered as the attacking machine IP address, means your, and L port will be considered as the port number on which you want to get the reverse connection. Like last time I used 1337, if you remember. If not, it's okay. We have additional components like encoders. In basically you can encode your payload to invade the antiviruses. Like if there is chances to detect your payload, or you can say exploit, you can use encoders in order to encode your payload, so there will be a less chances of if it is detection. Then we have a vision modules attempting to directly invade antivirus. You can also use this evasions module in order to bypass the antiviruses. Sometimes it works, but in modern world applications, all the honest with you, it didn't work at all. You have to do this thing customly. So then we have exploits, which is basically organized by the target machine. And we have we have some knobs that you could use, possibly use in buffer overflow attacks and other things. So I'll not go into it right now. Okay, it is buffer, as a buffer overflow didn't include in offensive security path. After that they just remove it. After that we have payloads, code run on the target machine category as a single, stager and stage. So basically we have different type of payloads like single payload, stagers payload and stage based payload. So basically these are the codes that will be run on, that you will need to run on the target machine in order to get the reverse connection. I have already told you how you can open the Metasploit. So you can basically use MSF console in order to run the Metasploit. After that, if you want to search for any module, you can literally search for it by just providing the name of the module. Let's say search scan. So you can see that we have different scanners, auxiliary scanners that you could possibly use. So let's say for example, I'll just do it in this way. So let's clear the screen at first. you can see that we have WordPress registration, SQL injection, authentication is required. So like this kind of modules, or you can say that exploits you could possibly use. You just need to type the number of it. If I scroll down, there is a lot. There is a lot. You can see that we have name, disclosure date, rank, and check whether it is checked, whether it is not, some description about the particular module, or you can call it payload. So after that, we have in some enumeration modules, like you could possibly use it. You just need to type use and then the number. For example, I want to use 6 number, so you could possibly use it, and you can clearly see they have picked it automatically, which is basically a scanner for WordPress cart SQL injection. So you can literally use it with the help of just typing. First of all, you just need to type search, and you will need to search about any module, then you can use them with their name or with their number. After that, if you want to learn more about that particular module or payload or exploit, like clear the screen, you can use it by just typing show. Let me see, we have anything else. Okay, show options. You just need to type show options. It will give you all the details that they required in order to execute the particular script. In order to execute this particular, we basically call it module or exploit. After that, you can set the values. Like for example, if you want to set the IP address, you can literally do it. In this case, I'll go back. Let's say yeah, I'll go back, and let's say I'll search s smb v1. Let's say it was the vulnerability, eternal blue vulnerability in our Windows machine, when the hackers exploit WannaCry. If you remember, they just hack into the so many system with the help of WannaCry ransomware. So basically, you can use it by just copying the name, or you can just copy the name, or you can even though use the number. So you can just type use and then paste it. So yeah, this is how it looks like. Then you can just type show options, and here you can clearly see it is asking for L host and L port, and then it is asking for R host and R port. Let's set them. So you just need to type set L host, which will be our target, which will be an attacking IP address, in this case mine one. So I just need to type if config, um, if config, and you can clearly see my tunnel 1 IP. You can use it. If you do not have tunnel 1, or if you are not working, if you are working outside, with a real machine, you can just use it your Ethernet IP, or your yeah. So basically, let's use this one for the sake of the tutorial. And you have successfully set it. After that, you just need to set the port. Let's say we have to set the L port, which is basically the reverse connection port. So I'll just type 1337 for example. After that, you need to set up the R host. We use R host in order to set up the victim machine. You can see there is nothing like here. We need to set it. Let's say 192.163, anything. For example, I'm just giving you an example. This is a dummy data. I just want to show you how you can fill this. After that you can just set the port on which the service is running. So let's make it as the default one, or you can even though set it up. So if you again see the show options, you will see that yeah, you have now added the R host here, and you have added the L host, L port, and all this work. This is how these things work. So, and at the end of the day, once you've done everything, you can just type exploit and run the exploit, or everything will be run for you. And if you are lucky, if the vulnerability exists on the target machine, you will get the reverse connection here. means that no, you will be able to do remote code execution to run the arbitrary commands on the server. Okay, this is how it works. After that, for example, if you get the session, then how you can check for how many systems I hack into it, how many sessions I have. So you can just type sessions. You can clearly see there is no active session right now, but whenever you will get the session, you will definitely here you will find your all active sessions that you hack into, basically those machines that you hack into. After that, you can interact with the session. For example, there is a window machine that I hacked, or a Linux machine, and I want to go into it. So how I can do it? I can use session hyphen I and then the id of that session. So just session hyphen I, and then for example it is session 1, so you can just go with it. Right now I do not have any session. So remember, you have to use sessions, not session. Okay, so yeah, keep in mind, just avoid these little mistakes. So just you can use it. Right now we do not have any session, that's why it is giving me an error. You can perform nmap scan, which is not recommended at all. We have nmap scanner. You can use tcp port scan, not recommended at all. We have nmap for this. You can use you can set up the payload. For example, if there is any kind of payload, you can set it up by just typing use exploit multi-handler. And then if there is any specific, for example, if there is any specific payload that you want to set, you can set it up with the help of set payload. So yeah, you can set it up. We will see this in future, so don't worry. And after that, for post exploitation, you can use, these are the just keywords that we will possibly use it in future while hacking into different machines. So for post exploitation, you can just use post multi gather, it will work. And for evasion, you can use this. For credential enumeration, you can use this. And yeah, I think it is enough. Then I have typed some payloads. I have typed some commands with the help of which you can possibly create exploits for windows, or for server that is that have php background language, for asp windows machine. And even though you can create your own exploit in python. So how you can do it? You can actually do it with the help of msf venom. You can clearly see msf venom space hyphen p payload. Like if you want to create it for window, you can just type windows / meter peter / reverse tcp. Then you can just set up lhost equal to your ip address, your attacking ip address, and then you just need to type space then l port for the l port that you want to set up for a reverse listener. No, you will be confused that hey, what does this mean? Just don't worry, this is something how you can create payloads for the windows machines. Okay, and then what is the type? So it will be exe based, and you can just redirect the output into a reverse shell.exe, and it will create a reverse shell for you. Then whenever you will execute on any target machine, you will get the reverse connection. This is how it works. We will see all this stuff, don't worry, in our practicals when we will exploiting different machines. So right now I'm just teaching you how you can use it. Even though you can just copy the payload and you can do some modification in it by just putting your own ip address. Let's say what is my ip address? If I type if config, let's say I'm just giving you example. Okay, let's say this one, the tunnel ip address. So I'll just paste it here as an example. After that, you can just set the port, for example 1337 as a reverse listener. So you can just copy it, and then you can just open and clear the screen and just paste the command. The msf venom will create the reverse shell for you within few seconds. You can clearly see they have created for me. So if I ls it, you can see that I have a reverse shell.exe, and later on you can execute it on the victim machine. Then you can create it for php servers with the same way you can create it for the asp. Okay, and you can create it in python too. So for if someone have python installed, if they execute it, you will definitely get their unix based, it doesn't matter which distribution they are using, you can get their reverse connection. So this is how the Metasploit work, and after that we will literally put this all together in order to perform five tasks. The first will be recon, the second one will be gaining access, the third one will be escalating our privileges from normal user towards a root user, then we will crack the passwords, and at the end we will try to find out the flags. So this is how it works. I hope you have learned a lot in the practical, in the theoretical as well as a little bit practical of this module. After that, after this, we are going, to learn to put this all together in one frame that we have learned. So stay with me, because the second part is going to be so much fun. This is going to be a practical tutorial. Yeah, take care of yourself. Alright guys, welcome back to the second part of our Metasploit module. And earlier I have told you that we will apply all the knowledge that we learn. So in this section, or in this practical demonstration video or tutorial, we are going to perform 5 tasks. The first one will be recon. Okay, the second one will be gaining access to the target machine. The third will be escalating our privileges, means post exploitation. The fourth one will be cracking the passwords, and the last one, ultimate goal, is to find out the hidden flags. So all you need to do is to open your machine, and after opening your machine, you just need to log into your try hack me. After this, you just need to click on learn. Just go to the learn section, and then here you will get an option of search. So just click on it and type blue. This is a vulnerable machine where we are going to hack into it. So after that, we just need to exploit this machine. Okay, so after this, the next thing, when you just click on blue machine, you will find out that here we have the machine. Okay, so you just need to click on start the machine by clicking here, and the machine will be started within 1 minute, and it will assign you an IP address. Okay, so we have different phases that we are going to solve. Recon, gaining access, escalate the privileges, cracking the password, and find the flags. So let's do it one by one. They have already assigned me the IP address. Okay, so once you get the IP address, the next thing that you will need to do is to start doing recon. And remember, you will need to connect with your OpenVPN. So to connect you with your OpenVPN, this is the command. We already did it earlier. Remember, whenever you will try to go for try hack me rooms, it is must that you should connect it with OpenVPN. So you will be connected with their network, and you will be an internal user of their network, so that's why you will be able to use their resources. Here I have already connected, and the next thing is I'll just need to search, I'll just need to scan for Nmap. So just type Nmap, and then SV, and then SC and PN. Okay, the next thing that you will need to do is to provide the IP address. So just hit enter. Now you will be confused, what does this SC and SV means? We earlier talked about it. SC means default script, it will look for the vulnerability, SV vulnerabilities, and SV is used to enumerate the application's versions. Okay, and PN to skip the host discovery phase, as some host will not respond to your ping request. So sometimes the host will not working, that's why you will need to put the PN2, and then the target IP address. Basically after this, we will need to wait a bit until it started giving us the results. So once it gives us the result, then I'll show you what to do after that. So we will need to wait until we get the result. Remember, it might take some time, so I think we should not wait for the results. I'll show you how they looks like, but don't worry, we will also see it in the real response once we get it. So this is how it looks like when you will scan your target like Nmap SESV. You will get the Nmap scan in this way, and here you can clearly see we have some ports open: 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6, almost we have 6 ports open. And yeah, we have basically 6 ports open. So basically we need to look into those ports in order to find out the vulnerabilities. And remember, the only ports that we can enumerate it at the moment are 137 or 139 port, which is basically used for SMB. We basically use SMB in our Windows. Yeah. And then we have 135 port for RPC. So you can clearly see we have so many ports, like the end 4 ports, you can clearly see they all use for RPC. So we will take it as a one core, and let's name it 135 port. If you scan this 135 port, this will be considered as for all. So currently you can just scan these 2 ports, or even though if it feels you that you should scan all, then you can literally scan all of them. Remember, you have to run a script on them in order to find vulnerabilities into them. And once we get the results here, after this you will get something like this, okay, where you will learn that, hey, I have these so much ports, so I can scan the ports and try to figure out the vulnerabilities into them. Once you done it, after that you will need to use Nmap. Okay, Nmap p stand for the ports that you want to scan, and I will mention all the ports that I have discovered here. Okay, so you can just mention them, and after that you can use p, and it is sometime compulsory because the host will reject you, that's why. And after this the main thing is you have to check for the vulnerabilities. So currently I'll look for SMB vulnerabilities. It might be possible that the vulnerabilities exist in SMB client, so that's why I'll just type the SMB script for it. And the default script for SMB vulnerabilities to find out vulnerabilities in SMB versions are basically hyphen script SMB1, and then this static represent that please give me all the possible vulnerabilities that is related with SMB. And then at the end you just need to specify your host, you just need to specify the target. So here our target is basically this one. This is going to be our target, so we will simply replace the IP address with this one. You can just simply replace the IP. Now you will get these notes, as well as you can just do practice over it. Okay, what I'm trying to do here, I'll just copy the command. You can just type it manually. So to save the time, I'm just doing it a little bit faster. So I'll just copy the command, and after copying the command I'll just go back to my machine, and here what I'll need to do, just open the terminal. Remember, it is taking time, you can clearly see, that's why I'm just shifting myself to the next phase. You can wait for it, and then you just need to paste the script. Nmap command, definitely it will look for the SMB vulnerabilities, and it will give you the result. And you can clearly see that those ports that I have scanned is basically it shows me, you can clearly see it is vulnerable. Okay, it is basically vulnerable with SMB1, and the vulnerability is basically MS17010. Okay, if you copy it and then just go to the Google and search it, you can clearly see there was a critical flaw in SMB version. So yeah, this is basically security update for Microsoft Windows SMB server, and that was the vulnerability. So we have confirmed that it is the vulnerable SMB version, and it exists here, and they have definitely called it the CVE. They have assigned it a CVE number 2, if you can see it clearly. So you will be able to see the SMB version. And after that CVE name. Yeah, definitely you can clearly see that I have got so many details, so many and so many. Yeah, Windows SMB remote code execution, and here we have rapid 7 and SMB. We have exploit, literally exploit available on exploit dv2. So this is how it works. When I successfully confirm that the vulnerability, the remote code execution vulnerability exists in Microsoft SMBv1 server. So it is basically SMBv1 server where the vulnerability exists. I just confirmed that it is the SMBv1 version where the vulnerability exists. The next thing is, I'll just open a new tab, and here I'll just type MSF console. I'll exploit this vulnerability with the help of Metasploit. I have told you that we are going to use Metasploit. And now the next thing I'll need to do is to search for the exploit. Is any exploit available for SMBv1 version? So you can just literally copy it and search for it. So just type search. It will look for the exploit that is possibly available for SMBv1. If the exploit is available, it will show us. Otherwise, there will be no result. And you can clearly see there are basically two exploits available. There are literally two exploits available that you can use in order to exploit this particular vulnerability. And this is the first one, Eternal Blue, and this is the second one. So all we need to do is to use the first one exploit available. Okay, so just type use 0. What is the number? It is the number. You can use 0, or even though you can use the name, so it doesn't matter at all. Okay, both are fine. You can go with it, and you can clearly see that it successfully worked for us. Now the next thing, I'll just type show options in order to confirm what are they expecting me. So we need to specify, provide the L host, L port, and then we need to specify the R host too. So at first I'll check my IP address. I'll just need to open a new tab, and I'll type here if config, and this is, you will need to use this tunnel 0 IP. So this is going to be my L host. I'll just copy it, and after copying it, what I'll do here, show options. Yep, the next thing I'll need to do is to provide the L host. So you just need to type set L host and then provide the IP address of your machine. So I have successfully provided. After that, you need to provide the L port. You can just if you are comfortable with this port, it's totally fine. You can use this one. There is no need to mess with ports. But remember, if there is no port available, if this place is empty, then you will need to fill it by just typing L set L port, and then you can specify any one port that you are interested in. Right now I will set it as a default, and for R port there is a default port too that used by SMB, so I do not need to mess with it. The only thing I need to provide is R host. So I'll just copy the IP address of the victim machine, which is this one, the server, and I'll just type set R host and just provide the IP address. And literally you can clearly see when I just type show options, you can see that it is the local host L host that I provide, and it is the L port that is by default, and then here we have the R port that I have assigned right now. The next thing is which is a bit important, we just done with enumeration phase. Now we are in a gaining access mode. So what I can do in this phase, I'll need to set the payload. To set the payload, you can just type set payload Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. You can just copy it and paste it in the terminal. Otherwise, you can just type set payload and then Windows x64, and then you just need to type shell and reverse TCP. That's all you need to do. So you can clearly see we have successfully set the payload, which is this one, and this payload will get executed. After this, we need to do nothing but just clear the screen, and now I need to run the script. So I'll just type exploit. If the target machine is vulnerable, it will give me the reverse connection. You can clearly see it has started sending the exploits, and you can also see that they are just telling me that hey, the target is vulnerable. So the target is possibly vulnerable. I hope it gives me the reverse connection. So it is sending the payload. We need to wait a bit until we get the access, and boom, you can clearly see that literally I got the access to their machine. Now I am basically into their machine. I got the reverse connection. So if I type ls, basically this is a Windows machine, so you need to type dir not ls, and there is so many things. I don't know where I am. Basically I'm in system 32, so you just type cls, cl, whatever it is. I think the commands that you just need to type who am I, if it works fine. So yeah, I have the authority. I'm a system user. I can do whatever I want to do. So I'll just go into the cdc drive. I forgot. Okay, you can just dir it, and you can clearly see we have the first flag. So you can just yeah, you can just look into it. After that,
I just successfully got the reverse connection. So now what next? Like what we need to do? The next thing, I think I'll need to do something also. Just please give me some time. Let's see how it works. And you can also see we just got the scan result too. These are the open ports. Okay, these are the open ports. So you can otherwise here this is more suitable result. These were the 4 ports that we scanned. Okay, so these were the 4 ports that we scanned for SMB enumeration, and we got vulnerabilities into them. And with the help of that, we just use Metasploit in order to exploit the vulnerability, and literally we successfully exploit the vulnerability. Okay, after that, if you want to do post exploitation, so basically we have different flags. You just need to type flag1.txt, and you can clearly see by just typing. In Linux you use cat, but in Windows you need to type in order to cat anything. So this is the first flag. You can submit the first flag, and there are basically 3 flags. After that, the next thing that you will need to do is to do post exploitation. So I'll just type background. So what it will do basically, do you have any idea what it is going to do? So even though if you can just type Control Z, and it will automatically put that session in background. So just hold the control and just type Z, and you can clearly see it is asking me that background session is 1. Do you really want to do it, yes or no? You just need to type Y, and you can clearly see I just pull out myself from the current session. No, I am outside of the session. So after that, what I'll need to do, as you can see, we need to escalate our privileges, as I have already get the access to the machine. Okay, so the next thing is to do a privilege escalation. To escalate your privileges, you just need to type search shell to I think it is shell to meter. If we get the meter shell, that will be fine. If I only type shell, so let's clear the screen. Search shell to meter, and you can clearly see I have this one module that we basically use it for the, you can call it we basically use this in order to do post exploitation. So just type use, and then just assign the number, which is 0 basically. And I'm just doing it slowly so you will be able to. Okay, so you can clearly see I just shifted myself from this to this. Now the next thing you need to do is to just type show options to see what they are expecting me. They are basically expecting me the local host. So I'll just need to provide my IP address. You just need to type if config and copy the tunnel 0 IP address. After copying it, the next thing, just assign it. So just type set host and assign the IP address. And then the most important thing is you need to assign the session. So to look for the session, you just need to type sessions, and you can clearly see we have one session with the ID 1. So you will need to assign the session. To do this, what you can do basically, you just need to type session set session and 1. That's all. So we have set the session. After this, I think you just need to type run. So it is trying to upgrade the session IP session first session. What I'm doing here, I'm just doing post exploitation, and you can clearly see it is sending the payload if we get successful. And yeah, seems like we just get successful, and we just got the second session too. Okay, so you can just type anything, it will be executed by itself. You can now clear the screen and type sessions, and you can clearly see here I have meter shell. So meter shell is more way you can say powerful. It is basically a root shell where you can do whatever you want to do, the most powerful shell. So just type, no, we need to go inside it. I have already get the reverse shell, I have already get the meter shell. Okay, the next thing is like how I can connect myself with this shell. You just need to type session, if you remember, sessions -I, and I'll type the session ID, which is basically second. So I want to connect with the second session. If you remember, I just pull out myself. I just exit the first one. So no, I want to go inside the second one, and you can clearly see they have allowed me the second shell. So if I type ID, who am I? I just forgot. It is a window machine. You can just type sysinfo, and it will give you all the information about this computer system. So it is basically a John PC, and it have Windows 7, so x64 beta. I mean, we got everything what we need to do. We have the system authority role. Okay, we have literally the system authority role. And let's see, just the next thing that we need to find out is to check for the to look for the you can say second flag. So just type search F and -F flag 2.txt,
it will look for the flag2.txt. If it is available on the machine, it will provide me. It definitely takes some time because it will look for every possible directory in the machine. So this is how it works. I think that was pretty easy, and it seems like we got one result, and you can clearly see the flag exists here. Okay, this is the flag which exists here in the config directory. So you can just copy the full path. This is the most easy way, to find hidden flags in Windows. Remember this command, never ever just forget it. You just need to type search -f, and then you need to provide the name of the file that you want to find. So I'll just find type, and then I'll type the full path of the flag. I think it didn't work for me, so it seems like I need to go inside it. So I'll just go, no worries at all. Okay, I just forgot him. So after that, the next thing is I'll need to do is to go into the system 32. So yeah, it should be system. What I just did. Okay, I'll need to go into the Windows. Sorry, so just type Windows, and then I'll need to go into the system 32. Okay, just type system32, and you can clearly see. Just dir it, and it will show you all the possible stuff into it. Okay, I'll need to go into the config. So after that, just dir it, and I think there is a flag2.txt. You can clearly see. Okay, this one. So you just need to type what just I did. So you just need to type and then flag2.txt. It will definitely work for you. Type flag2.txt, or even though try to get it. You can get it, and you can clearly see that this is going to be the flag that we have discovered. So you can submit this flag, and this is the finding flags, the last one. So the first flag we have already find out. The second one, you can just copy the entire flag if you want. Like, I'll recommend you to solve those steps one by one. I have already created a notes for you, so you can just refer to them too. There is not a big problem at all. So you can just provide it, and you can see that, hey, wow, we have just got it. After that, you just need to find out the final flag. So it seems like I just forgot what was the command to clear the screen. I think it was cls, but it didn't work for us here. No worries at all. The next thing, I'll just go into the C directory, and here I'll need to find out the third flag. So you just need to type do you remember what we typed last time in order to find out the flag? So it seems like that time we use search f and flag3.txt. Search flag3.txt. You just need to type the -f. Yeah, and you can clearly see it is basically in user John documents directory. So you can just go into the user John. Okay, that was John, not John. So lol, it didn't work, so no worries, just do it manually. Cd John. No, why didn't working for me? So we will need to look into it. Where is the John? It is, I think it is inside in user. So we need to go to the users and just dir it. Yeah, we have a John user here. So just go into the John, and when you dir it, you will be able to find out so many files. And basically here we will must have something called flag3.txt, if I'm not wrong. Just what I just did, we need to check. Okay, so basically it was in documents John, and then we need to go into the documents. So just go into the documents, and then dir it, and you can clearly see that we have flag 3.txt. So you can just open it with type, or if it didn't work for you, you can just directly get it, and you will get the third flag. You can just submit this third flag, and the label will be solved for you. Here is a thing, like they ask us to do password cracking. So in this case, we just got the root privilege escalation. So there is no need to crack the password. You can do it by yourself if you want. But I have got the root privileges. No, I can do whatever I want to do. So it is the most higher privileges. There is nothing else we need to do. So I have provided all the steps in the notes. So you can just refer to them one by one. I have just typed each and everything. And I'll recommend you to go through the notes. If you facing problem, just rewatch the video. This tutorial was a bit lengthy, but this is how the penetration testing things work. So we are here to do some hands-on This is not about only learning some basic about Metasploit. This is all about learning the real penetration testing skills, and for this reason you are basically enrolled into this course, and my main goal is to teach you something that is the best way. So this is how, and even though these you can apply these steps in your penetration testing report, we will learn it later on. So I hope you learn a lot from this session. Take care of yourself. Have a good day. Bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So today we are going to solve a tough challenge that is might be a little bit tough for you, and we are actually going to play a CTF to solve a room. So basically the name of the room is Mr. Robot and based on a web series. Yeah, so we are going to solve it. Let's explore. So the first thing I'll need to do is to open my Chrome. If you remember, we are working on tryhackme, so I'll just go to tryhackme.com. It is a complete box where our aim goal is to teach you how you can conduct a pen test, how actually penetration testers perform pen test on target machines. So we will start everything from scratch. You can just go to the learn phase, and then you will get here. Let it be reload. Yeah, you will get here an offensive security penetration testing here, offensive pen testing. So just click on it. After clicking on it, scroll it down, go to the extra credit, and here we have a machine called Mr. Robot CTF. Just open this machine. That is great. After opening the machine, you can literally just do one thing. You can actually start the machine by clicking on hack the machine, and here we have. So we have started the machine. The next thing is we need to connect ourselves with the with their network. So to do this, I'll just open my terminal and I'll go to my downloads, and here I have OpenVPN, so I can just literally type OpenVPN and then the file of the VPN that I want to connect with. Here it will assign me an IP address. You can clearly see this is not going to be my IP that I'll use, and the machine will be started in few seconds, so no worries. The first thing that they are asking me to connect yourself with the network. So yeah, we have already downloaded the file and we have already connected. So you can just verify it. You are ready to use the machine. You can just solve it. Solve this both. No, they are expecting you that you should connect with their network, then you will be able to open it, to access it. So you can just click on access and see if you are connected here. It means that everything is fine, everything is done. That's really a cool. Yeah, so this is the IP address of the target machine, okay, that we are going to hack into. At first we will hack into it, then we will literally you can say get the complete access by routing the server. So yeah, it have two phases. The one is to gain the initial access, and the second one is to escalate your privileges. So what are you waiting for? Let's start it. The first thing I'll run Nmap our the target IP address in order to see what kind of ports they have open. So you can just type Nmap, and I'll just go with aggressive scan, okay, with -a, and just type the IP address. Now this aggressive scan will basically enable operating system detection, version detection, and it will try to run script scanning for to in order to find different vulnerabilities into my target machine. So it might take a bit time. It's definitely Nmap scan. You will need to wait for the output or for the results. All right. So until we wait, as for me, I know that there is 80 port also running on this. Okay, we got it. So you can clearly see we have 22 TCP port open for SSH connection. We have 80 port open for HTTP websites, and it seems like we have another port for websites with SSL, which is basically 443 open, which is also for FTP, so for HTTPS, sorry. Okay, and then we just come to know that there is some sort of website running over it. So I can just go to my browser and hit the IP address to confirm what kind of website it is. So basically, it is something loading on the browser with the provider dummy data, and you can see, hello friend, if you have come for a reason, blah 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 blah, so many and so many things. If I just click on web page source code, you can clearly see there is nothing but just some scripts that's running on background, and here you can just provide typing. It is a kind of cool interface where you can type something. Okay, so you don't know me. Okay, it's okay. So the next thing that we can do, I have come to know that it is a kind of, you can say, website, but I really have no other pages into it. That's why I need to find out what kind of website it is, what kind of data it contains. Is there any secret files that it contains? So we need to use GoBuster. Okay, let's say. So I'll just type with what just I did, GoBuster. GoBuster is not installed, so just go with Y. It will be installed. You can use FarrowBuster, GoBuster, DeerBuster, Burp Suite, whatever, doesn't matter at all. So this time, let's check it. Yeah, it is working fine. So GoBuster, then I want to do directory scan to find different hidden directories. So I'll just go with directories and -u for the target IP address. That's why I'll need to provide the target complete IP by excluding this join. So just provide it and paste it here. After pasting it, the next thing is you need to provide the world list. So the world list by default is in user share world list, dirb, and there is a common.txt in the dirb, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, there is a common.txt file by default in your Kali Linux operating system, remember. So that's cool. Yep, and all we can do is, no, you can save the result as an output. What it is, it will discover. You will be able to get that in the output file if you want, in case. So you can just go for it, and it will start scanning for you by finding different directories. So it has just find a 0 directory. It have literally find admin directory with 301 status, means that it is redirecting to somewhere else. So if the scan is still 14% completed, it is trying to find out different things for us. So it have find the admin directory. Let's see what kind of admin directory it has. So if I go with the /admin, you can literally see it is keep reloading. It is a kind of redirection to the reload page, nothing else. So no worries, I'll just go back and I'll wait. I'll literally wait. So it have discovered, we have to focus on those 200. So they are really important for us, like, to be honest. So the scan is still incompleted. We need to wait. Can you see something? Can you see something here in the login? When it have discovered login for me, it is redirecting to vplogin.php, which means that there is a WordPress website. So if you copy this and then go back to the website and just paste it here, so yeah, you can see that we have discovered the admin panel. It is actually a WordPress based website. It is a WordPress website that we have discovered the admin panel in this case. So we just come to know that this is the WordPress website, which is cool. And we have to be honest, and we have to keep waiting until we get the complete results. So the scan has been finished. You can just one time overview it, like admin. It is keep redirecting HTML and those stuff. Okay, one important thing that I have discovered here, it literally discover robots file for me too. So it discovered that is basically robots.txt with 200. Okay, sometimes this robots.txt also contains some confidential information, so you can always check into it. Just copy it and paste it after the target. and you can literally see I have added here 2 / till it is working, but that's not a good practice. You can see that it have discovered 2 files for me. The one is something I think a dictionary, and the second one is key. It is something like key 1 out of 3. They might be possible they are expecting me to provide some key. So if I hit the key, you can see this is the first key. You can copy it. There is always some keys in CTF challenges, so you can submit the key. And yeah, it is the what is the first key, we just discovered it, so just provide the key. We just done with the key. The next thing that we need to do is to check out what kind of F society disk it is, dictionary list, whatever. So I'll just hit enter by providing it, and you can literally see it is a file. So it might be a very important file for us, so I can literally copy it, and then I can download it on my machine in the download section. So what I'll do, I'll just type wget and the complete path of the file, and you can clearly see it has started downloading. It will be downloaded soon. But for me, like, to be honest, to be very honest, that's good. Everything is working fine, and I think I just do not need to perform anything else. Yeah, everything is cool. We are going good. So the next thing that we need to do is to find out to hack into the block, to hack into this website. Now, to hack into the website, if I type username admin, a password admin, you can literally see that invalid username. Okay, which means that the username is invalid. So we need to first find out the username, and then we need to find out the password for it. Okay, so basically what we can do, we can brute force that file that I have downloaded right now. So this is the file, which is basically 6.91 MB. It might be possible that it should contain some duplicate data. So what we can do now, this is interesting fact, like really I want to teach you something throughout of the box. If you hit ChatGPT and then you just simply mm, yeah, then you just simply type hey, I am on my Kali Linux machine, and I'll just copy the file name. I have this file which might contains duplicate data. Yeah, so give me the command to sort it uniquely, so there will be no duplicates. So yeah, you can just hit enter, and you can see it have given me the command. So what I can do, you can see that sort disk f society disk, and then it use pipe with unique command, and it redirected the output into a unique disk file. So all I can do is I'll just open the terminal, and then I just paste the command. After pasting the command, I think I need to create a directory, mkdir robot, let's name it robot, and redirect the both files. So just move the f society disk, and also the second one, f society, to basically robots file. So robot directory, I just go into robots, which contains my 2 files. So you can just list it, and you can literally see that it is the updated version, and this is the older version. The updated version is much, have less data as compared to the other one, the first one, because they want to trick us, they want to hang our machine. They have added so much and so much junk and duplicate data. So when I sort it uniquely, you can clearly see the result is here. Okay, after this, the next thing you will need to do is to I think it seems like we need burp suite for this, in order to in order to wait a second. So I'll open burp suite, cd home, desktop. Where is my burp suite? It is basically in the download, cd downloads, and then we have yeah, so I'll just open my burp suite with java-jar, and it will be opened. So you can just go with it. After that, you can just click next and next, and all you can do is to wait a bit. We have successfully opened. The next thing you will need to do is to visit the particular web page. So I hope it do not ask me for the login. Yeah, that's cool. So all we can do is to copy the use the username and admin page, but remember, meanwhile we have to capture the request. So you can just go to the proxy and turn on the interceptor and click login. When I click on login, you can clearly see I have intercepted the request with the username and the password. So I want to brute force the username, that's why I will send the request to the intruder for brute forcing. I have sent the request to the brute force. Now I will double click on the log, which is basically the login user, and I will click on add. After clicking on add, the next thing I'll go to the payloads, and here I will load my list, which is updated list if you remember. So I'll just go to the home directory if I'm not wrong. So home Kali, and I think it was in desktop with the file called robot. No, I think it was in downloads, not desktop. So go to the Kali, and then just go to the downloads and go to the Mr. Robot, and here I have the second one, unique disk list. So just select it. After selecting it, you can clearly see unit 10, 100,000, 10,000. Literally, it has so many files, but still it is working. It is worthy for us. We need to increase the speed to work it fastly. So I'll just increase the speed to 40, from 10 to 40, and then I'll click on start the attack. So when I click on start the attack, you can clearly see, I think I need to do one more thing. I think I need to highlight the issue, that basically the issue is based on invalid username if I'm not wrong. So I need to highlight the issue, which is basically invalid username. Just copy the issue and then go back to the burp, go to the setting. Here you will grab extract. So yeah, just click on grab extract and then fetch the response. You will be able to fetch the response, and here in the response just search for the error, which is basically here if I'm not wrong. So you can just select the error, that's all, with the dot. Okay, select the error with dot. So this is, you just need to select it. Let me do it for you one more time. This is how it works. Okay, I have literally just selected the error. Let me redo it. Yeah, no, just click okay, that's fine. No, you can click on start the attack. Here on this side you will get the same error, you will see the same error, and if the error is vanished out, then it means that there is something else. So you can see we have sent 1000 plus requests. The Burp Suite Pro is really faster as compared to the other tools. So yeah, we need to wait until it try to find out the correct username for us. All right, all we can do is to check for the errors. It is still taking some time. It's okay, give it a time until we get what we expecting. Okay, so it might take few seconds more, as it have sent more than 5,000 requests. That's cool. All we can do is to wait a bit. Just stay with me, okay? So we are closer. 7,000 requests done. You can see on the left bottom. So just wait. You can check for the lengths. All the requests have a same length, which is 4089 and 4090 in most of the cases. So all you can do is to look for those requests that have different length, because those requests might be the usernames. Remember, you can try to figure out the error with the help of requests, with the help of looking in the requests length, and with the help of looking for the error that you have set it up here. So yeah, you can use the both technique. All you need to do is to wait. Our attack is about to complete. So once it get completed, then we are good to go. Yo. That's why Burp Suite is very faster. When it comes to username brute forcing, password brute forcing, you can use these kind of techniques in order to brute force. Yeah, so the scan is finished. The first thing, you can just click on this error, and literally when I click on the error, you can see the rest of the all the commands have invalid usernames. But here I got 3 users which say that the password you entered for let me see, whatever it is. So basically the password you have entered for the username elite is incorrect, which means that these are the users. So we just discovered the users. Remember, the rest of the you can say requests giving me the same error, invalid username. Okay, if you scroll it far down, I'm 100% sure you will get the same error. But when I sorted it in this way, you can see I got some user. So I got elite, ELLIOT. Let's hit it and see what kind of result it is giving me. So ELLIOT as a username, and we do not have the password, so just paste the same username, and you can literally see that the password you have entered for the username elite is incorrect, which means that we have successfully discovered the username. Yes, you heard me right. Now the second thing is we need to discover the password for it. Okay, No, you can apply the same technique for discovering the password. So we just come to know that we have the password, we have the username. You can just shut it down, and here you can now remove this log by just clicking on clear. So we need to hit the password section. So I'll just double click on the password and click it, and this is the time to brute force on the password. Then just go to the payload section. Remember, use the same you can say use the same list. You do not need to change the list as they have provided me. Use the same request poll, but remember, this time we need to do some modification in the grep extractor. So just remove the old one and click add, and this time just fetch the response. When you fetch the response, the error will be different this time. Okay, remember, the error will be different. Yes, you heard me right. It seems like we have to change the username too. Remember, you have to put the username, right username here, then it will work. ELLIOT, this is the correct user. You have to put the username in order to brute force the password. They're expecting us a valid username. That's why we are hitting on the target password. So after that, you just need to go to the settings and then just grab extractor and quick fetch the response. After that, you will need to search for the error. um, Do you have any idea how to find it? I actually find it, to be honest. Here is. So the password you have entered for the username Elliot is basically wrong. So I just capture the few part of the error, the password you have entered for the username. That's how I want to track the same error. If I'm still getting the same error, which means that the password is not working at all for me. If the error get removed and I redirect it to any other page, means that the password has worked and I successfully logged into the machine. So I'll just click OK. After clicking on OK, literally I just need to start the attack. That's all I need to do. I need nothing else to do. So remember, here people are using alternative way to, and the alternative way is to use the world VP, to use the VP scan. So you can just type VP scan if you do not want to use Burp Suite hyphen URL. Then you just need to provide the URL of the current login page. So you can just literally provide it. After providing the you can say URL, the next thing that you can do is to use the username, which is basically elite, and then you can use the password with hyphen p, which is basically we do not have a password. That's why we need to you can say use the list. Now to use the list, we need to go to the robot, and there we will need to use the where I just go into the templates. No, this is a robot. Okay, I just need to go to the home directory, Kali, downloads, robots, and then I just need to check the second one, which is basically fsociety.ly. That's all you need to do, and then you can hit enter. Okay, it will do, it will start it brute forcing the usernames, the password list on the Elliot username. So you can literally use the VP scan, whatever you are interested in, you can use it. It doesn't matter at all. So as for my recommendation, you can just go with the Burp Suite because it is way more faster than anything, and literally it have executed more than 6,000 requests till now, and it is still starting. So yeah, it's depend on you. So no worries at all, you can go with whatever you want to do. Okay, the next thing is we need to wait. I hope we get the password. So let's see what happened. So, and it has started the attack. It seems like the WordPress is VP scan is also doing its good job. And after that, you know we have to keep an eye on our brute force too. We are almost close, so all you need to do is to wait. Yeah, I hope you are learning a lot. This is going to boost your pentest journey because you are performing here some actual attacks. Okay, so yeah, it seems like it has started working. Don't know why it is scanning the target, but literally, it will ultimately at the end of the day find out the username for us. Right now, I will just close it with Control Z because my second one, you can say, Burp Suite is already running. It is taking so much usage, RAM and memory and power. That's why I need to stick with one method. Right now, you can go with both. It will definitely at the end of the day you will get the results. So let me click on stronger and see if I'm getting something. Currently I'm not able to check anything because of the attack. So we need to wait, brothers and sisters. Okay, it has slowed down. like once we're done with it, what next? For example, what we will do if we successfully get any user, if we successfully hack into the WordPress, if we successfully get the password of the elite user, then what? We will actually then we will use their, we will try to get the reverse connection, we will try to connect with the server directly, so we will be able to do remote code execution on the target machines. Yes, our main goal is to, once we get into the WordPress, our second goal will be, our second task will be to basically get the reverse shell of the particular machine. To do this, we need a reverse shell that is written in PHP. Now you will be asking me why we need in PHP, because the backend of WordPress is written in PHP language. That's why you need a shell according to the language, according to the backend designed. Like if it is an ASP, you have to go with ASP shell. If it is in PHP, you have to go with PHP, and the rest of the JSP, etc. too. So yeah, all you can do is to go to the Google and search for the shell. So you can just open the new tab and type PHP shell pen pen test monkey. That's all you need to do. So they are offering the shells. You can just check for this one. Okay, this one is amazing. So you can just look for it, and then you can just copy from here if you want. And if in the meanwhile, I'll show you, so don't worry. Open the sample panel or just click on raw. So just click on the raw here. If you see it, just click on the raw, so you will be able to download it in a good way. Just then copy the pen test monkey reverse shell URL, and then go back to the machine, maximize it. Our attack will be started. Our attack is about to end. Until what we will do, I will just you get the pen test monkey reverse shell. So you can see that I just need to type ls. I just paste it in the wrong way, so I just go to the robots, and here I'll just get it. Okay. ah yeah, you can see it. I have reverse shell. You can just open it in nano, or whatever you are interested in, you can literally open it. So this is how the reverse shell look like in PHP programming language. Here you need to provide your IP address and your port number. That's all you need to do, some modification. After that, you can drop this reverse shell on the target machine, and if it get executed, you will get the reverse connection on your listener. So right now I'm going to close it without any kind of modification. We will modify it once we hack into the WordPress. So our scan has been completed. I just need to click on the strong this, and literally I got something here with 302 redirection, and this was the payload that get executed, and it gives me no error, which means that something happens on the server. I just need to go with this password. Okay, so just copy the password, and after copying the password, just go back here and paste the password. I hope it will work for me. Remember me, just click on the logged in, and boom, you can see we just cracked the password. That was the second phase that we done. So here we successfully hack into the password, and this is how the dashboard looks like. That was the dashboard, and we just hacked the WordPress website. Okay, that's cool. After that, if you are not familiar with WordPress, it might be a bit confusing for you, but if you are familiar with WordPress, you already know that this is the dashboard of WordPress website. This is how the WordPress website dashboard looks like when you are logged in as an admin user, and you can literally see I'm an admin user VP hyphen admin theme.php. I'm currently in the theme, that's why it's showing me the theme.php. The next thing is we need to click on appearance, and in the appearance section we have the editor. I want to find something where I can upload my code, and when I upload my code, I actually want to execute that code on the server, so I will get the reverse connection. This is the time to get the reverse connection. To do this, we have already the you can say the PHP shell, reverse shell. So all I can do is first I will type if config in order to get my tunnel 0 IP address. So just copy this. You can also see it here, and you can just literally use the leaf pad or anyone you are interested in. So just open the PHP reverse shell, scroll it a bit, and here you will be able to see the IP address that you need to change. So just remove this and paste your own IP, and here you can change the port. Like I want 1337 port. Okay, so I just change it. You do nothing to do extra, so you can just close it. It seems like we have done with this phase. So after doing this, the next thing is we need to upload that shell. Okay, we need to upload that shell. So I can literally open it again, and I will copy the entire code. I have to paste it somewhere because I want to execute it on the server. So if I'm not wrong, you can clearly see here on the right side different pages where you can literally edit them. Okay, you can literally edit them, and I will just go with this 404 error one, and I will remove everything from it, and I will paste my own reverse shell. So yeah, I'm tricking the server, and then you can just, the next thing that you can literally do is if I'm not wrong, you can just click on upload the file. sorry, update the file, and you can see that the file has been updated, which means that instead of this 404 template, I put my own, I just put my own reverse shell. Okay, now before executing it, I want to set up my listener for incoming connection. Okay, so I'll just literally open a new tab, and in the new tab I will use netcat for reverse shell. So just use ncat -nvlp and the port number that you have set on your you can say on your reverse shell. So my listener, my netcat listener is waiting for incoming connection, nvlp, everything is fine. Then the next thing is we need to we need to execute that 404 page in order to get the reverse shell. So it seems like I should show you in this way, so you will get how actually it works when it comes to, I'll literally I will shut down my burp suite. There is no need, because I've already done with it. I'm going to close this one too, don't mind. But we actually you can say, hey, we do not need you anymore, so you can please go back from where you belong. Okay, after that we need to let's open the website normally. And now we need to we need to give the path of that 404.php. Yeah, so you can literally just type /, and what was the name? Can you see the name here with my cursor? Look at my cursor, 404.php. This is the path, this is the exact path. Okay, 404.php. You can also see the file name is 404.php. So what I'll do here, I'll just type 404.php, and when I execute it, just look at the right side, you will get the reverse shell. Hit enter, and boom, you can see I got the reverse connection. So yeah, no, I have the control on the server. I can do whatever I want, literally. I'm just into their server. I got the reverse shell, I got the reverse connection. If I go to home and ls cd robot and ls, you can see I literally got the second key too. So you can just go with the key two of damn 3.txt, and you can see that I was about to got it, but it's okay. The permission is denied. I do not have a permission, but still I have password raw md5. There is some sort of password in md5. So all you can do is to copy it and look for it, what it contains. Just get it and paste it. It is containing a password for the robot user, so which is basically md5 password. We need to crack it. Okay, so just copy it and then go to the Google and type Crackstation, CRACKSTATION, Crackstation. It is the first website. I'm doing it a bit faster because these are the easy steps. You just need to crack the password. So it is a free hash cracker. You can just paste the username and password, or even though just the password, it will be work for you. So then just click on check crack. It is unknown. We need to remove the username. Okay, we need to remove it definitely. Only paste the password, remember. And boom, you can see this is the result, which is the decoded version or unencrypted version of the password. So this is the password for robot user, and this is the robot, which is basically a robot user. So do you have any idea how you can switch to the robot user? You can actually literally switch to the robot user by just typing surobot. This is how you can switch to the robot user. Must be run from the terminal. What to say, man? Let's say from the home directory. No, in my home. No, let's go with sudo skate. Sorry, so robot. What does this mean? Must be run from a terminal. Like, actually, we are into the terminal. What does this mean at all? So, guys, I just got the conclusion. I just got the solution. Okay. If you remember, I was trying to switch to sudo robot, and it was not working for me at all. Whenever you will get the reverse shell, remember you have to use this command in order that your terminal should work perfectly. So let me show you. This is the command. You need to import something in order to everything should work perfectly. So python -c import pty dot spawn bin bash. So a shell will be executed and everything will be started working fine. For example, if you are trying to do sudo robot, you can see it is not working. So that's why you need to paste that command. And now you can see your terminal has been changed. Now everything will be work. So the next thing you need to do is to switch your user from this current user to robot. So just type sudo robot, and it is expecting for the password. Just go for the password, which is here that we have correct. So just copy it and paste it here with control V, control-V, and you can clearly see we have shifted to the robot user. So if I type if I type the let's see what kind of privilege it has. So just type get key 2 out of 3. You can see that I have get the second key 2. So just copy it, and then after copying it, just paste it in the second phase. So it seems like we have done the key out of 3. So what is the next thing? The next thing is we need to find out the key, and the key is basically we have no idea that what to do next. So basically, to find out the third key, we need to do something which is important. Okay, we have to go with the yeah. So we have to escalate our privileges from a normal user towards a root user. To do this, you just need to type sudo hyphen l, as it is expecting me password, which means that this is on this account it might be not work for us. So the password was, let me paste it. Oh no, this is not the password. So the password was here in the correct station. Just copy it and paste it here. I know in this case it might be not work for me. So the main thing is what we can do actually. Okay, so again we have to escalate the privileges in order to find the last flag which is located in the root directory. Yeah, our last flag in the root directory. So we have to be the root user. It is called yeah, we have to be the root user. We have to be the root user. We do not have any other way. So the main thing is like what we can do. We have to run a script on the machine in order to find the some something for us. That if you remember in the automation phase, I have tell you that how you can run automation scripts, automation tools in order to find out the vulnerabilities that arise in that is related with the privilege escalation. So we are going to run a script called nm.sh. So I'll just go to the Google and type nm.sh. Okay, okay, I just got an error, so just go to the google.com and paste it there. Sorry, just remove everything, the rest one. Okay, yeah, this is going to be the tool that we are using. It just click on the raw, and after clicking the raw, just copy it, and then just try to go to the temp directory and do everything there, if you remember. Okay, now just download the script by typing wget and /, and you can clearly see it is trying to connect. If the machine have internet connection, it will connect. Otherwise we have to do it locally in our own machine, then we have to shift it to the target machine. So I know it is not going to work for us, that's why we need to do it on our own machine. Yeah, so the next thing is we need to do, you can see we have linenum.sh. Just just run your server. So to run the server, we have to run the python server, I think. Python 3 hyphen m server, http.server, and then just provide any one port number. Okay, we have just provided the port number. It is running on the current location where the linenum.sh exists. Okay, so the next thing that you will need to do is to go back. Like as far as it is not working, if okay, I just terminated the entire stuff. This is why I just had this. So just reload it one time more in order to get the reverse shell. Okay, I got the reverse shell. Now shift your user, import it. I'm sorry, but you have to do it, it happens. Okay, now just shift your user, and you need to provide the password. Just provide the password and go to the temp directory. Now we need to perform everything here. We need to download that script from my machine to here. Okay, so just type wget http, use the http protocol // remember my IP address, which is this one. So 10.14.75.146, and then you need to provide the port number. So the port number is, if I'm not wrong, is 444 and 5. So just type 444 and 5, then just paste the name of the script, which is linenum.sh, and hit enter, and you can clearly see it has been downloaded here. And the next thing that I'll need to do is to give it executable permission, chmod +x linenum.sh. Now the next thing that we will need to do is to execute the script. So just execute it with linenum.sh. Okay, it has been run successfully. Now it will give me all the possible vectors through which I will be able to hack into the system and try to escalate my privileges. It will work faster, don't worry, it won't take time. All right, so we have so many interesting things. Yeah, so if you remember last time, I have told you that whenever you see something with red errors, with the red stuff, it means that they are might be lookable. You have to look for this. We have so many techniques to exploit this machine. Okay, you can literally see we have so many things to exploit this machine. But currently, the most easy one for me and for the tutorial is to teach you through SU bits. So SUID files, we will try to exploit this machine SUID files. Yeah. And this SUID files, last time if you remember, I have told you that what if you are working as a SOC analyst or a pen tester and you are not a root user, so the company or the administrator allow you to run to run Nmap without the password, because Nmap required usually administrator password. So you can clearly see we have Nmap bits here that we can possibly exploit this without the password. So we can leverage our privileges using this Nmap. What I'll do, I'll just go to Google and type GTFO bins. If you remember, you just need to type GTFO bins and just go here, then just search for Nmap. And literally we have Nmap, and we need to exploit this Nmap using SUID. So this one here, just click on it and you can literally see that we have this thing to exploit it. Okay, so yeah, we have, seems like we have get the stuff that we need to run. So what we can do, you can just use this in order to exploit it. So if I run the Nmap in interactive mode, then it will expecting me the password. And remember, let's try to run the Nmap with interactive mode. So yeah, what I'll do here, I'll just clear the screen and I'll type Nmap hyphen hyphen interactive, and you can see I am inside in Nmap with interactive mode. No, this is the time where I will exploit this Nmap. I'll tell to the Nmap that, hey, please give me the base shell, which is the most powerful shell, and you can do whatever you want. If it gives me that particular shell, then we will become a root user and we will execute the privileges. That's why I have used here hyphen this, sorry, exclamation mark sh. So if I type sh, and you can clearly see, boom, that I have no the root user. I just run this command, Nmap hyphen hyphen interactive. Now you will be confused that why I just run it. If you come here and you just go back to the chat GPT and ask for kindly explain this in short way, always use chat GPT. Okay, so you can clearly see Nmap is a powerful network scanning tool used to discover hosts and services on a computer network. When you run it with the hyphen hyphen interactive option, it start an interactive mode where you can enter the command directly with the Nmap program without needing the exit and run it again, without needing to exit and run it again. Remember, we can just give direct command to the Nmap, as Nmap is running with the root privileges without asking me the password. That's why I have used interactive mode, so I can give the commands to the Nmap, and at the end of the day, when I give it a command to execute me a bad script, and it literally successfully worked for me. So now we need to go to the root directory, and if you ls it, we have the third one key. You can just copy the third key and you can just copy it, and then you can submit it here. It is going to work for you, and you will be see that, boom, congratulations, you have solved this lab. This is how the pen test work. Okay, we will perform some other labs, so you will get some core idea, core concept over this machine, over these kind of machines. So I hope you learn a lot from this tutorial. If you have any question, please let me know, and don't worry, I will provide you the notes too, where you will be able to you will be definitely able to do what you actually want to do. So yeah, at first try to do it by yourself by watching the video. If you are still confused, you can do, you can just use some copy paste technique. It's up to you. Take care. Bye.